in here. Yeah, you said it. I hear you, buddy.
What's up, bro?
This lens I just built is so crazy. It's like it performs unlike any other lens I own, but it's like it's so small. There's like a little back piece. It's really for a Super 8 projector, and somehow I've found the correct pieces of glass to like make it hit whatever standard sensor. If you follow that, I'm just like amazed at the things that I can see with this lens in terms of reflections that resolve that are unresolvable with other lenses. Like I wouldn't even. I'm like, how am I catching a reflection of a television off of a glass? You know what I mean? Like I don't even see it with my eyes. Like it's not even there. You know, other lenses won't do it at all. But this one setup, it's like what? Whole world of shit. Never even see. It's a bunch of words. There you go. But I'll say it's compression. Aha. Yep. I gotta go. Okay, I don't really have to go, but is anybody there to talk? Or...
I can hear you, bro. I'm just eating chips. I didn't want to chew in your ear.
Ah, that's cool. I love that sound. No, I'm just joking. I don't. Thank you for your courtesy. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've built a bunch of different like lens or modified a bunch of different lenses. Let's say I'm not building the glass, but take them apart and rearrange them so that they do what I want them to do. This one is a little bit tricky.
What's the main goal you're going for there on that one?
Just try to take cheap pieces of junk and turn them into things that emulate really expensive pieces of junk.
I'm pretty funny.
If you're trying to like do something real exact, that's not what I'm going for. I'm going for like imperfections that are found on really expensive lenses. So trying to recreate them using parts that are similar to other things.
Lensing,
Yeah.
like actual lenses, like magnification.
Like a camera lens. Yeah, just a camera lens. Yeah. So sometimes I'll take like a camera lens and I'll throw like a piece of projector glass in front of it.
Yeah, there's crazy shit you can do with lenses, right? You can put a lens and then put like one of those red lenses in the middle, then put like another red lens. A regular lens in front of that, and you can actually like see past like spectrums you're not supposed to and shit. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it's full spectrum. Basically, they rip the UV filter off the sensor, and then it's full spectrum, and then they got to put like a UV filter in front of that, or it basically you get that infrared thing, which yeah.
I think it's pretty cool that you can just use cheap lenses and replicate, a technology.
Oh, you mean yeah? With those conversions are really neat. Yeah, I like that. But really, I guess what it gets me to is that all these colors are moving at different speeds and shit, and it's all the traffic that fucks up our lenses basically, and
I don't know
resolving.
if it's necessarily the colors that are moving, but like the light is there, and the spectrum is being like manipulated by the atmosphere in between us. Would be my best guess.
Oh, I don't know. I'm very technical about the glass part of it. Anything that you're taking a picture of, it's like it has a focal. It's focusing.
Yeah.
Like as if, let's say, if we're, because I'm stupid, right? I don't even know what I'm doing with this stuff. It's just learned insanity, but I'm good at it. And the thing is, like, if you were to take like a magnifying glass, right, and you shine a flashlight through it, you know that there's like some point of distance away from that where you can burn the ant, and some point that you cannot, right? It's like, oh, it's too wide, I can't burn the ant. That's the focal distance, right? So no camera can really do that. Like infinity, like it's just a plane. Like it's just focusing on what's in, like it doesn't actually go all that way, like the image is projected to a point, the camera can accept it from where that is based on the lens, and no lens can infinity for reals. It just means that everything's in focus generally, because that's just the plane. Like you're only seeing a flat surface really, like in front of you. And to me, that's how these lenses work. That's how glass works, which is not exactly like your eye. So we see things slightly different than a camera would represent them.
Oh yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
We have our own dome of vision.
Yeah.
We have spherical eyes, so we see a certain type of way.
I don't think you can have like a flat. You can't have like a flat lens. Like everything must be concave or convex in order to create a different focal for that light to actually get to the whatever nerve endings or to the camera sensor or what have you. Film.
Well, the light has to be bent, essentially, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. And I guess it's like our eye works a little bit similar to how like a decent lens works in a way that it's kind of like parentheses around a word. There's like a concave and a convex lens pair that will like basically hold the image in there, and then you kind of like have a back lens piece that takes a picture of that thing. And if that's too abstract, I'm sorry, but that's the way I really think it works here with a lot of different lens designs. It's like you're just you're just trying to step the light into like a smaller image, right? So we take a big room, turn it into, eventually we're going to get it down to like a half inch or something. I got it all the way down to like a quarter inch for what this lens is. And the compression is like, it does wild shit. And it's not perfect all the way around. Like it definitely has like softening at the edges, and that's something I was hoping to get out of this. So that's good. That's a bonus. But like I said, like the way that it can resolve reflections is like beyond me. Like I don't have any other kind of, I got like 100 lenses. There's nothing that does that. So I'm pretty into it. I have another one too. It's really cool. It's a Russian-made infrared lens, and that is neat. And it has basically like a blue cast to the glass. Like if you look at the glass, you're like, oh, it's blue. How cool! It looks beautiful, like a swimming pool. And so what that does is it's like knocking out all that color fraction out of it. So like none of that color that I see the lens can really go through it that way. You know. All right, I'll see you later. It was fun. I had fun. I had fun talking to you. Bam! All right, cool. What does that mean? I have no idea what that really means in terms of on the grand scale here, but like that's the same reason that the infrared stuff works. I know you're not here still, but I'll just telepathically communicate to you that, and for the sake of continuity, in case anybody is unfortunately listening to me talk to myself, it is that the colors get knocked out that are in the coatings. If you put a filter in front of that, it effectively knocks out every other color. Yep. And that's why apples are red, kids. Yep. Long story short, it's a TLDR, which I'm not sure what that means, but the kids say it, so it must be right. No, I'm pretty sure like there is no flat glass that you can just put in there. Otherwise, that would just be like a pinhole camera. There's no, and then the optics inside, which would be air. So it's an air lens, and that also does curving. So I'm sorry, there's no flat. There's no flat way to capture light. Sorry. Okay. So facepalm yourself there, doofus man. Manfred man. All right. The fuck is a GRIN lens anyway? That's nothing anybody's using. Looks like a series of pinholes. I'm not sure. I don't. You don't use that. You've never used. You never will. Shut up, doofus. But flat surfaces are used in conjunction with curved surfaces, convexing surfaces, or air. In which case, it's all curving is happening to make focaling happen. I hope you understand. I mean, while I may be an idiot, I've also studied like the history of camera lens development. 100-year-old lenses. I own them. I like them. They have shortcomings. I understand why. I don't know. There's many different lens type designs that have happened. I don't want to bore the shit out of myself talking about it, but All curve. All curve. And there's something called like a focal plane, doofus. Manfred doofus is established by the basically bellows distance, which is like the last element in the glass from the sensor, or that'd be like if you wore eyeglasses, let's say, if you like push them far away and things don't look right, that's another kind of that's a way of defocusing or focusing the light to the eye or to the sensor. By the way, do you have any flat eyeglasses out there, or are they just like fake? They would be fake, right? Because they don't magnify anything. There's no change, when consistency is happening. You people are infuriating.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Not much.
What's on the agenda today?
Not sure. Trying to figure it out myself. Jeremy, ever figure out there's no hump?
Did you guys never got to finish that convo, huh?
Yeah, no, I didn't come back in.
Well, maybe Jeremy's available for the hump talk.
Yeah, except I have a diagram of the hump that Blue Marble drew.
Here we go.
Okay, can I ask you one question, Jeremy?
What's up?
The diagram that you're showing, is it real world or no?
Well, that's what you claim to be real world. I don't think it's real world, but that is what you claim the real world is. Yes, a hump.
No. That chord, that quote unquote makes the hump. Would a person be able to observe that?
You can't observe the cord, but you can't observe the hump above the cord.
So if you can't observe the chord, there is no hump to be observed.
That doesn't make sense. Why would
It
that be
makes
true?
perfect sense. Okay, I'll. You just said it. I didn't say anything different. I just repeated what you said. The chord is not observed in reality. Even if it was a globe, people would never ever see that chord. Therefore, there is no hump.
No, what? No, they're two totally different things. Just because you can't see the cord doesn't mean you can't see the hump, because the hump is there regardless if you can see the cord or not.
No, that chord would only make a hump if you were observing it.
No, that's stupid. That doesn't even make sense.
Because
Okay, when you have a ball in your hand, you have your eyeball down to the ball, and you have an army guy on the other side of the ball, and it's blocking half the army guy. Is there a piece of the ball in your way?
are each of those army guys at the top of that ball?
Dude, you have your eyeball on right next to the surface of a basketball. There's an army guy a distance away. The ball is blocking the bottom of the army guy, right?
For one observer, yes. Ball would be
Yeah.
blocking.
So that's the hump that's blocking the army guy. Just because you can't see the cord doesn't mean that there's not a hump of ball blocking the army guy.
Again, that's Earth's curvature. That'd be obstruction, and again, it's not a hump. At no point does Earth's curvature rise between the two. Remember, it would have to rise between the two observers, correct? To make a hump.
Yeah, it rises from the cord. Yep, the cord line you can't
No.
see.
See,
That's
the
still
cord
there,
line
regardless if you can see it or not.
the cord line that doesn't exist in real world observation.
Yep, you can't see it, but yet there's still a hump of ball or whatever you want to call it from the cord line. Just because you can't see
You
it
can
doesn't mean that there's not a hump coming up above it.
There's not. There's no rise between the two, so there can't be a
There
hump.
is absolutely a rise between the two spots on the cord. Yes, 100%.
Again,
There would have to be geometrically.
okay. Are you ignoring real world versus not real world, or are you just doing it on purpose? Which one?
Real world, you can have a ball in your hand. You can put your eyeball down. You can have the army guy, and there will be a hump ball blocking the bottom of the army guy. Now you can stick an arrow
Again,
through the ball. You could have a clear ball. You could stick an arrow through the ball, and then you could see the cord.
you
Real
wouldn't be
life,
able to see the cord.
you can see. You have a clear ball. You stick an arrow through the ball. Eyeball at one point where the arrow comes out. You have an army guy at the other point. There's a piece of the balls blocking the bottom of the army guy. You can now see the cord line and see how there's a hump coming up from the cord line.
Is that real world?
Yes, you can do that in the real world, Sean. Yes.
You observe that. Show me where you've seen that happen in the real world.
I could replicate it for you if that's really what you need. You can't just think of how that could happen in your mind.
No, I'm asking you, would you ever observe a cord line in the real world?
With a ball in your hand, yes, you could. You could do that
No,
physically with
I'm
a ball
talking.
in your hand in the real world in real time. Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about on Earth, like real world observations, not experiments, not in a lab. Yeah, I'm talking about the real world. When you go outside and make an observation, do you observe a cord line?
We already went through this. No, you don't observe the cord. Just like when I have the clear ball, you don't observe the cord. However, I could stick an arrow through the ball and you could observe the cord. Just because you can't see the cord though, doesn't mean there's not a hump of ball coming up from that cord, blocking your view of objects in the distance.
Can I get a map?
What don't you understand, dude?
Jeremy, can I get a map and mark the geometric horizon from at a 20-foot observer height?
Dude, what don't you understand about there's a hump of a ball blocking your view?
Jeremy, can I get a map from a 20-foot observer height? Mark the geometric horizon on a map. Can I do that?
Sean, you can do whatever you want, bud.
Okay. So if I can do that, but then I go out to the real world, can I observe the geometric horizon, Jeremy?
I don't know. This ain't about the geometric horizon. This is
That
about the
it
hump coming
is.
up from the cord. Hey, yo, I'm responding to you, Sean. Don't overtalk, dude, please.
I wasn't.
This is about the hump. It's not about the geometric horizon. This is about the hump that comes up. Forget Earth. Do you agree that we could do it with a ball physically in your hand?
Again, I'm going to stick
Do you
to my
agree we could do it
claim.
with a ball in your hand, Sean?
Calm down, Jeremy. I will stick to my
Watch
claim
this. This
that a
part. This is the
cord is
part.
not observed.
This is the part you need to
Why
dodge
are you?
with
Wait.
because this
Why
is
are
the
you
part you
interrupting
need to
me now?
dodge no matter what.
I'm not dodging anything. I'm sticking to the point.
You're dodging this. Can you do it with a ball in your hand, Sean?
Again, yes, you can do it, and then a ball in your hand. But even if you put an arrow through it, you wouldn't be able to see the cord. If you split it in half, then we can talk about the cord line that you're talking about, like in Blue's diagram. The problem is, like my claim stated from the very beginning, because we do not observe that cord, there is no hump.
This is boring. Because we don't observe
It
the
may be
cord. There's
boring.
no hump from the cord, even though you can demonstrate this
Yes.
physically in your hand with a ball.
Yes.
You can't see one thing. That means a different thing doesn't exist. That's what you're telling me.
Again, that was
That's
exactly
retarded.
why I used the geometric horizon as an example, because again, we do not observe this in the real world. We do not observe the geometric horizon because of atmosphere. But on a map, you can mark off where the geometric horizon would be. The same way with this cord line that you're talking about in a model of a ball in your hand. Of course, you can do a cord line. Of course, you can cut it in half and show that cord line. And if you put that cord line flat on a table, you can then say between those two observers, like put little army guys on it, go, yeah, sure, there's a hump. The problem is that you're ignoring the globe model in reality.
Okay. All right. So with the ball in your hand, we got the cord line. You can see the cord. You can see the hump coming up from the cord. You can see it's blocking the army guy, right? Yes or no? Because I have a follow-up question. Let's not
In
have some long,
reality or on
drawn-out
the ball?
response,
I didn't
please.
hear on the
You have a ball in
ball
your hand.
or in reality. Okay.
You have a ball in your hand. In reality, you have a ball
Mhm.
in your hand. You with me?
Yep.
Okay, it's a clear ball. You stick an arrow through it. We got a cord line now. There's a hump coming off from the cord line, right?
Depends.
I'm done. Okay, good talk, Sean. Good talk. You need to dodge
Thanks,
this at
buddy.
all costs. I know, because this absolutely blows your whole idea that on a ball there wouldn't be a hump. Dodge it. What are you, a Brooklyn Dodger?
I can explain it again if you like, but ignoring what I say doesn't make
No need to
me
explain it. Just keep
dodging
dodging.
anything.
Just keep dodging my questions. It's fine. No need to
Okay.
explain your bullshit. Just keep dodging the shit I'm saying.
I'm not dodging anything you're saying.
Okay, so we got a clear ball in our hand. We stick an arrow through it. We see the cord. We see the hump, right?
Did you lay it flat on the table and say everything else doesn't matter? Sure.
Lay it flat
But
on
we
the
are
table. What are you talking
discussing.
about? Dude, you're holding the
Okay.
ball. You have a ball
Now,
in your hand.
again, let me ask
You got
this
an arrow
question for
going through it. Can you
specification.
see the
Hang on.
cord?
Don't interrupt me, Jeremy. I know you're
Why?
all
I'm
irate.
trying to walk you through
I
something.
know.
I'm trying to
Calm
walk you through
down.
something.
I
Why are
know,
you
but
going to
I
ask
was
me
asking
questions about different
because
shit?
I was asking you a question before you started talking, and then you interrupted my question. I know you don't want the question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. You should let me finish. I am letting you finish, Jeremy. So my question is this: Are are the
I'm trying to walk
specifications
you
of what
through
we're...
something. Is it a question relating to the example I'm giving you?
Go ahead,
Sean,
Jeremy.
is it a
Go ahead,
question
Jeremy.
relating to the example I'm
Go
giving you? Because
ahead,
I'm trying
Jeremy. Go
to
ahead,
walk you
Jeremy.
through something.
I'll
Is
just
it
shut up so
related?
you can interrupt me.
There a question related? Is
Dude,
the question
calm
related to the
down,
thing I'm trying to
Jeremy.
walk you through?
Dude, calm down
Is the
first.
question related? Okay, I'm calm. Is the question related
Okay,
to the thing
cool.
I'm trying to walk you through? Okay, cool. Is
Absolutely.
the question related to the thing I'm trying to walk you through, Sean?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Okay. On the globe model, those two army men, do you understand that they are at the top of that ball in any example you give me, right?
Yo, it's ain't about the globe model. There's a ball in your hand, Sean. Forget the
This is
globe. There's just
100%.
a ball.
This
There's
is
just a
about the
ball in
globe
your hand.
model, Jeremy.
No,
This
forget
is
the
about the
globe
globe
model for
model.
now. I need to show you. Forget the globe model for now. I need to show you how
Okay.
there can still be a hump. Even I don't know. Am I breaking up, Sean?
There may be a lag, Jeremy, but I'm not interrupting
Okay.
you, I swear.
Okay. Forget the globe model. There's a ball in your hand. Can I just walk you through
Okay.
this scenario, or are you desperate to not let me walk you through this
Dude,
scenario because it blows your whole idea
SE,
that
am I
there's
interrupting
no hump?
him?
Yeah.
Is
Well,
there
look,
like I
he's
Why
a
are
think
you
little
there's an
bit
issue with
interrupting
excited.
the
me?
mics, dude. I'm not interrupting you, Jeremy.
John, just let him ask you a series of questions, bro. Just
I'm
play
trying
along.
to. I'm not. He's yelling at me for interrupting, and I'm not.
Well, there's a bit of like. Just answer a few
I
of his
agree.
questions. He'll come down and you'll have the convo. Just let it flow, bro. Let it flow.
I do. I agree with you. I'm trying. He's
Okay,
yelling at
let him
me.
get it out, Sean. Come on, man.
All right. Can you hear me now, Sean? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sean. There's a
Go,
ball
Jeremy.
in your hand. Thank you. There's a ball in your hand, Sean. Right? You with me? Clear ball.
Yes, Jeremy. I'm with you.
I want to walk Sean through this, but he's desperate to not get walked through this because it blows his whole idea
Do
out
you
of the
see what's
water.
Se? You asked me to let him get through it. I'm here, Jeremy. Just
Yeah, but you
go.
didn't answer. You're enjoying this too much, Sean. Come on, man. Come
No,
on,
no.
bro.
I'm. What it is I'm being too calm. I'm here to listen to you, Jeremy. Just go through it, so you don't think I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, but answer his questions. He asked you. You
Okay.
have a ball in your hand, right? Say yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Jeremy. I have a
Okay, go
ball in
on,
my
Jeremy.
hand.
Okay, there's a clear ball in your hand.
I have a clear ball in
Now,
my hand.
there's a clear ball in your hand. Yep. I'm
Yes.
gonna stab arrow through the ball. It's a black
Stabbing
arrow.
the arrow through the ball. Got it.
We can now see the cord line, right?
Yes.
Army, you put your eyeball next to where the arrow comes out of the ball on one side, and you put an army guy on the other side, and you can now clearly see that there is a hump of ball blocking the bottom of the army guy, right?
Yes.
I pulled it. You don't move anything. Pull the arrow out. Does that make the hump disappear? Did the hump magically disappear because I pulled the arrow out?
No.
Hump is still there. Hump is still there, even though we can't see the cord, right?
Correct.
Blows your whole retarded notion that just because we can't see the cord, there's no hump, right?
No.
Okay, now how? Explain how.
I don't
Okay.
even want to hear how. I'm
Jeremy,
good.
okay, I was going to SC. Okay, so he told me to forget the globe model, put a clear ball in my hand, put an arrow through it, and then for his example, he would be 100% correct. With that ball in my hand, from one army guy to the other army guy, there is a rise between the two. That is what makes the hump. Now, if we go on the globe model, both those army guys are at the top of the globe. Why? Because of this thing you guys all hate, gravity. But the reality is, in the globe model, which we were talking about, both army guys are at the top. And at that point, on the real Earth, for the globe model, curvature starts at your feet and it's drop all the way to that other army guy. Go to the other army guy, it's the exact same thing. So there is no rise between the two, which means there is no hump. The chord line is not observable, making the Earth between the two not a hump.
That's fantastic. But we just went through how there can still be a hump there, even if you can't see the chord in the ball example. Just because you can't see a
I,
chord doesn't make the hump disappear. There's still a hump from the chord.
Jeremy, I agreed with you. In your example, there's a hump. I agreed with you. I don't know what you're arguing for.
And Sean, in any example where there's a chord, hump above and a hump above the chord, just because you can't see the chord in any example, just like the ball in your hand or your globe model Earth, because you can't see the chord doesn't mean there's not a hump coming up above the chord. It's irrelevant if you can see the chord or not.
Okay, I'll maybe say it one more time on that. For both observers, they're at the top of the globe, and for both observers, curvature starts at their feet and drops away from them. If from both observers curvature drops away from them, there is no rise between them. I can't say it any more clear.
There is a rise from the straight line chord, which makes a hump, which is what we're talking about.
On your example, you are correct. On the globe model, thanks to gravity and everyone being at the top of the globe for their position, there is no rise between them. Therefore, there is no hump between them.
Okay, so you agreed with my ball example.
Yes.
Earth and your globe model Earth is like a ball, right?
Add gravity for the globe
So let's
model.
say
Again,
you're a huge giant. Let's say you're a huge giant and you have the whole Earth in your hand and you stab an arrow through the Earth, just like we did with the
yes,
ball. Now there's a chord there you can
correct.
see. So now there's a
Okay,
chord
fine.
there you
Yeah.
can see.
Mhm.
Now you can put your giant eyeball down to the ground and you can see that, oh, look, there's a hump and there's stuff being blocked bottom up by the hump, right?
Again, your example.
Sean, right?
Can I answer, please?
I
Your
know, but I got to
example.
follow up.
Just finish
I
your
have to
follow up,
follow up,
then follow up.
right?
Go ahead.
Just like answer that. Can you answer that though? The giant, he does the same thing we do with the ball in our hand.
You're not talking about the globe model. Okay. Yes, you're right.
Yes, he has the whole Earth in his hand. It's a giant, and he's got the whole Earth in his hand.
Okay.
Arrow. He stabs an arrow through it. Now he can see the chord.
Okay.
Now he puts his eyeball down. He sees that, oh, look, there's a giant building in the distance. It's being blocked by this giant hump of Earth, right?
Go ahead. Yes, continue.
Now he pulls the arrow out. Did the hump disappear?
For the giant, no.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. The geometry doesn't change from a ball in your hand to the ball bigger. The geometry doesn't change.
You're correct. The geometry doesn't change. The reality of it is, for both observers, there is no rise between them. So for you, Jeremy, there's no hump. For the giant, there can be a hump. For you, the ball example you gave, there's a hump. But for reality, Jeremy, there's no hump. That's why you have to keep taking it out of reality to show me there's a hump.
I'm not taking it out of reality. In your model, there is a hump.
Okay,
Just like the
Your
little
first
ball.
example, hang on, I'm talking. Your first example is a clear ball with an arrow through it, and the army guys. You said forget the globe model when you made that example, and I agreed with you. There's a hump. That's not real world. Then you said a giant has our globe model in his hand, and then you asked me about the same situation about the arrow and the cord line, and I explained to you again. There's no fucking giant holding Earth looking at both people. So in the real world, Jeremy, the two observers are both at the top of that ball. And at the top of that ball, the curvature starts at their feet. And as you go away from them, it always drops away for both of them, meaning there is no rise between them, which means there is no hump between them. That is real world. Now, anything besides that, a giant, a clear ball in your hand, is not real world. That's what I keep explaining to you.
Yeah, in your globe model, there's no difference from the ball in your hand with the cord and the hump. It's the exact same geometry, just scaled up larger. Do you understand that?
I understand that if you want to have a ball in your hand, a giant holding that ball, and your examples, there is a hump. But in the real world, there's not a hump.
Okay, do you understand the geometry doesn't? I'll ask the question again since you just dodged it. Do you understand that just because you scale it up, the geometry doesn't change?
It makes zero difference of scale. It's the same example if you're talking about the globe model and how we explain curvature. If you want to take it to some other example, then fine, Jeremy, there is a hump. But in the real world, on this globe that we're explaining, or I'm explaining, there is no hump for that exact reason. Not a dodge of the question. I directly answered your question just now.
So you agree the geometry doesn't change just because you scale it up. It's the same exact thing going on, right?
Same situation.
Same exact hump, same exact cord. Everything's the same, right?
If you have an imaginary line that goes through the earth, then sure, Jeremy. But in reality, nope.
You can't have an imaginary line on Earth.
No, not in our observation.
No cords in the globe model.
Again,
Model.
you cannot see a chord. You cannot measure a chord. You cannot observe a hump between two people on the surface of Earth because there is no rise between them.
Well, there you go, SE. There's no hump. There's no bulge. There's no bulge of water blocking the bottom of cutting the bottom of objects off in the globe model.
I guess you can.
Hey, not to change subject, but do we know this guy Al Glory? He wants voice verification. Do we know? Is he a sock? What's going on? Do you know, Jeremy?
That's all glory. Concave guy.
All glory to the concave Earth guy.
Yeah. Yep.
So we got to the bottom of this. No hump or hump.
No hump.
Yep. There's no hump on the globe model. There's no hump of Earth blocking the bottom of objects. I don't know what would be blocking the bottom of objects if there's no hump from the cord line, but apparently there's no hump.
Hmm.
That's funny way of wording that. But I think I got my point across. I don't think we have to repeat it again. But we could. I don't mind. I'm in a great mood
You
today.
made it crystal clear. It's crystal clear. There's no hump of Earth that's blocking the bottom of objects in the distance. We got it. We got it.
Thank you.
So we're all set. No hump. I know Sean was a no humper for a while. So
Yep.
Yeah.
I do all my humping here. Earth doesn't need to do it.
Okay, so what's blocking the bottom of objects in the distance?
Physical body of water for looking over the ocean. Earth. Earth is blocking it, Jeremy.
Like a
drop.
ball. So there's like a ball. Like part of the ball is blocking the object in the distance, right?
On this globe model, Jeremy, there's this thing called gravity.
Is it like
That's why every observer.
is it like there's a ball and then there's a part of the ball is blocking the bottom of the objects in the distance?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you were to draw a chord line between those two objects, between you and the other object, that would create a hump, right?
If you drew a chord line, fuck yeah.
Because so in your mind, just because we can't see the chord line, that means the hump disappears.
Again, Jeremy, because a chord line is not observed in, because the chord line is not observed in reality, there is no rise between that chord line. That chord line doesn't exist. I'm sorry. In reality, does not exist. There is no rise between the two observers on the globe model.
So anytime a glober tries to pull out a chord line, I could be like, nope, you can't do that because we can't ever observe a chord line.
If they're talking real world, no, they can't.
Yeah, if they're trying to draw diagrams of Earth, they put a chord line in there. I can just be like, nope. Sean G said there's no. Sean G said there's no chords.
Again, if you want to draw a diagram, just like you want to hold a clear ball, put an arrow through it, yep, you can draw a chord line. That's not real world though. That's a diagram, Jeremy.
Yeah, so I can just tell them their diagram doesn't relate to reality. You can't see a chord ever.
Yes, you can. Yep, absolutely. Yep,
it's good to know. I hope you just stick around then. Stick around for when Xanax
or
Kosho or something comes in.
Or Bacon or anybody. Yep, absolutely. SC Montreal. Haven't I done this with Glovers before?
Oh yeah. Sean doesn't mess around with this one.
Yeah, I don't mind at all, Jeremy. I don't give a fuck who it is. I will explain to him blue in the face to a Glover how retarded that sounds.
It sounds retarded when you're saying it because in your globe model, there's chords.
In my globe model, with reality, there is no hump, and I explained that to you. If you don't want to believe me, that's fine. If you want to twist my words, that's fine. But I have the same argument, and I've had the same argument for a very long time. Globe or flatter, I don't give a fuck who you are. So this is called reality. That's why I agreed with you, Jeremy. When you gave me those two different examples with the giant and the clear ball and the arrow, I agreed with you. Yeah, hump. There's a hump there. Reality, no hump. I even explained it. I think I explained it well. I would love for Xanax.
It's called Always on Topper. I think we can give a name to this. Always on top.
Yeah, well, that's if we're talking about the globe model and the understanding of it, that's just the reality of it. I try. I'm also very confident in myself. So if you want me to send you a DM snack, just let me know.
All right, we're about to get Palestine turned up in this bitch.
Here we go.
What's up?
You've been waiting all morning to do that shit, huh, Dicela?
Yep. Yeah, we had like a fucking long ass conversation yesterday. I did not expect that conversation to go on for as long as it did.
I will say this again. I know very little about this topic, but I will say I saw a statistic last night that was bone cringing. They said that 53% of Gaza had been destroyed. At some point, you got to give a fuck that there's a lot of innocent people still there, right?
Yeah, they're indiscriminately bombing everything, bro.
Because like I heard you guys talk about like the pamphlet thing, but then like I also heard that like they weren't just letting people through the border; they were kind of like shuffling to the most southern end of Gaza. That's odd. But
Yeah,
here's my
there's
next
no
question.
border there. There's nowhere to go.
Here's what confuses me. Okay, so I think we're all in agreement. What started this was a terrorist attack. No matter how it started, blah blah blah. So Hamas.
Yeah, it's kind of like a 9/11 type thing.
Okay, Hamas is the terrorist group that did it, correct?
That's what they say. Yep.
Okay. Who is the military of Gaza for the Palestinians?
They're both the military and the governing body, believe it or not.
So it was a terrorist attack by a military uh, group, basically. So it was a military.
No,
it
no,
wasn't
no, no.
a
By a
terrorist group.
military government. They're the
Yes. So
government, they're the terrorists, they're the freedom fighters, they're everything.
Okay. Let me ask this question. So they represent Gaza, basically, the Palestinians.
They control it. Yes.
They represent them. They are their military.
Like I told you, they're the military and the government.
Okay. So it wasn't a terrorist attack. It was a declaration of war.
I don't know if they declared. Did they declare war? That's a
Well,
good one. Well, I should know that,
well,
but I don't
if
know.
it's there's a difference between a terrorist group and a government. If a government, then it is an act of war, and then they are responsible for the deaths, not Israel.
Well,
In
I
my
think that's a
opinion,
good
I may be
point,
wrong.
Sean. We should define that. Like, what defines a terrorist group?
A group apart from the government.
Not in
Okay,
this
I said
so
that questioning. I said that questioning just so everyone knows.
yeah, so that's I mean that's reasonable, right? Like, could a government be considered a terrorist organization? Is that possible?
I don't
I'm
think it
asking.
is. I don't feel like it is if they're recognized as a government.
Because I mean, this
Well, here,
is very important.
maybe this will help, right? Under the rules of war, when a people are occupied, they have the right to resist. So this is like a very complex situation here because we have a people that are occupied and they're resisting, but they're also being called terrorists. So
Okay,
this is like yeah.
I think I got a new definition then. Did Hamas stay within the rules of war?
No,
I don't think so.
they did not.
Then it is a terrorist attack.
Yeah, but
Yes.
hold on now.
Yes.
Hold on, because Israel's not staying within the rules of war either.
Correct.
So when you've got two warring factions that are stepping outside of boundaries and exceeding the limitations of war, could it ever be that you have terrorist on terrorist activity? Like, is that even possible, or is there always a victim when there's a terrorist involved?
I think there are always victims when terrorists are involved because usually terrorists don't give a fuck. And yes, you tend to have two terrorist factions in this situation fighting against each other. Absolutely.
And
that's pretty well said, bro. Yeah, they're two terrorist factions, right?
And they're trying to slap the label upon the other, right? To delegate the victim status upon themselves.
Okay, then who is the victim?
Well, the innocent people on both sides are the victims. I think we've got two terroristic organizations feuding, and I think, the innocent people in the middle of the crossfire are the victims, but that's just how I see it.
How do you stop it?
Well, we talked about this yesterday, and as he said, bring in the United Nations to essentially confiscate Jerusalem to where it's open land for all, not just one or the other.
Isn't that what sparked the whole separation in the first place?
Well, that's very complicated. That it extends out hundreds, if not thousands, of years. But the fact of the matter is, there's one specific location that neither one side can agree on who owns it. So, being that they can't agree on it and they're causing chaos, that's when somebody like a responsible party needs to step in and say, look, neither one of you get to have it now, but yet you both can enjoy it.
Well, here's the problem. Where is the UN stand? Where does the UN stand right now?
Well, the problem is the United States is a superpower within the UN, and they're in heavy support of Israel. So we've got a very biased perception on the whole matter, in my opinion. So United Nations, they're just kind of turning their head to this whole thing right now.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, okay. I could be wrong.
The UN have come out and repeatedly said that there should be a ceasefire. The war should stop. They've even openly criticized Israel.
Yeah,
time
yeah.
out.
But
Israel asked for the
Let me ask
UN.
this question. Hang on. Let me ask this question.
Whoever's in charge of the UN to be fired. Israel have openly said that person should be fired.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what Israel says. Why isn't the UN? UN doesn't go, hey guys, stop it. They're supposed to be the ones that go, enough is enough. Now we're gonna help you figure it out since you guys can't.
Right.
Why aren't they doing that?
Because that's not the UN's mandate. That's not the power the UN.
Yes, it is.
The UN.
That's exactly what the UN has.
That's
what the fuck is the UN?
What the UN is. The UN is a union of nations. On its own, it is nothing. The UN exists due to its member states. It's the member states that vote and decide what statutes or rules should be passed. The UN by itself has no power, doesn't say anything. It is more a humanitarian organization. It can provide humanitarian support, nothing else.
Okay, does nothing else? Does the UN have an army?
No. Why would the UN have an army? It's not a country.
Yes, the UN does have an army.
What are you talking about?
The UN does have an army. They do have an army. They carry fucking we saw them in Iraq. What are you talking about?
They were in California.
The United Nations has no military force of its own. Show me the army they have.
Yes, they do. It's not necessarily their own. Nate, please. Nate, please. Oh. It's a collaboration of all those union states combined.
Exactly. That is the UN's army. That is armies of other countries working together.
Yeah, but they've already said that. Look, you're going to get X amount of troops in a certain situation in a time of need. We're going to delegate X amount of troops from each neighboring nation to go and deal with whatever situation arises. That's an army.
If the countries agree on it, yes, but that is not the UN's army. That is the armies of the participating countries. The claim you guys made is that the UN has its own army. You guys were wrong.
Again,
they only have their own peacekeeping force.
The same way in the States, they were able to start a national guard, basically. The UN is able to pull these troops, and those troops then represent the UN, not the countries that they are running under.
No, they represent the
countries.
Again,
any country that is part of the UN who doesn't agree to give them troops for whatever need they have becomes an issue, wouldn't it?
No,
Isn't that what again?
That's
so what
not
does the
what
UN
happened.
do again?
You guys don't know. The UN,
so you're
as
telling me the UN is the Red Cross, is what you're saying.
Basically, it's a Red Cross for governments. So it's governments coming together, discussing issues. No one country or government has. Okay, let me not say that. There are, I think, 5 countries that have a veto vote. So just them on their own, they can go against any decision all of the other countries make. I think it's Russia, us.
Yeah. Can I explain it? 2 seconds.
And
the UN, bro. Let me explain it.
Controls the UN. The UN doesn't have an army of its own. The UN is not an organization without its member states.
Can I read this?
Guys, the UN is a peacekeeping. Listen for a second, man.
Peacekeeping. Exactly.
There's the governing body, right? There's the General Assembly, right? Which vote, right? That vote is meaningless. Okay, it's just a vote.
Exactly.
Now you have. Let me finish, bro. 30 seconds. Now you have the permanent 5, right? That's the Security Council. That's what counts, right? Those 5 countries. Now the UN has a peacekeeping force. Right now they're in Cyprus, right? They have a peacekeeping force and they're keeping the peace. That's what the UN does.
Exactly. It's
Or
not an army.
supposed
And
to
it
do.
says,
Yeah.
and so
So
it
you guys are
says,
all
so
wrong.
just like I was saying before, they get troops. So member states are asked to contribute military and police personnel required for each operation.
Mhm.
And like Montreal
Yes.
said, they're called peacekeepers. And they, like I
Yes.
said, those people those troops, police, whatever that they get for whatever countries, no longer represent those countries. And here's how exactly what I was saying. Peacekeepers wear their country's uniforms and are identified as UN peacekeepers by the UN blue
Yes.
helmets, their berets, and badges. And those guys carry weapons. That army
Yes.
is a standing army for the UN at that time. Just because they don't have a standing army that they build up and then goes out doesn't mean they don't have these guys that I'm talking
You
about.
don't have an
Doesn't
army.
mean
That's not the army, bro.
doesn't mean I'm not done. Doesn't mean they don't have a standing army that they could take into Israel and fucking Gaza and stop that shit.
They don't. They don't have a standing army
Oh
that can
my
go in and
fuck.
do that.
Okay.
The UN don't even
Again,
pay those
the fact
soldiers.
when
Those soldiers.
they get
Yo, you
soldiers
were
and
finished,
police
Sean.
from
You were
other
finished.
countries,
You were finished, bro.
you know, when they
You were
get
finished.
soldiers and
Yeah,
police
but
from
you
other
made
Let
your
him
countries,
talk,
point, Sean.
bro.
Come
Let him
those
on,
talk.
soldiers
you
and
gotta
police
pass the
then
mic.
represent the UN,
Like this
and
is
they are
ridiculous.
the army for the UN at that
Sean was
time.
done.
He don't sound finished. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to give a little
All right.
room for each other, guys. Nate, go ahead.
Okay. So Sean, the original claim you, Dyslow, and Snag said was that the UN has its own army. I explained it to you. It wasn't the own army. I
I,
told you that
I
it
corrected.
is that the people within that army are from the member states. You just
It's
went
already
and
been covered
reiterated
and
what I
acknowledged.
already said.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
already
that's
been
what I
stated and
said in the
acknowledged,
that's
but
what
that still doesn't mean
I'm
they don't
still
have an
talking.
army
I'm
at
still
call.
talking, bro. Come on, I'm still
I
talking.
know, but you're just talking over yourself
I'm
now.
still
Like the
talking.
whole
I'm still
conversation
talking.
didn't fucking
I'm
happen.
still
Like we
He
didn't
can't
just get.
talk
Like
over
I didn't
himself.
just get done reading that.
You
All
can't
right,
accuse him of
Sean.
talking over himself. No way.
Sean, you got to give him some room, Sean. Just let him make his point. We already know his point. We already, just please
Yeah.
give some room.
Yeah, so my point is I was right, you guys were wrong. Now Sean is agreeing with me. That's my point.
That's fine,
Oh, because
Nate.
I didn't fucking
Can I
read
just say
that
that I
shit
was
off
right because
already,
I
and I
said that they
didn't
have
make
a
it very
peacekeeping
clear.
force?
You weren't right.
Hey, I was
I
right though.
couldn't hear
No,
any
you
of
weren't.
Sorry, I was right.
No, you weren't.
it. Yeah.
I think
Snacks, did
all
you
of you
say
were
No,
right.
I said the right thing, so I was right.
what did you say, Snacks?
I said they have a peacekeeping force.
Oh, okay. If you said that I didn't hear you. My
So
bad,
what?
bro.
That's not an army.
That's not an
It's just
army.
It's a technicality. They're tanks.
No,
I
it's a
posted
technicality.
pictures. Whatever. They have
It is an
armaments.
army. Yeah. Okay. Do they have weapons?
Anywho,
They have guns,
a
armies.
lot of
No.
people
Well,
have
don't
weapons
answer that
today. It
question.
doesn't make them armies, I have
Is
I
it a
know,
weapons
but they're
too.
stand? Okay,
labeled
my
UN.
bad. Is it a standing militia with
It-
army with fucking weapons?
It's
Yes.
not an army, bro. It's a peacekeeping force. It's very different from an army.
Well, either way,
No
we've got
weapons.
troops. We've got troops with guns that we can call upon in a time of need to step into a confliction like this and keep the peace. And that's what we need to be using. And the fact that it's not being used should tell you that there's a bigger issue at play here.
Yeah, but the reason it's not being used is because they're not being allowed into Gaza, right?
Oh
So
wow.
Israel are not agreeing to a ceasefire. The whole world is calling for a ceasefire so that some sort of humanitarian aid can be allowed in, especially from the UN and any of these other peace organizations.
But
Then
But
why aren't
Israel
they?
is not
Why isn't the
letting that
UN sanctioning it? Isn't Israel being sanctioned for it then? Why aren't they
sanctioned by
being
who?
stopped at all? Why anybody? Okay, so that's how it works now. The world, there is no one governing the world. Wait, isn't that what the fucking UN
Being
does?
governed. Like,
Who's
who
it?
do you want to sanction Israel?
well, that's
And
that's
the United States
precisely what
can.
the UN is supposed to do. And
You really think we're going to
the
sanction
UN is
Israel?
supposed to have. Wow, man, there's
Yes.
no room here.
Yeah. Yeah, they should.
I'm sorry, Isla. I'm
Absolutely.
so sorry. Isla, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. I'm so sorry.
Why shouldn't they? Fuck.
Oh, Sean, let Dyslo get in, man. Go ahead, Dyslo.
I mean, I thought that was the whole purpose of the United Nations was to be a third unbiased party in the midst of a confliction just like this one. Like, why is it that the UN doesn't have overreaching oversight to step into Israel, regardless of Israel's feelings about the ceasefire? Like, I thought that's the whole point of the UN.
I'll
Oh,
tell you
thought
why.
wrong. That
Check
was
this out,
never
guys.
the point.
There was a
Oh,
vote.
oh, damn.
Let me say this, bro. It's important. There was a
Okay.
vote just recently. Check this out, Nate. There was a vote recently in the UN, in the General Assembly, right? 140 countries voted for a ceasefire. 17 said no, and 45 abstained. Now, the reason why it didn't go through, because one of the countries that said no was America, and they're one of the permanent 5. So it doesn't matter. There could be 200 countries voting for a certain thing. It doesn't matter. It's a paper vote, right? They just ignore it. It's the top 5 that run the show. So that's why.
Yeah, that's correct, but that doesn't answer Daislow's question. To answer your question, Daislo, that was never the purpose or intention of the UN. The UN has never had that power. If you thought they had that power, you thought wrong. The UN, without
Okay.
its member states, is nothing. It is not a body that has a voice on its own. It cannot sanction countries. Countries sanction other countries. America will place sanctions on North Korea and then tell all of its buddies, if you guys don't sanction North Korea, we're gonna not do business with you anymore. We're gonna arrest all of your citizens. So other
Oh
countries are
wow.
forced into doing what the U.S. do.
Jeez, man. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that the U.S. is so closely related with Israel, they're essentially in cahoots. Should demonize them as being a biased vote. They shouldn't have a vote in this situation. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's might makes right. Look at the top 5. They're the most powerful countries. That's the way it's done, bro. It's a gang.
yeah, but I
Think
mean,
of it as a
it
mob.
goes both ways. It's the same way if somebody wants to do something to North Korea, Russia and China are going to stop you and say, no, North Korea, that's our buddy, where Israel's our buddy, and they will veto any maneuver against them. To me,
Exactly. Yep.
the number one sign of hypocrisy, though, is the ICC, the International Criminal Court. The day after the Russia-Ukrainian war started, they put out a, what do you call it, an arrest warrant for Putin. They were
For
they are being
Putin.
put under, yeah, now they're being put under pressure by a lot of countries to put out an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, right? Because Israel are committing war crimes. The ICC are silent on the issue, like they're too afraid to
Yep.
do shit.
And the
So
world is watching.
so let me ask you, Nate, since you seem like you're pretty knowledgeable on how this works, what would be the solution, in your opinion, on how to nullify this conflict?
The solution would be for countries to say, fuck what the laws say, let's use common sense, and we just force Israel to stop what they're doing. Obviously, no one's going to do that, because to do that, you'd have to go against us, the U.S.
Right, right. So that doesn't sound logical. So like, what would be the most practical, logical solution aside from going outside of those boundaries there, like you just said?
The most practical, logical solution is not feasible. That's what I'm trying to say, Daislo. The most logical solution would be for countries. I mean, aside from pressuring Israel to stop and putting sanctions on Israel, there's really no other way to stop this war.
Now let's like think outside the box here, right? Like,
Okay.
and I know this is a little far fetched, but what if the every average day family man set his duties aside and decided to make some sort of like a pilgrimage over to the Middle East, like, and we did it in such vast mass amounts to where it was like unprecedented. Like, would that be a possibility?
Yes, that would work. I don't know how possible or likely that is, but that would definitely work. That would work in any situation. If the masses, you, me, us ordinary folk, because we outnumber those in power 1,000 to 1. If we all decided enough is enough, and we made our voices heard on a mass scale, that could fix all of the world's problems. But we're not going to do that.
Well, let's think about that for a second. Like, would we have to physically boots on the ground be in that particular location, i.e., Gaza, or could we just go to our state capitals? Like, what would be the approach to this?
We could all say, you know, if there was a way for all of us to send an anonymous message on Discord or on Facebook or Twitter or something, we could all decide, you know, we could, i.e., unionize, you know, as a mass global public and all say, none of us are going to work anymore. None of us are paying taxes anymore. None of us are taking part within any sort of governmental systems. We're not voting anymore. We're not, you know, listening to what the police tell us anymore. We are going to take matters into our own hands. We're not going to shop at Walmart no more. We're going to provide for ourselves and for each other. That would, you know, whoever's in power would have no more power
So
whatsoever.
you're saying full on anarchy is like essentially
It's the only way. Yeah.
is the required.
Think the Arab Springs. That's what we would have to do on a global scale. But, I mean, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, I mean that's unfortunate because it's like, you know, there should be a certain call or cry out, you know, that requires this sort of response from the everyday common person, you know, and like we're just not seeing that. We're seeing so many like weird things happening to innocent people left and right, and it seems to be happening like more and more consecutively and on a larger and larger scale as time carries on. Like we've got to unite as people, not as nations, not as governments, but as just the common everyday person around the world in situations like this, and really be able to kind of boycott the system in such a way to make our voices heard. It's unfortunate we haven't done that yet. With Facebook, with all the social media, with everything we've got to communicate worldwide, why haven't we put that together yet? Like that needs to happen. Nobody goes to work. Nobody fucking, like you said, nobody shops at the store. You know, whatever it may be that gets the message out clear, the action needs to happen. People need to unite for each other.
I agree with you 100%, Isla. It more than likely will not happen, fortunately.
Well, let's just say we wanted it to happen. How would we get that message out? Like obviously it would take time for it to go from one end to the other, and
Not
you're gonna
really.
have some translation, you know, stuff. I mean, there's gonna be some time involved. You don't think
Yeah,
so?
maybe a month tops to get the message out to everybody and have everyone on the same page and proper coordination, right? Because we would all need to do this in sync. Can't be
Right.
we're protesting today and then tomorrow we're not protesting. You know, it's got to be properly managed, because while we are protesting, because we're not relying on these you know, social systems we have in place anymore, we got to now provide for ourselves. So
So
you know,
let's.
because what uh-huh.
Well, I was just gonna say. I mean, we've got 51% of Gaza decimated. We estimated roughly a month to get the message out. I mean, do we even have that much time before the damage is dealt?
But it's not just about Gaza. I mean, Gaza isn't the only place in the world right now being illegally occupied or,
True.
you know, yeah, being, you know, confronted by war. It's a global problem. You know, I think a month is worth it, because we would need to plan this properly. Because you would need to know that from here on in, you're not going to be working, right? So you need to know that you got food security, you know, power security, all of these things. If no one's going to work anymore and the national grid system is going to be shut down because there's no one to man it, then we need to look at alternative sources of energy. You know, how are we gonna, you know, do things? Since we all opting out of the system, how are we gonna do things? How are we gonna have internet if no one's working at AT&T no more? See what I'm saying? We're giving up a lot in doing this.
Yeah, that is true. And then it's like once you give up that, like you said, AT&T, no more internet. how do we communicate, right? And kind of
Exactly. Yeah.
so maybe it can't be to that extreme, to where it's like we shut down our necessities. Like maybe we
I
keep
think it
those
can.
people working.
No, I think it could work. It's just that month where we are planning while AT&T is still working, we need to have proper rules and agreements set in place. The agreement should be that, listen, after the 30th of November, it's going to be no more internet, right? But we need to trust each other. I need to know that if I'm still here protesting in New York, right? Somebody in Mexico is protesting as well. They're not going to stop. No, there needs to be that trust because we're not going to be able to communicate with each other anymore live, So whatever messages we send each other, they'll be delayed. If we send a letter, it might only reach Mexico next week. But there needs to be that belief, that trust, that confidence that throughout that period, we're all fighting the struggle. No one is giving up.
Right. Right. That's something to think about,
Which,
huh?
yeah, but would that work? Like, do we trust each other enough? For
Well,
me to
let's
say, listen, I'm gonna give up my livelihood, hoping that the dude in New Zealand also gives up his livelihood, hoping that if they come and bribe that dude in New Zealand, he won't take the bribe. He'll carry on fighting the good fight.
right. Well, let's hypothetically assume that it happens as planned, right? Do you think it's going to make the necessary changes? Do you think the
Yeah,
governments? You think the governments are going to listen? Once they see how we've united.
yeah. They will be scared shitless, and they'll realize there's nothing they can do. I mean, what other choice do they have? They're
Right.
gonna
So
wipe us all off the face of the earth. That's 99% of the world's population gone. Who's gonna
right.
do all of their work and their bidding and man their armies and like I mean, there's nothing they can do if we all unite. That's
Well,
why they do everything within their power to keep us divided. I'm so sorry,
well,
man.
let's say it happens, right? And we flex on them and we do it. Like how can we how can we further and bolster the movement to essentially uh for the better? I mean, for the betterment for the future, right? Like obviously like that would be a huge endeavor, right? For I mean, I don't think this has ever happened in the history of humanity. So let's just say this does happen and we stick it to the man. Like, how can we further better the future with that action? Like, is there something else that we can add to it to kind of like prevent this from being a potential issue in the future? Like, there's got to be another step to this.
Well, once we've done this, we would then need to rewrite social standards and norms, right? We would need to create new institutions within society. We would need to decide, okay, now that we've done away with governments, do we want them to come back? Do we want to have a different way of governance, of ruling? How do
Right.
we bring about new social systems, without having the people in charge, the people we elect to man those social systems, abuse their power?
So it's almost
I
like
don't.
we have to have that in place before this ever happens. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going to be hard to
Yeah.
do once the deal's done. So it's kind of like all of that's got to be hashed out prior to the mass boycott.
Yeah. Whatever it is that needs to be hashed out, I don't know. Because unfortunately, my whole life, I've only known democracy and, two-party governmental systems. I don't know what an alternative would be to not having a government. I haven't been taught what that might be, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, prior to the internet, the government seemed like a necessity. But I think now that we've kind of have this open dialogue across the board, like it doesn't necessarily. It seems like the the government system, the traditional governmental systems are obsolete and
I
really a
agree.
cancer.
I 100% agree with you. We don't need governments anymore. But if we get rid of governments, what do we put in place of them? Do we allow machines to run society? Do we create a technocratic type of system where the Secretary of Health is a doctor, something like that, where people who are trained to do these things are placed in charge? How do we make sure they don't abuse power? Because we can't check what they do every single day. We can't be there watching every single meeting they have, making sure they're not making deals behind closed doors, right?
Right. There's kind of has to be like a self-regulating algorithm, essentially, kind of like the blockchain in place that kind of sees these things and points out the issues or the conflicts that could potentially arise and fix it before it happens. Like, I know it sounds complicated, but there's got
I
to be.
get that that is something that could be done, but then that's you basically saying we would have a machine controlling our lives, and this machine would be God. Like that would be the real God, right? It would literally be watching your every move. It would be like a sky daddy in the sky watching you through your phone, through the smart apps in your house, watching everything you do.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
So, yeah, but that would be. I mean, it's either we allow humans to govern other humans, or we have a machine do it for us, or we decide there's no governance at all. It's every man for himself. But I don't know.
Why can't we just have like small city states? You know what I mean? Like, instead of like one centralized government agency, just have a collaboration within every state or city, like just on a smaller level, and they're all kind of unique to one another. I don't know. I mean, I know we're kind of getting off the reservation here with creating this utopia, but something's got to give, guys. Something's got to give. We're being manipulated by these governments into just mass genocide, dude, and it's got to stop.
I'm with you, man. I'm 100% with you. Something's got to give, but what is that something? I For me, the only way we could get it to work is through education over time, right? If you educate people to the level where they know how to be responsible enough, number one, and number two, they choose to work together. Because right now we have a system that promotes individualism and individual accomplishment, right? That promotes competition. If we had a system that didn't promote that, that didn't educate you to necessarily be competitive, but to be more cooperative with others, right? To say, listen, I have 2 apples, Dicelo has none. I'm gonna give 1 apple to Dicelo. We don't have a system that really promotes that.
Yeah,
It might
no,
take
you're absolutely right.
generations. Yeah, it might take generations to educate people to be that way. But I think if we started now, by the time our grandkids were around, they would have that mindset. They would be so different from. They would want to help each other. And when you have that sort of a system, then you don't need governance because everyone's looking out for everyone else.
Yeah, yeah, and that's how it needs to be. We need to be on one team.
Hmm.
How we get there, I don't know, man, but we really need to start working towards that as the people.
Well,
Government ain't gonna do it. They don't want that, obviously, right? That's the last thing they fucking want.
exactly.
But this is
Well,
what we
then
know we need.
then we got to do it for ourselves, Dicelo. We got to start at home with you and yours. Educate your kids to be different and hope that they educate their kids and that there's some butterfly effect to this. Other people see your kids and they see, whoa, Dicelo's kids are really good, humble. I wish I was like that, or I wish my kids were like that. Set the example you want to see and hope that in the end it works out. I mean, that's aside from that, I don't know.
Yeah, I like the idea, but I just feel like there needs to be more assurance rather than just
Mm.
every individual trying to just individually be better for the larger picture. Like, it's I mean, it's a great idea, and like it sounds logical, but with the tyranny at play, like it seems almost impractical.
Yeah, but you gotta have hope and belief in the human nature and human spirit. You gotta have hope that we are more good than bad. You gotta have hope in people, Daislo. The way Jesus had hope in people, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I definitely, I have hope for sure. It's just how plausible it is a whole nother thing, you know.
Mm.
But man, I mean, it's like we gotta put ourselves in their shoes and realize that it's them now going through this, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be us next week or in the future. You know what I mean? Like this shit needs to stop.
I know exactly what you mean. 'Cause it could be us tomorrow, and then the whole world abandons us and turns a blind eye and does nothing because you're afraid to criticize the U.S. government.
I don't know if anyone's got anything to add on the topic, or if you guys want to change topics. I know I got a little quiet in here, but
Yeah, you can't turn a black eye. That's all I got to add.
what's that? Can't turn a black eye.
I don't know what race had to do with any of this, Daislo. He was just saying. I think he meant to say turn a blind eye.
He did say a blind eye.
So that's all I got.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the only way we really fix the world. We got to work together and put our differences aside. Until then, like nothing's gonna change.
Yeah, I mean, I think the United Nations just really fucked up, man, on this one, and it should never be forgotten.
Yeah, but they don't have the power to do anything about it. The United Nations, the League of Nations, all of that is just a what's the word I'm looking for here? It's a fucking fugazi, bro. It's a fake
Oh yeah,
organization created
oh yeah, I
by
know.
dominantly Western states that hold most of the power within it, that they use as a proxy, get involved in other people's business. They decide who can be
Yeah,
members. They decide which people we recognize as a country and which people we don't. They decide
right,
who's the bad guy, who's the good guy in a conflict.
right.
Yeah. The
It's
United
just
Nations
crazy that we're
doesn't.
the majority and we're just we don't agree, yet it's still going on, and everyone's still going to work. I don't know, man. It's crazy to me, dude. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, it is crazy. Yeah. I mean, can you blame people? They got kids to feed. This war is happening 5,000 miles away from them. They just see it on television. They've never met a Palestinian in their life. They live in a
No,
country where throughout their whole life they've never known war, right?
I know, I get that, but it's not about their label. It's the fact that they're a human being, right? And they're waking up to a fucking nightmare every day of their life, and it's happening everywhere. It's not just there.
Mm.
There's shit happening everywhere that should not be happening. Like people need to wake up and realize enough's enough. Enough's enough. Like we know who's behind it, and we need to put a stop to it. And the only way to do it is, like you said, man, kind of boycott the system in such a way. Throw a wrench in the gears. at least momentarily. Even if we let the government still remain in power, I think an event like that on that large of a scale would be enough to just shake them in their boots to where they're going to maybe step back and think about what it is they're doing or what their future agendas are. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but
Maybe, yeah, it might scare them straight. Who knows? It might just, but like I said, it would be. I don't know why it's such a difficult thing to do, but it just seems to be a very difficult thing to do to get everybody on the same page.
well, what's the alternative? We just turn a blind eye and they continue mass genocide until they get the number low enough to where they can control the world populace. Like, I mean, what's the alternative here? Like, think about that.
Yeah, I don't know what the alternative is, but I don't know if that's really their goal. Like to rid us, that the population is at a controllable level. I think their
Yeah.
goal is clearly to expand the human footprint within our solar system for now, and maybe the galaxy later. Because I mean, if you look at the money trail, right? Look at the fact that Israel are not allowing humanitarian aid in, right? So Gaza has, I think, 8 borders on the Israeli side and 1 border on the Egyptian side. All of the 8 borders on the Israeli side are shut down. Nobody moves in and out except for military personnel. The border on the Egyptian side is the border they're allowing that Israel have opened to allow Gazan citizens to get out into Egypt. They're also allowing humanitarian aid to enter through that border. The problem is, though, they have a very tight control around what comes in and out of that border because they claim they're afraid Hamas are going to use that border to smuggle weapons in. Because of that, it took, I think, about 3 weeks before the first trucks were allowed in to supply humanitarian aid. But the day after the war started, Israel already started getting military aid from U.S. and other countries and like these big military contractors. So that's a sign that they want this war to happen. The more this war happens, the more munitions and tanks and whatnots are needed, right? They kind of want a forever war to happen, because they could crush out Hamas today, but they're making up all these excuses and reasons and this, that, and the third. So if you look at these companies that are providing the military munitions, I think what are the names, man? I forgot, but the big military contractors, a lot of them have side divisions in aviation, in the aviation industry and the space industry. I think that is their ultimate goal. That's what it looks like to me. If I follow the money trail, these big military companies that also work hand in hand with NASA, Boeing and all of these companies, they want to get off this planet some other reason. I don't know if it's to get off and leave us here, but they definitely want to get off of here.
Why would they want to put themselves in a more hospitable environment, though?
I mean, obviously they would first send out machines to those environments, right? I mean, we're going way science fiction-y here, but I think this is their goal. They want to machines there to terraform or create livable habitats and then put themselves there.
Yeah, but again, like, why would they want to put themselves in a more hospitable environment, right? Like, where they can't naturally reside, like they have to have some sort of enclosed system. That doesn't sound fun.
It doesn't sound fun if you look at it in the short term, but if you look at it over the long term, because these guys are long-term planners, a lot of them are aware they won't be alive to see the end of whatever plan they have. It might be their kids doing it. A lot of them are trying to work with different types of technologies and medicines that could make them live long enough to see these things happen. I think
Right.
a lot of them, if given the option, They would put, robotic parts in themselves. Give themselves a robotic lung, a robotic
Right.
heart. Yeah, things that would make them live long enough because they want to know what is out there. These are the people that are all about knowledge and gnosis, right? Knowing who we really are. What are we doing here? These are the questions they want answered, and it doesn't care how much human life is expended or wasted to answer these questions. They want that true gnosis.
So let's assume they've extended the average life expectancy to 500 years. They've moved to another planet. They're fulfilling the answers that they're seeking. Now what?
They expand. They go out further and further and further. Well, there's no more answers.
Well, like I
I mean,
just
no more.
said, they exhausted all of the answers they sought, and they found them. They extended the life expectancy to a reasonable age limitation that they found desirable. There's got to be something more for them to want. There's got to be something more to live for at that point.
Yeah, definitely. I think the end goal is to know everything and be gods themselves. To be able to snap your fingers and manipulate reality however you wish. But in order to do that, they need knowledge. They need to live long enough. Either themselves or their ideas and organizations need to exist long enough to have that sort of power. It seems to be almost a challenge to God. I think most of these people in power are not religious. They don't believe in God. They see the idea of there being a God as a salt to humankind. If I had to label them, I would say they are Prometheanists, right? You know all about the story of Prometheus?
Prometheus.
We,
That was
we're
a
going.
Greek. Go ahead.
We're going Greek or Iranian?
Either one. I mean, they both tell the same story.
No, different.
Yeah, in a different way, but the motif, the goal of the story is the same. Basically, there's this titan that goes against the gods because the gods want to control us and manipulate us and use us to further their own personal gains. Prometheus says, fuck that. I create humans. I cherish humans. I love humans. I want humans to be like us. So I'm going to give them fire, wisdom, all of this. And then the gods punish Prometheus for doing that. So that's how these guys see it. This idea of there being gods, chains us, prohibits us from thinking and doing things for ourselves, from understanding the world for ourselves. If we see a natural phenomenon, we just say God did it and we stop thinking there. They are of the opinion man can be like gods. Man is the true God. Man has the true knowledge. And man should be free to express that knowledge, to travel the cosmos and understand reality without limitations. And God is a limitation to that.
Maybe they've already done that. Maybe they've gone round once already, or many times, and we're remnants of these people who have ascended, quote unquote. Imagination's fun, Nate, isn't it? Has it ever occurred to you that these space programs are a way to filter money, tax money? Have you seen how much a golf buddy costs? It's like it's a golf buddy. Yeah, but it's a fancy space golf buddy. And it costs $10 billion. What the fuck?
Yeah, I wanted to say that when he mentioned that that whole money thing and the money trail, because
it's ridiculous.
When you really look at what money is, man, it's literally a facade.
Yeah. But it's a good way of filtering it. When you say, "Where's my tax money?" Well, we had to spend it on that thing, that rover. I mean, even if it was real, that'd be terribly immoral, in my opinion. So I don't think it's real, though. None of it's real.
They don't care about morals, Andy. From their point of view, morals are a God thing. Morals and values are a God thing. They don't believe in objective morals and values because they would tell you, you go to any place in the world and they go to another place, they're going to have different morals and values. It's this idea of God that bogs us down. You know, they
Listen,
believe that we should be free of morals.
you're talking about leaving this place and going elsewhere in these other worlds. I don't even know that we can do that. So
Well,
I
we
you know.
just assumed. We were.
All
We were
I
right.
hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's what I think they are trying to do. And I hear you don't believe it's possible, but they clearly think it is.
No,
I
well,
don't care
look,
what what
I
you
can
and I think.
entertain. That's the point. We can, as intelligent people, we can entertain ideas without it being all encompassing. That's you could. Can you entertain the idea that it might be false? It might be fake. It might not be possible.
I could entertain the idea, but I don't believe that to be the case. Looking at their actions, I believe actions speak way louder than words. We can sit here and say what we think and feel, but if you look at what these people are doing, their actions scream we are trying to explore the heavens. You know,
You
throughout
don't think that
history,
could
these
be a
people
potential
have been.
distraction?
I think their words are where they would distract us, not through their actions. They would say one thing and then do something else. They will
I mean, you
talk
got to remember
about
these guys are smart, Nate.
they are smart. But it doesn't matter how smart they are, they live on planet Earth with us, so we can see what they do, Islam. It's what they say that you shouldn't believe.
I'm not sure it's even a
What?
planet. So
Yeah, but that's your thoughts and feelings, Andy. I'm not questioning what you think and feel. I'm talking about what we see them trying to do. What you and I think doesn't matter to these people. These
no,
people have been
Yeah, but
looking at the
do we
sky
really see?
for.
Do we really see that, or do we only see what they want to show us? Like that's my whole point. Is
Oh,
like
we see it.
they could be
We
just
see it.
setting up a breadcrumb trail for you.
Well, if they're setting up a bread crumb trail, that's what we see them doing. No? I'm with
Right.
you, definitely. Everything I'm saying I see them doing, they could also be doing that to take me off of what their true intentions are. But I haven't seen what if
Right.
they are true intentions, I haven't seen them. I'm just talking about what I can see them do. I can speculate. Say,
Right.
it's a psyop because Earth is flat and we can't leave Earth. I could speculate that. That's just me speculating. If I were to talk about what I see them doing on the ground in reality, it is this. I see them trying to get into the heavens. For the last 7,000 years, all these people have been doing is look at the heavens, look at the sky, trying to understand it. So I mean,
these rockets go up and
So,
then they
well,
come down.
think
Though
about
they
that
don't.
though.
They
Think
just
about
come
that
straight
though.
back down.
We only know about what 4% of the world's oceans have been explored, and they're putting all this all this energy towards the heavens, or at least that's what they're trying to portray. I mean, you have to entertain the idea that it could just be look at this hand, sleight of hand type deal.
like I've said, I do entertain that idea, but that is just my thoughts and feelings. You know, that's me entertaining conspiracies and ideas and things I cannot substantiate. The only thing I can substantiate is the money trail. I see where they spend money. I see what they spend money on. I mean, I have to put two and two together there. I can't now then
Yeah,
go and
but we've
say
already said
because
money's
of
a
a
facade. Money's a
you
facade.
said
So if
that,
we know
not
money's
me.
a facade, well, it is. You don't know that? What is
Well,
money?
I don't think money is a facade. I think money is something
Money,
that
money's a
represents.
full-on facade, dude.
well, okay,
I
but
think
he's saying
money is a
that money's the only way to
representation
track
of.
what's going on.
Yeah, yeah. Money is a
That's the
representation of value.
breadcrumbs.
Hang on, hang on.
Yeah.
Money is a representation of value. Money shows us what people value. If we look at what they spend money on, that tells us what it is they value.
So if we entertain the idea that money's a facade and it's a
I'm not
breadcrumb
entertaining
trail,
that idea.
so then what? Then you would have to answer what money is.
I just told you what money is. Money is a measurement of value. Money shows you what people value. You're going to spend money on
And what's
what you
value?
value. Value is what you deem important to you. what you deem valuable, Dicelo. Like what's valuable to you might not be valuable to me. We're not going to spend money on the same things in the same places.
What's the value of a dollar?
It depends what you are willing to give up for that dollar.
Right, but
Like
that's
I
not
said, we
that's
don't value things the same.
but we don't place the value on the dollar. That's not up to the average man. The dollar has a value,
Mm.
and most people don't realize that, it's separate from the dollar. And this is where we start getting into the facade.
I don't understand what you mean by the value separate from.
So,
I mean,
for example,
money just it's just a unit of measure of value. $1 tells you that this thing value of this thing is $1, but we might not all agree on that. You might say, no, I've had this family heirloom in our family for centuries, so to me its value is X. Like,
well, look at the purchasing power of the dollar 100 years ago till now. It's significantly changed. So, again, like, we don't necessarily determine the value of our currency, right? And with that being said, it's heavily manipulated. So if you can manipulate the value of something, then it's clearly a facade. Like, I don't
that
understand how you
doesn't
don't see that.
that, that, that doesn't make it a facade. Just because value can be manipulated doesn't make value fake. I can manipulate you and make you feel um, Rolling Stones are a better band than the Beatles. And if the Rolling Stones and the Beatles drop an album at the same time, the Rolling Stones album should be more valuable. So you're willing to spend more money on it. That doesn't make it fake or a facade. It just means that value is intrinsic to the human being. And if you can manipulate the human being, you can manipulate what they put value and worth into.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But
So how
at
does
the
that
end of,
make value fake?
well, because they determine the value of the dollar. We don't have any say in that. Most people think a dollar is a dollar, but there's obviously a lot more to it than that. And when they can manipulate the value of that dollar, that currency,
Huh?
and affect your purchasing power,
Uh-huh.
now how stable is that thing? Not very stable.
I agree with you. It's not stable, but that doesn't make it not real. And the
I'm
reason
I'm
they're
not saying
able
it's not
to,
real. It's real in the
yeah,
sense that, obviously you can use it, but what's not real is the fact that there's no stability to support its value, right? Like, it's all manipulatable. And that's kind of
yeah,
like what we've been.
but that applies to everything, Dicelo. Even gold. Gold only has value because we have utility out of it. If we didn't know how to use gold,
No,
we didn't know how
that's
to
not true.
smelt it, melt it, how to manipulate it, it would have no value to us, and no one would
That's
waste money on gold.
Yeah, that's not true. I mean,
How so?
hundreds of years ago, I mean, we've been using gold for a long time prior to it having any
But
sort of, like, intrinsic component to
Not
computer parts or anything like that. Like,
it's
the only thing that
yeah,
gave gold
but
value
back then,
was
when we
quantity
were
and
using
demand.
it, yeah, but back then when we were using gold to just build things, we weren't using it for, I don't know what you said, computer chips and whatnot. Gold still had value. People were still trading gold. They valued gold.
But
As I
but
said, gold had
okay.
no use
Hold on,
for us.
hold on. First of all, it's useful. We had the ability to manipulate it to make jewelries
Hmm,
and stuff. Like it wouldn't be worth it
yeah.
if it wasn't for that. Relics, holy things, and it doesn't rust. It doesn't degrade. These are intrinsic
Hmm.
properties that gold has.
Yeah, I understand that. But what gives gold its value is the fact that it takes time to source it. The work that you have to put in to mine that gold is what sets the value of that gold first off. And then from there it could be, manipulated on its value. But what makes gold
That's one component.
what makes gold valuable is the fact that it requires work and time. Those two components is what is the base determination of the value of something.
I half agree with what you said. Time is definitely a base component of value for anything in this world, right? We value time above anything, you know, and what we are selling most of the time is our time because our time is limited. But gold only has value because we give it value, because it has some or other type of use to us. If gold had no use to us, if we were, I mean, it's the way tigers and lions don't value gold because it has no use to them. We value things that have use and purpose for us.
But that
More
was my original
purposeful,
point.
and,
Prior to electronics, gold
and we
didn't have
agree.
any. It didn't have any value. It didn't have any purpose other than the fact
It
that it
did.
was a
It
rare.
did.
It
That's
was a
not
rare
true.
thing.
No, that's not true. Before electronics, gold had value, like Snacks just said. Its
No,
value was in the production of jewelry.
I understand that, but I'm saying like, what's jewelry gonna do for you in the sense of making your life better? Like it's you can't. I mean, it's not gonna power your car. Like it's.
They
It,
well, they put it in the engine compartment of the F1 McLaren for
no,
cooling. I mean, it can have heat protection.
I'm saying I know, but I'm saying prior to technology, gold didn't really have a purpose other than the fact that it was shiny and non-corrodable, and it was it was beautiful to look at. But there was no real, and it didn't really do anything.
Yeah, but that's what gave it value to us, you know. You can't decide that because we just use it for jewelry, it was useless or not valuable. As I said, every
Like
person decides what's valuable to them. What's valuable to you, Dicelo, might not be valuable to me.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking about in the common goods, uh,
Well,
sector in the
you
sense
can't just.
of trading value. Like an agree upon value, like things of that nature. Like money is so fucking manipulated to where it's like I said, it's a fucking facade, dude.
But how is that different from gold? Before we used gold, the way we use it now, it was used for jewelry. It was used as a
Well,
trading commodity because people
because
gave it value, Dicelo.
you can't print gold into existence. Gold has to be mined. Where the dollar
Okay.
the dollar can be hyperinflated and printed into infinity and beyond, which we've seen them doing, for the
Yeah,
last
but the
however long.
more but the more money you print, the less valuable it becomes. You don't want to have more
Right.
money than the need
That's
for
my
it.
point.
But it would be the same with gold. If you had more gold than what people needed, nobody would fuck with it. You know, I mean,
Mm.
at the end
And
of the
but
day, it's all about
that's why
what
gold's
you
so
put
valuable.
value in.
but
But that's why gold is valuable, because it's a limited resource.
so as you're saying by your logic, then iron should be really really worth a lot of money because we can make weapons, we can make all kinds of things from it. So it's more useful than gold, but that doesn't mean
Well,
it's
no,
more
because
abundant.
like I said,
And so they're
it's more abundant. It has it's all about quantity and demand, right?
No,
Like
it's
that's
not.
kind of
That's not really. That's a very modern economic interpretation of it. Um, that isn't how we've been running things. That isn't how things have been working throughout history. Right now, it's more efficient, definitely, to use economical forces, supply and demand. You know, definitely that in the system we have right now, that is way more productive and functional. That isn't how things have always been. And just because things haven't always been this way doesn't mean that in the past, gold and other type of commodities didn't have value. In the past, they would use anything as a money source. People were trading, they would use salt as money. Sometimes they would just weigh things and say this
yeah,
thing
but
weighs X amount, so its weight is what its value is.
yeah,
You
that
know?
seems a little nonsensical. But I see the salt
That's
thing.
what they did.
I see the salt thing as being an idea because of what salt does, right? Like there's a lot of uses for salt. Back in the day before we had refrigerators, everybody used salt to preserve meat, and salt's got so many
Yeah, but
different
salt is
properties to
almost
it.
limitless, right?
Well,
When are we ever gonna run out of salt? I don't see you saying salt doesn't have value because we can produce as much salt as we want. We can make artificial salt. No, I mean no one's now gonna say that salt is now worthless because there's more salt than we need. You know, value is dependent on what you place value on, Dicelo. It's that simple. I gotta go, man.
Well,
Okay, I
salts,
can continue this.
hydrochloride salts are used in a lot of drugs, and they're some of the most expensive things ever.
Shit, I guess we burned out Nate.
Who else is next? Andy, unmute. He's already been burnt out. He was just trying to say that the only thing he can do is follow the money.
Yeah,
And that's all that can tell him like what's going on. But I would wager to say that even amongst the crypto game, that's even more exact than following the money in bank accounts, right?
What do you mean?
Like you could trace, like if somebody was like, let's say somebody's like, hey, I got like a whole crate full of, I got a whole bunch of guns here. Did you buy them? Because, Gaza. And they're like, oh, yeah, good idea. And then that guy takes his money. I mean, he could change it into crypto and send it to somebody else or whatever, but you can track that. So do you think that they're also tracking where the money's going to, because that's one of the principal ways that they use to disturb a network, like a terrorist network, or whatever you want to say. I think that was his general thrust from the hips of his point, but maybe not. Maybe that's my point. Haha. All right.
He ain't that at the Welland Wall or nothing, so I don't know.
Yeah.
The thrust of his hips, huh?
I don't know. The thrust of his point. What he was trying to get to. I thought that's where he was leading to. Whatever. I would also say it's got something to me. The whole blue marble thing has something to do with this holy war stuff too, and then let me tell you why. Is because they've used the ball idea to describe that like the whole thing is moving around, so there's no preferred holy land because everything's always in motion, and so it's just your silly human ideas of holy land. That I mean that's their propaganda to sort of I'm not extolling the virtues of that. Just saying, it seems to be part of this as well.
Sorry, say say that again, Snakes. What's in motion in the Holy Land?
Because their ball model is always in motion, there can't be a preferred place for Holy Land or God's preferred place, even because it's just like it's always moving around.
Ah, that's kind of interesting.
I think you can get that out of the original like statement that's in there with this probably wasn't written by him, but whatever his name is, Carl Sagan, Karl Marx, whoever it is. Anyway, yeah, it's like territorial communism in a way. We're all just blended over emotions. It doesn't matter. These are some of the biggest problems that humans face, right? Is that we need to just war over and over against for lands and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, climate change. Somebody was asking about that yesterday on 24/7, and I wanted to chirp in. I didn't say anything, but I wanted to point out that that's the forever war, isn't it? The forever war that these people want. It's perfect, and beyond that, they can make people feel bad because it's your fault. I mean, it's perfect on so many levels.
And I would also say like the UN's got a lot to do with like I mean just the League of Nations. They basically just started stockpiling weapons over in Europe to use, which is why like when World War I came around, they were like, oh good, we have this stockpile of weapons that we've been stockpiling, and there's all these people going to make money on that. People have always made money on wars. War is a financial vehicle, unfortunately.
Yeah, and when the wars stop, the money sort of dries up, doesn't it? So, yeah, that's why I said forever war.
So we're going to have this big bull run because a lot of money's going to be moving because people are like, I got to get the fuck out of here. Like, how are you going to do that with all your money? Be like, oh, the banks, they're going to, it's just all this stuff I think is is culminating right now, but it's not for. Oh boy, yeah, there seems to be a secondary purpose behind, if there is a first purpose to any of it.
What is the first purpose?
I guess like domination, like genetic domination. Like we rule this shit, you know.
You
It's
will
King of the
you will
Hills type stuff.
you will sow and we will reap.
Yeah, someone's a bottom, someone's a top in every situation here, I guess. But it's like war profiteer, like you know, that's kind of just common sense. Common dollars, whatever. It's beneficial to thin the herd. This is like I don't know all the. It's not beneficial. I don't like believing it, but this is like seems to be like what humanity just like accepts over the aeons here. As advanced as the tech is, it's like yeah, it doesn't matter. We're still pretty barbaric. But it does come down to money, doesn't it? They all do. Or the U.S. government's rationale for getting into Vietnam was for two principal reasons. One of them was rice, to control the supply of rice. The other one was to control the supply of tungsten. But they just said that as of course, a back-end excuse, right? The real thing is that they had another ammunition stockpile, and they were like, oh yeah, let's just, we'll go in, you know, be like, we'll be partners, we'll make out like bandits. We'll put the draft on, you know what I mean? Get all these, yeah. And then when all the people are drafted out, then we'll throw the psyop war. We'll drop the LSD. We'll fucking drop some heroin on this shit. Disrupt all the ghettos. Right? This is all picture perfect. Beautiful, beautiful, Andy.
I'm kind of I'm with Krishnamurti in that all conflict basically derives from thinking, and there's a lot of great stuff there as well from thinking. So I imagine someone would hear that and go, "What the fuck?" But when you really break it down to the fundamentals, all conflict comes from thinking, and that makes a lot of sense to me. You know, likes and dislikes, choice. They'll always, as long as we choose in this and that, we like this, we don't like that, then there'll always be an Israel and Palestine. So this is why he's always pushing this choiceless awareness, or getting into this flow, this, you know, this state of where there's no choice. But that takes a lot to unpack.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of world you'd live in if everybody believed in that, Andy. Bunch of do-nothings.
Well, there again, you just said it yourself. But it's no belief. It's not a belief. Once we get into the world of believe, then we're into conflict.
You want a bunch of non-thinkers?
Well, I mean, sometimes I do wonder if we'd be better off. So,
you don't think people just react, and then that has more to do with violence than anything? People just react. They have a bad day, you know, and they're just like, "Hey, fuck you! No, fuck you! No, I mean it's stronger than that." And then it's like, take out a knife and take out a gun, take out a missile and an air. I got hit you with an aircraft carrier, Andy. This is what happens.
Living in that reactionary state is not
people
good.
Though. You're asking for people to be rocks or
No. I understand that it's not very realistic. It's a little bit like Max Egan, not his real name, asking people to get rid of the phones, you know, It just makes me laugh every time I hear him say that. Yeah, just get away because it's a black mirror. Get rid of this phone. What? What the fuck's chucking the phone away?
Yeah.
It's
That
just
old
not
man's still trying to be
realistic.
hip. He was Neo too. Do you remember that when he was Flat Earth and he was like, "I'm Neo. I'm Flat Earth Neo." Do you remember that? Cool. Fuck you, Max Egan. Hope you can hear me.
I remember when he said that Earth is both flat and a globe. That was fun. That was a fun week.
Hilarious. Yeah, I thought he had a stroke. Poor Max Egan had a stroke. Or is he just trying to get subscribers? You know, is money the name of the game here? Or are we trying to like spread knowledge? I don't know sometimes. Krishna Verde is probably a totally just trying to get subscribers on YouTube. Total YouTube whore. You know it. I know it. We all know it.
Yeah, I think he was long dust before YouTube.
Yeah. How many channels does he have?
One, I think. I don't know.
You're
I'm
talking
subscribed
about
to one.
Yeah, but if he's saying that, like, you know, people shouldn't be thinking, like, did he not think to say that?
Well,
Can you see-
obviously, there's the paradox there,
Sandy.
isn't there?
Yeah. Everybody should stop thinking. And what? Listen to him? That's what you've done.
No, he fucking hated all the guru type of situation. That was the biggest turn off in the world to him.
It's like, I'm the non-guru guru. You guys can trust me.
Yeah,
Or don't.
the reluctant messiah.
Well, you saying Jesus was like, hey, I'll jump on that cross right now. He wasn't reluctant. Come on. He'd have second thoughts. He's like, well, hey, do I really have to do this? Guy? Like, just one time, like, no, okay, all right, I'll go do it. But and he tried to run away. No, okay, that would just be me. I have no honor. But how can this conflict cannot end as long as there are two states? We just can't even call them that. But can't we just since we like made up the boundaries, like can't we just redefine it as to be like something else? We'll call it like Fred. You know what I mean? Like you both Fredites now. That's where you live. You know. Dissolve the idea of it being two places, and I don't know. It's better.
I mean, the point of it is that thinking is limited. Thinking is limited, right? And so through that limitation, there must be conflict. There has to be. That's it. Simple. So, is there an awareness in you, Snipes, that don't require any thinking whatsoever? And then there's no conflict.
Well, I mean, obviously, sure. I'm on autopilot most of the time. Be honest here. I think the less thinking I do, the better. Because thinking is like idealizing, usually. You know, trying to make something a better situation, see how you can get a little bit more ahead. You know, sometimes it's just figuring out how not
see
to
if I can get
ahead. That's another thing people think about, and all the power goes to their head, and then boom. But right, it's just like unavoidable problems that people have because we're people. If we were just rocks, it would be a lot simpler, Andy. I'm with you.
Yeah, but they recognize the issues in the human condition and the is there such a like evolution? I don't believe in whatsoever. Evolution of consciousness, though, that's interesting, isn't it? Because I don't know how that works. Because if you could be this thing, whatever it is, you would already be that, wouldn't you? So, just as they say, you can't pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. You'd already be that thing. So, well, maybe the sky clock turns, a different frequency comes down, and people think in a completely different way. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how that works.
Oh yeah, it could just be that. I mean, it's possible that this whole thing is tied to some kind of time frame that somebody else is paying attention to, not us particularly. All right.
Well,
like this was
the
just
sort of
the time for this to happen.
the New Age sort of movement idea is that Christ coming back is a Christ consciousness. So you must have heard that. It's a state of consciousness rather than a person coming back. It's kind of interesting.
I mean, yeah, big whoop. Return of Christ consciousness, terrific. It didn't do him that good when it was there, right? Come on, I'm just saying, like, it'd be nice, but I'm all for good things happening. All for people expanding their perhaps limited perceptions to something better. That'd be great, yeah. But like, tying it to somebody else that's already gone and saying that, this is about just the sky clock. This isn't about a man, or the man was brought about by the sky clock too. It seems, if he's like, if you would believe that he was both born and died on some type of ecliptic thing going on there in the sky. If you would believe that, then he might have had his origins that way too. A lot of these other gods are honored, on particular days for particular reasons. I can't figure out.
Are you in a bath?
Am I in a band?
A bath. BATH.
Like, is that a good geographical?
You sound like you're in a hot tub or something.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
That would be nifty.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit sexual with the call. What are you wearing?
Andy, DM me, okay?
Zax is like, I'm in the hot tub, popping bubbly. Sean, you still there? Sean G, do you read me over?
Come back, good buddy.
Sean G is relaxing, I guess.
Anyways, carry on, guys. Carry on.
We're trying. Anyway, this is never going to end, Andy. This whole it'll squash it, and then
what's that? Sorry, what?
The Israel-Palestine thing,
Oh, right, yeah.
There's no final. We don't want to say final solution because that has other implications. But I mean, there's no like ultimate answer. We'll say that one. That's better. We'll copyright that one.
You're on a tightrope there, bloody hell.
You like that? That's pretty good.
Yeah, the final solution is we've got to build that temple. Got to build that third temple. Apparently.
Well, let's not use any trains in the building of the temple in this final solution. What do you say?
No trains? Yeah. Okay. No hang gliders either. Fair. Donald Trump wants to build iron domes over the U.S. Yeah.
Donald Trump, very, very bad people. Bad people. I wish I could do a good Trump impression. That'd be great.
He wishes he could do the same. He's a bit of a shell. He said Kim Jong-un's got like 1.9 billion people. He might have had the other Asian guy he was thinking about, Xi Jinping. That's only something a president would have to know. So I'm nitpicking, obviously.
Storm Debbie, live thunderstorms and lightning to hit UK. New weather warning issued. Oh, I'm glad I'm glad I live on a hill. Earth's not flat. Mount Etna erupts overnight.
You have to refresh my memory. Where the hell is that?
The Sicilian volcano sends huge jets of lava into the night sky.
Yeah, volcanoes.
I'm just trying to think of a Tim Vine joke there, because what does he say now? Oh, I can't remember. Something about a tattoo. He's had a tattoo on his chest of Italy. Got really sore Naples. Something like that. I love those silly dad jokes.
That's good. All my Gaza Strip jokes are no good anymore.
No, I was going to dress up as can't remember, an island off the coast of Italy, and he says, "Don't be so silly." I don't know if that's a common saying though in America. Probably not. Don't be so silly.
You dress up like an island. No man is an island, Andy. You know that.
Except for Bob. Barbados.
Yeah. Look, the clowns that come in after the important shit has happened. We get to. Oh boy. This is the most like batshit time ever right now.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, it's kind of samey though. You know, if you just look into history, I feel like it's just happened before. I don't know. That's what it feels like to me. But it's an interesting time to be alive for sure.
Like I totally lost the track of like what's going on in Ukraine now. Does anybody remember that one that was going on? Is that over now?
Yeah.
Or
Ukraine who? What happened?
I don't know. I heard this Israel stuff's going on. I forgot about other stuff. Why is everybody always waiting on World War III, Andy? Haven't we already had it? Didn't it already happen, kind of?
Didn't we just talk about this? Because war's profitable.
Oh. It's like the hype train. Everybody's looking for World War III. They're like, there's some money to be made there.
You know, if you look into eugenics as well, I mean, it ticks all the boxes. is brilliant.
Damn that Eugene. I think we need to send Kanye West over there. I think he'll straighten this shit out. I thought that from the beginning.
Mm.
They all would have been like, yo, did you know he's here?
What's he calling himself this week?
I don't know. You just call himself the Messiah and be like, I'm here, bitch. Yeah, he might not live that one down somehow. Maybe he would. I don't know. He's pretty amazing. It's like more people have to want war than not want war, or the right people have to want the war in order for it to happen anyway. It's very much he who smelt the Delta kind of thing to me.
Well, it's not easy to make people go and kill each other. That's not sounds straightforward, but it really isn't, because people are just inherently good, I think.
These people at the Trump rallies, man. Like I'm like, this isn't anything like what I recall the Republican Party trying to look like ever. It's really like Trump destroyed the Republican Party. It almost doesn't exist anymore. It's in cinders. Do you share that opinion, or do you think he's made it better?
I don't really follow politics. Sorry. I'm playing Zelda. It's more important to me at the moment.
These rallies look more like cult meetings than they do political rallies.
The good old boys need entertaining as well, thanks. The good old boys.
Yes.
I don't even know what I'm saying now.
Yeah, what are you saying? Whatever, I'm gonna go back in my jacuzzi, I guess.
You need to buy Zelda, the new Zelda game, to support your brethren.
Oh yeah, my Squaresoft people. Yeah. Go way back. I mean, what's the cost to fix all the stuff that gets broken in war, right? Does the money just like fly out of nowhere when that happens? Somehow it's not there before. Then they're like, hey, nobody wants any of this property anymore. Hey, why don't we build it
No,
up?
that's where the money's at, bro. That's where the real money is, dude. They bomb and destroy everything. And then what do you got to do after? You got to rebuild. Like before, it used to be war was like profitable because we'd go in and we would just take the land, and now that's our land. It's not like that anymore. Now all the money is in the rebuild afterwards. You got to have construction companies. Got to go in there. A lot of money moving around after war.
Yeah, a lot of work. A lot of work could open up, Andy. Over there in Europe. Good news.
I was just shield surfing on some train tracks, so whatever.
I don't want to suggest anybody blow up these holy buildings, but if they didn't exist, really, what the fuck would they be arguing about, right? Be like, yeah, Halliburton's got the contract. They're gonna rebuild the dome. They're gonna rebuild the Wailing Wall. better this time.
Well, the
They're
land,
building
it's the
solar.
land, Snack. It's not the building, it's the land, apparently. I don't know.
Saying if it was just rubble and dust, they'd be like, yeah, this is once where this is still holy. This is still fine. Everything's good here.
Jesus took a leak over there in that bush, so it's sacred. But the you know,
And then the other
people
thing
have been
is if it
obsessed with this land, so I don't know. I guess there is something to it, mate. Well, I don't know. To me, it seems a bit arbitrary, but what do I know?
But if it's causing all these people to die, then how holy is that? Less than it would seem otherwise.
It's very holy, I think you'll find.
People be full of holes, is what it is.
Yeah. Just like the spacesuit when they were sewing it. How do you pressurize something that's been sewed? I don't care if it's got 3 layers. That makes no sense. Sorry, Anna. Let's get back to flat Earth. Before you get me cursed. Before the pitchforks start arriving.
We got AK here. I think all we need is SC Montreal to say like 5 words, and we got plenty of free entertainment. Andy, what do you say? Why are we working so hard, huh? Let them do it.
Oh shit, run. I wish I could share the screen on this next, then you'd see you'd made a terrible mistake.
I've made a terrible mistake.
Yeah. Not
Never.
playing this game. When the new Grand Theft Auto comes out or something, I can share screen on that because I'll buy it on PC.
Just go get an Elgato cable and you can stream your Breath of the Wild 2 or whatever.
Yeah, that sounds nerdy. I don't know how to do all that stuff. You could, you do it.
No, thank you. So that other guy, the flighty guy, so many people. They're all here to hear us talk, Eddie. It's a tough life. But I'm into it. Making that coffee. Anybody else? Huh? You do your tea, I guess. What's up?
What's up, man? I came here to listen to Sean G babble on and interrupt people. Is that not happening today, or?
He gave up. He accused Nate of interrupting himself. That's the first time I've heard that.
He's like, stop interrupting yourself.
He's like, yeah, he interrupted him to tell him, like, hey, listen, you're basically interrupting yourself right now because you said this. That's like the most clever thing I've ever heard.
What a narcissist.
Nate, it's just. Oh boy. I wanted to hear that go on for a while.
Yeah, I've been trying to recently get away from like just the flat Earth and really focus on like what happened to the broken mind of the glober. Like why are they so broken? You know, I'm trying to really figure it out, like the psychology of it.
It's like they're undeveloped, unable to adapt. Fully
like the
formed, imperfect minds.
Yeah, like the argument of the Earth having a specific curvature to it is over. Like there's, now we're in like fairy tale beliefs of like what may curve a straight line, like what could curve a straight line in theory. Like now it's on to that. So I just want to find out like what broke their minds. They'll say, well, look, I'm looking through a theodolite, like horizontally, like it's parallel to the original parallel, but it's lower. So it's not curving. It's just like a lower parallel horizontal line through atmosphere, right? And I mean, and they can't figure it out. And they keep calling it curve. Like, how are they curving straight lines? Something's happening up in their mind.
If you break it down
wait.
that simply, they'll never get it.
I didn't read your thing. Sorry. Spacesuits are made of lots of different layers that each protect the astronaut from different aspects of the outside environment. Only the innermost layer, known as the bladder, is airtight. It's made of. Wait a minute. Did they sew it though? Did they sew that bit as well? Because to me, because I had a brief look into it, and when I say that, I mean for 5 seconds. They seem to be sewing quite a lot. Sewing to me equals holes. The more you sew, the more holes you get.
There's
actually better,
astronauts.
Andy.
Yeah, they're professionals.
Is that fair?
They're professional sewers and hair cutters. Like if you ever seen the guys that come back from outer space, they have like fades and like fucking magnificent haircuts, styled, gel, fades, everything, sideburns. They're hairstylists, and I don't know what's a sewer. Like what is this? Not it can't be just called a sewer. That's have a name.
Fashion designers mostly that have come up with the astronaut suits.
Dude, that's like a great idea for Zoolander 3 in space.
I tried to find the article. It was on that Jane Pauley like Sunday show or whatever the fuck she does. It's like it's Sunday, Illuminati symbols, and let's talk about some stuff, and they do. And one of them was an article about this gay couple who like lived in New York in a brownstone, and they had like a full like little sewing setup and all the stuff, vacuum form setup, very very cool. And they're the ones that produced the spacesuits. And that is wiped. I can't find that anywhere. Unfortunately, it was wiped.
Was it a male gay couple or a female gay couple?
It was about a male gay couple, and then to be followed up to just so somebody could be confused as to whether I remember things correctly. Then there's another article that I can find about the guy who designed the woman's spacesuit, and he used to work for Victoria's Secret. And I don't know if gay or not, but who cares? They're talented.
It's the fashion industry. Yeah, doesn't matter.
It's because it's a look that they're selling. They're not selling technical, like, usefulness.
Like, I still remember the original. The original Zoolander came to fruition. If you remember, they wanted to kill the Prime Minister of Malaysia. That's happening, right? And they also all the kids somehow they sold them on the idea that you should dress like a hobo, a homeless person, and pay extra for like champion sweatpants, and that's happened as well. So Zoolander's onto something. So really, you'll find out that those in the world of fashion have. I mean, that's the That's the other premise. I think those in the world of fashion, they have their hands in everything all around the world. They have their hands in everything from NASA on down.
Yep.
Thinking about looking into art, like in how they. I mean, I know the idea, right? They buy this piece of art that will not devalue, but it's actually worthless, just to like kind of like offset money and then write it off. And then, like, who do you sell it back to? I think it's like no people are like all in agreement. Like, all right, you're gonna write something off this year, and I'll write it off next year.
Yeah, it's funny
You
though,
know?
isn't it? You look at Picasso, like what he's known for anyway. Yeah, I think they're rubbish. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just
It
money
looks like
laundering. But
5-year-olds work.
yeah, it's money laundering. That's what I'm saying. I want to get into money laundering, like in a professional way, like avoid taxes.
The same with wine as well. Wine. Oh, this is 50 years old. Yeah, and it was shit then, and it's shit now. Yeah, but it's $10,000 a bottle.
Like all those Rembrandts, there's like different signatures on them. Like he changed the name of the shape of the signature, which leads me to believe that it was like a group of people that were just doing paintings in this particular style, and then just sold them all under Rembrandt. Cha-ching.
Yeah, it's just like this agreed upon like high society bullshit. Like they don't like the art, nobody likes it, but we just gonna put a value on it that will only, it'll keep with the it'll keep with the economy there, and then you don't have to pay taxes on it because it's art, and you know,
Yeah, it's a way to cheat the system.
yeah, I want to do it too.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's very clever.
So
I've
what's
got sorry,
the
I've got a fake
anodyne?
Bob. 1 second, Deems. Right, I've got a fake Bob Ross in my front room that I purchased for £20 off of eBay, and it makes me very happy. Anyway, carry on.
Well, that's cool. Do you know if it's an actual Bob Ross?
No, it's there's some chick did it, some girl. I have no idea. I
Oh,
just thought, yeah. And I messaged her, and she was selling it. And then when I received it, I messaged her saying how brilliant it is. It's absolutely brilliant. You can sort of see the knife strokes. You know how I used to do the mountains, and and the little trees, and his little buddy there needs another tree.
You know what? You know what that makes me think of, Andy? It makes me think that this will be possible, right? We have AI, right? We have Bob Ross doing the painting live, right? Recorded, right? Can't we just get AI to program it and do an exact replica that will be you could never prove that he didn't do it, like just an exact replica within like a 3D printer. I'm gonna make this happen.
well, yeah. You could have one of those chef arms that cooks for you, but just put a paintbrush in its hand and have it track Bob Ross for a couple hours. Yeah, I don't see
Yeah,
why not.
yeah, that fool recorded his his painting with his method. I mean, it should be easy to just input data now and have an official. I mean, Bob Ross did it. I mean, technically, like, it's a Bob Ross painting.
I'm just curious on the flat Earth front if anyone's made any breaking new ground. Is there a reason I should turn my code in? Change side?
Mm,
I think yeah, maybe. Yep.
just accept the reality that you're presented and then move forward. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I think you're already there, buddy.
Like, just do this. Just don't account for like Coriolis while you're driving. Don't don't do any of the things that they would have you do, right? And just accept the reality that you're presented,
Right.
and don't put a shape on it. Yeah.
Well, and that's a straw man. I don't think globe scientific says you should account for Coriolis while you're driving. So I don't know if that one's really going to apply.
Depends on how many bumps you hit. Like if you're in a shitty town, right? You hit
You
bumps
understand
and
what a
leaving.
straw man is, right?
Yeah, but if you're in a shitty town where you're hitting a lot of like bumps and you're
That's not why we developed Coriolis auto insurance. In 2015. Yeah, we developed Coriolis auto insurance based on the fact that of how many times left that you must turn, given a route, is going to determine how much stress is going to go against you because you're turning against the spin of the Earth. And it doesn't even matter if it doesn't matter if it exists or not, but we'll collect money because that's what we do. We're insurance. Thanks.
Wow, so that's another straw man. It's just all you guys got for flat earth straw mans are getting real strong these days.
Demon squat. Demon squat. You got squat. You got squat. What did you bring? What did you bring? Did you bring proof, or you just here?
No, what I brought was a willingness to be convinced. All I asked was, if you got anything new that's gonna have me turn my code in, and they said, yeah, just the fact that you don't have to account for Coriolis while you drive a vehicle was the response I got. So yeah, I got squat.
Yeah, just keep on living your life as if the Earth is flat, as you do now. Like as it's stationary as it is now. Just accept what it is, and that's all you got to do. You don't have to do anything else.
Well, it's not flat, and I was just wondering if anyone, found any evidence that it is.
Just accept what you got, man. Like what don't you accept about your reality?
Oh, why don't you accept that it's a globe with all the evidence put forth?
What evidence?
Right. So
the not accounting for Coriolis, like that's evidence.
Why would you have to account for Coriolis in anything but like something that's ballistic?
Yeah, right. So the not accounting for Coriolis, or what? Like
right. So you're not going to answer that question. I see.
The not accounting for diverging plumb lines. Like what other not?
Yeah, why would you have to? You have to at least put a link between those things. Otherwise, if you like standing there flapping your fucking gums and waving your hands around, why should I look at that?
Why would you invoke Foucault's pendulum then?
Did he? Nice.
What about Foucault's pendulum?
Well, if you're going to invoke that as evidence of spin rotation, whatever you want to say, then that's why No Tanks is telling you you don't have to account for that, even though you guys think that that's happening for some reason.
I don't have to think it's happening. It actually is. So I don't know why I would have to worry about Coriolis with my vehicle or anything else. Like his logic hasn't been presented yet. It's just a bunch of nonsense.
No,
and I really like the end of it.
A Foucault's pendulum is just like sitting there, right? It's just sitting on the earth, right? And then you start it up, and then you're claiming that it's precessing due to the Earth's rotation. Isn't that correct?
Dependent on your latitude, yeah. So what is the claim? Is it because you start it that it's necessarily not part of Coriolis? Is the claim that it should start on its own? I don't get it.
No, imagine starting a pendulum, always seeing it precessing, and then making the conclusion that pendulums precess due to the Earth's rotation when you can't make a pendulum go back and forth straight in the first place.
Right. So imagine doing that experiment over and over and changing your latitude and having it correlate to your latitude over and over. And then like you don't even need to know what latitude you're on. You can do it and find out what latitude you're on based on that pendulum. Like it's accurate. So
have you done that, Demon Stride? Have you done that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, because the interesting part, in order to do that, you have to do the test multiple times until it matches the measurement you're looking for.
It has.
That's how that works.
It has been done multiple times, and unless I have to recreate every experiment, I can at least look at this and say, this is good evidence that this is, the case.
Yeah, but if what you're saying was the case, it would happen on the first try. It doesn't happen.
What do you mean it would happen on the first try?
All right,
like when you set up a pendulum to do the experiment.
I'll be home in 2 minutes. Look, sit tight. If you
Sorry,
know
go
what
ahead.
if you know how the Coriolis effect works, Demon Stride, I'd be happy to go over with you in about 2, 3, 4 minutes tops. So just sit tight. I got a real Coriolis argument that shows that we're not moving.
Great.
Well, we don't have to account for it anywhere we go. That's the whole thing. You don't understand what Notek's saying? Like anytime we're gonna go anywhere or do anything in the world, we don't have to account for this crazy effect
Again,
that's making pendulums process like
why
at
would you?
inconsistent rates all
That's
over
what
the
I keep asking. I keep asking, why would you? Is the thing. You're saying you should have this taken into account, where the globe side is saying, no, you shouldn't. But the flat earth side is saying, no, the globe side has this and it should do this, but you don't explain why it should. You just claim it should.
Okay. Your Foucault pendulum is demonstrating two separate reference frames. Do you agree?
Two separate reference frames. Sure, I think I'm following you.
Yeah, the pendulum's on the earth, and then the actual little thing hanging down isn't, right? So you have two separate reference frames, so therefore we can see the deflection of the Coriolis effect, right?
Yeah, but
okay,
what's
so
the point?
this would happen with everything that's in the air that's not attached to the ground.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, dude, that's where your
here's why. It happens to things in the air that don't have power. Things that aren't powered by, other means, like birds and all these things. They're fighting against it because they have force. Now, if you want to look at hurricanes, all right, hurricanes are 100% proof of Coriolis, which is why you see that none of them ever cross the equator. Why is it that hurricanes spin one way in the northern hemisphere and another in the south if it's all a flat plane?
That doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the earth at all.
It does. Yes, it does. It directly. Yes, it does.
You can have the opposite direction spinning hurricane in the north. It's happened.
Why and how? Tell me how that works on a flat earth.
No, I'm telling you, like, they spin one way. It's not that they always spin one way in the south and always spin one way in the north. It's most common that happens, but it can happen the other way. It's happened.
No, specifically, my point was that hurricanes don't cross the equator at all. Why is that?
Well, hurricanes, if they're north of the equator, they're called hurricanes. If they're below the equator, they're called cyclones.
No, there's hurricanes on both north and southern hemispheres, but one started in the north will never cross into the south, and one started in the south will never cross into the north. Why is that? If the earth isn't rotating.
Well, it's interesting. There's a lot of things that are different in the north and south, and it seems that actually happen. Well,
yeah,
like even the tidal.
Globe, if that's the case.
Yeah, if you look at the ocean gyres, right? They show you where all the currents in the ocean are going, and at the equator, it's going in opposite directions of each other. Have you ever looked at a map of the ocean gyres?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So you have currents in the water that are going against each other at the equator. Do you think that the currents in the water can affect weather at all? Or do you think the weather affects the currents in the water?
I think it's a dynamic system and they affect each other. I'd like to see your map, though, of currents going in opposite directions right at the equator.
Yeah, I'll get it for you. The ocean gyre map. You never seen it?
I don't think I've ever heard that word, gyre. But again, just invoking and saying this Coriolis effect would be affecting all these other things, you haven't nailed down why and or how, because the globe model gives you exact occasions when that's not gonna, matter. Like if you have something powering it, right?
Or are you saying that? Is somebody claiming that hurricanes are due to spin, like the high pressure, low pressure system of hurricanes are due to spin of what?
That's not my claim.
Okay, good.
Well, and you said you never heard of ocean gyre, right, Demon Stride? But you've heard of the Gulf Stream, right?
Yeah.
That's an ocean gyre.
Yeah, I have a really good pretty good idea of what it is you're talking about, but I want to see the thing you're specifically referencing. Yeah, so for flat Earth, if you could explain to me how hurricanes spin in the north and south differently from each other, like what effect causes that, other than it just does, would be really helpful, because the globe model can show you how Coriolis would do that.
Well, where's the equator? Like, is the equator that place where, like, on the equinox, right, the sun goes over there in a direct line, east to west? Is that the equator? That's that line, the sun position line. Is that the
All right, when you
equator?
guys are done
I
playing,
think we know what the equator is. You can just look at a globe and you can
I'm just
see
making
it's the
sure.
big. Yeah, I don't think you need to
All right.
make sure we understand what the equator is. We fucking know what the equator is.
Okay.
all right. So when you guys are done with this, I'll explain to Demon Stride why Earth's not rotating.
Go ahead.
You guys all set, Torah? You good?
Yeah, we're
Let
good. I
Jeremy and
dropped the
Hold on
Demon
link.
one
go at it,
second.
guys.
We're good.
Let
Jeremy can
Demon
go
and
ahead.
Jeremy go at it.
Yep, I dropped the link for the Ocean Gyres. That's it. I just
Thank
want to
you.
mention it.
All right, go ahead. I'm all
All
ears.
right, everybody quiet. Let Demon and Jeremy have a few minutes, please.
You mentioned shooting a ballistic on the Earth, right? Now, you realize you can trace out two different paths of the ballistic's flight, right? There would be a path in the inertial frame and a path in the non-inertial frame. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay, now what do you think the actual path the ballistic travels is?
What? All right. So why don't you just walk me through how this is going to prove that the Earth isn't spinning?
Leading up to it, I'm just curious, which distance do you think would be the accurate distance for how far the ballistic traveled? The one you trace out in the inertial path or the non-inertial frame?
I have no idea. This is not following for me at the moment. What do you mean? Maybe if a crayon drawing would help for my intellect, but or if you could continue so I can understand what you're talking about.
If you can't understand this part, you're not going to understand the next part for sure.
Dude, how am I supposed to determine what is more accurate when you fucking haven't really laid anything out for me?
Laid it out. There's a ballistic traveling over Earth's surface. You can trace the path, the path and the distance that it traveled two different ways. One of them being on the surface of Earth in the non-inertial frame, and another one would be in the inertial frame the ballistic is in.
Yeah, okay, I don't know. Continue.
If you don't know, then we can't.
Well, then I guess you're done, huh? You're not going to continue. That's great.
Because you don't
I
understand.
thought you could prove the Earth wasn't spinning.
Pointless.
Well, you could prove the Earth isn't spinning, I bet, if you continue talking. I'm sure you could figure it out.
Pointless to continue if you don't grasp this concept.
Well, you want me... I just told you I don't know which one would be more accurate. So why don't you fucking continue explaining so you can show me which one would be more accurate?
Pretend you have a drone in a roundabout, a merry-go-round. You meter stick planted into the ground, and you fly the drone along the meter stick. Say that the distance the drone traveled would be 1 meter, right?
You kind of cut out there. So you plant a meter stick in the ground and you tie a drone to that meter stick with a 1 meter long rope and have it spin around. Is that what you're asking?
Meter stick. It's planted into the ground in the air on a pole, parallel to the surface of the round merry-go-round, center to the edge. You follow that?
Okay.
Then you fly a drone, center to the edge, right along the meter stick. How far would you say the drone actually traveled?
Where would I say the drone actually traveled? I think you have a gain control issue. You're either fading in or out when I'm trying to hear you.
All right.
It's just weird to like be presenting me with these ideas and then asking me to tell you which one is more accurate or how far it like I don't. You're making imaginary sizes and shapes in your head and asking me to to calculate them for you. It's just not very conducive. If you want to explain how the Earth isn't moving, I'm not a fucking dum-dum. You can just go through your process and see if I can follow. But this whole question bullshit of answer me this, riddle me this is not really very...
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was running through it to see if you can follow, and there came a point where you couldn't follow it. So now I'm explaining it in further detail so you can follow it. So can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
You have a pole in the ground on the edge of the go round. Meter stick at the top of the pole, and the meter stick's parallel to the surface of the merry-go-round. It goes from the edge of the merry-go-round to the center of the merry-go-round. It's just like hanging in the air.
Okay.
And I lift the drone up in the center of the merry-go-round. I fly the drone so that it exactly follows. It doesn't deviate. Meter stick. How far would you say that drone traveled?
Where would I say the drone traveled?
How far would you say the drone traveled? What's the distance you would say the drone traveled?
I don't know. Should I pull out the mathematics for getting a radius and circumference and shit? Is that what you want me to do? Are you asking me to do math right now?
No, not asking you to do math. The drone starts at the beginning of the meter stick in the center of the merry-go-round, and then it travels to the edge of the meter to the end of the meter stick, which is also the edge of the merry-go-round.
The meter stick. That's
So it traveled a meter. Like what the like?
Okay, and that is how far the drone traveled, 1 meter, right?
Oh my god! Is that as simple? Like you're seriously asking me if a fucking drone travels a meter long, how long did it travel? Did you really just do that?
I'm trying to walk you through this because you didn't understand.
You don't gotta walk me through fucking counting to 10, man.
I wouldn't have walked you through this, but you didn't understand the first part, so I had to rewind so we could go through it step by step.
All right, so
Are you in a rush?
This is taking longer than 3 minutes. No, I'm not in a rush. I'd just like you to fucking get to the end of your point, please.
So the drone travels a meter. Okay. Now, if we spin the merry-go-round, we start spinning the merry-go-round. If you were to trace the path of the drone on the ground, longer than a meter. Understand that?
I swear to God, there's something wrong with your gate control. When you start talking, it's like you're walking to your microphone from like 10 feet away. And I don't hear you until you're in the middle of your sentence.
Okay, I'm going to fix it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, I have heard it fine the entire time myself.
Well, I can't.
It is true. He is fading in and out.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So now that we've established that the drone travels 1 meter, that's how far the drone travels. You realize that if we start spinning the merry-go-round and trace the path of the drone across the merry-go-round as it's spinning, that line would curve from left to right, and it would be longer than 1 meter. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. But we know the drone actually only traveled 1 meter, right? Regardless of how fast or slow you spin the roundabout.
In reference to what? The outside realm or the merry-go-round itself? Because if you're referencing it to the merry-go-round, it traveled 1 meter. If you're referencing it to the outside path drawn in space extent from the merry-go-round, it's going to travel more than 1 meter.
Well, you may have gotten it backwards. You may have gotten it backwards. If you reference it to the merry-go-round, that would be the non-inertial frame. It would have traveled longer than 1 meter. If you reference it to how far the drone actually flew in the inertial frame, it would be 1 meter.
If I'm standing on a merry-go-round in that reference frame and I see a drone fly 1 meter, it's only going to fly 1 meter. If I'm outside of the merry-go-round watching the path of that drone fly 1 meter going in a circle, I'm going to see a very large, big arcing swoop. So no, I was correct.
No, you're not.
No,
I'm sorry.
no,
When you have the drone, bro, are you in a rush? We could do this later if you're in a rush.
Oh, I got all day, baby.
Okay, so yeah, if you have the drone fly you have the meter stick planted into the solid ground. The meter stick isn't moving. The drone follows the meter stick. If the drone flies nothing's even spinning yet. The drone flies 1 meter, right? Nothing's rotating.
Is the meter stick stuck into the ground, or is it stuck into the merry-go-round?
It's stuck into the ground and elevated on a pole running, and the meter stick's coming out from the pole running parallel from the edge of the merry-go-round to the center of the merry-go-round.
And could you just draw this out? Like, no, I just need you to draw out what you're saying because it's already fucking confusing. Like, I thought I had the meter stick down with the merry-go-round, but now it's like, is it going in a 90 degree from the ground so it's parallel to the ground, sticking into the fucking merry-go-round? Like,
just an L shape. An L shape.
Bro, there's a pole over top. There's a merry-go-round right next to the merry-go-round. There's a pole right touching the edge of the merry-go-round. There's a pole. It comes up out of the ground, perpendicular to the ground. Off of that, there is a meter stick perpendicular to the pole. That's just now it's like hanging in the.
Now I get it. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Cool. So nothing's spinning right now. We lift the drone up off the merry-go-round. It's in the center. It flies directly along the meter stick, almost touching the meter stick the whole time, doesn't deviate. You would say the drone flew 1 meter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now we start spinning the merry-go-round. Do you think that changes the distance, how far the drone travels?
If the drone is going to travel that same meter while the thing is spinning, yes, it's going to have a much longer travel from outside of the merry-go-round. You will see its movement very long. From inside the merry-go-round, you will see it move however long it moves. If it's a meter, it moves a meter.
Okay, so you think that if I start spinning the merry-go-round, that changes the distance the drone traveled?
Only from the outside reference frame.
Right, but not in reality. In reality, it really only traveled a meter, right?
Well, if reality you mean from inside the merry-go-round and that's all that exists, yes, it would have only traveled a meter. But if you made the merry-go-round invisible and put a light on the drone and had it spinning around in a circle and it moves at 1 meter, it's going to have a longer travel than if you were just spinning it or it was just moving a meter, seen from the outside reference frame. Yeah.
No, if you're on you got this. I think you got this backwards. If you're on the merry-go-round, it makes it longer. If you're on the merry-go-round,
why would it be longer? Why would it be longer?
I'm trying to explain it.
Why would it be longer from inside the merry-go-round? I don't get that.
Because if you're on the merry-go-round and you spin and you start spinning, before you spin the merry-go-round's underneath you. You trace it out on the merry-go-round and you trace it out in the air. With the meter stick that's hanging there, they both travel 1 meter. If you start spinning the merry-go-round and then you trace the drone's path on the merry-go-round, on the merry-go-round, it will be longer than a meter because it will now be curving from left to right, from the center to the edge. Right. So it'll be longer if you're on the merry-go-round. It will appear a longer distance.
Sure, I'm going to disagree, but just please continue and how this proves the Earth isn't spinning.
Well, I'm trying to, but
yeah, I'd say you got it backwards, but go ahead.
I don't have it backwards. That's exactly how it works.
You do. Yeah, you do.
Okay, which part? Do you not agree that if you started to turn the merry-go-round and trace the path on the merry-go-round, that instead of it being a straight line now, like it was before, that it would now curve left to right?
We already agreed that it would be curving left to right. We're disagreeing on which one's going to have the longer one. I'd say if you're sitting on the merry-go-round, you're going to see the whatever distance. If you're seeing an invisible merry-go-round and you can see all of the movements, that one from the outside is good.
Okay, so in one scenario, we have the meter stick, which is the radius of the circle of the roundabout.
Hold on a second. Is my mic working? I just got a phone. Sorry, I got a phone call. Continue.
Okay, so in one scenario, we have a straight line, the meter stick.
It's going from the center to the edge, right? That never changes. It's always that straight line, which is a radius. So it's a radius. So it would be a 1 meter radius, right?
Yes.
Now when we start spinning the merry-go-round and trace the drone's path out on the merry-go-round, you don't have a straight line anymore. You now have a curved line, which means it's going to be longer to get from the center to the edge than a meter. It has to be, because it's not going in a straight line anymore.
Please get to the end of it. I get
You
what
just
you're saying.
acknowledge
You
that,
got it backwards. You got it backwards, but continue, please.
extremistus. Extremistus, you there? Can you straighten this out for us, or what? Because he's not believing me for some reason.
I was having some mic drops. I just got back, so I missed most of this.
Well, I'd just like to know how, like,
Hey, you
I,
have a
I agree one of the paths is going to be longer. We disagree on which frame is going to have the longest one. Just go to the next step, please.
we have to straighten this out. My whole point revolves around understanding which one is the longer distance.
Why
Extremis,
don't
let
you
me just walk
please?
the extremis.
Oh
Let
my
me walk
God! You could just tie it together, and like I already disagree with your point. So if you think you're gonna get me to believe, you're gonna need maybe a diagram to cover explain to me how what you're saying is the case, because it doesn't appear that way. If I'm sitting, let's just say I'm sitting on a merry-go-round, and I have a ball in my hand, okay, and my back is to the axle of the merry-go-round. And I'm gonna take that ball, I'm gonna roll it to the edge of the merry-go-round. That ball rolls 1 meter, okay? Now, if I spin the merry-go-round and I do that same action, to me, the ball appears to have only moved 1 meter. Yet if I was looking from the outside of the reference frame and I could see, the ball light it up, it would draw a huge, big arc. So I don't get how you don't understand that.
I don't understand. You're wrong. You're just wrong. And let me just explain it to extremists. That way we can just try to clear this up, please. It'll take 2 seconds.
You said it was going to take 3 minutes to prove the Earth doesn't spin. Let's see how that's gone.
No, I told you I would be at my house in 3 minutes where I had a good Wi-Fi connection, and then we could go through it. So please don't accuse me. So can you walk me through this for a little bit?
Listening. As Fraser Frame would say, I'm listening.
Okay, a drone. There's a merry-go. It has a 1 meter radius, right? Nothing's spinning yet. We just have a drone merry-go-round. We fly it to the edge in a straight line to the edge of the merry-go-round. How far did the drone?
In all reference frames, if it was not moving, it would be 1 meter in all reference frames.
Okay, now we start spinning. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to reset that same scenario, except now the merry-go-round is spinning, and we're going to trace the path that the merry-go-round took to get from the center. We're going to fly it in the same straight line that we did before. Nothing's going to change, except now we're spinning the merry-go-round. Is the line from the path of the drone on the merry-go-round going to be longer than a meter?
I will go with longer.
It's longer, yes. Okay. You got that, Demon? Y'all clear now?
From which reference frame? Because if I'm on the merry-go-round, it's going to look like a drone flying to the edge. It's going to look to me the same whether it's spinning or not. It's from the outside I would be able to observe that its path actually is curved.
That's not right. From the outside, if you're just standing on the ground watching the drone, if you're just standing, it's like a guy standing on the ground watching another guy throw a ball off a merry-go-round. To the guy out there, the ball just goes in a straight line, just like the drone just goes in a straight line.
No, it doesn't.
You
got
only
that
see
wrong.
it
The guy on the outside would see the curve. The guy in the reference frame wouldn't see the curve. He would see the ball or the drone flying to the edge, and it would look the same for each of them. The guy on the outside though would see the drone making a curved path to the edge of the merry-go-round.
That would be the guy on the merry-go-round, bro.
I'm going to do a example model of this. I think Jeremy, I think you came to me once and said, "Can you do this?" I didn't understand, but now that I've listened to it, I do understand. So I'll do a little example 3D model of it.
I was just about to ask you, Stingray. You beat me to it.
Hold on. Yeah, I definitely need an illustration done. If I could walk you through how to do the illustration, that'd be great. Stingray, hit me
Well,
up in the DM.
I'm just
Do it right
gonna.
now.
Well, for this one, I'll tell you what. I'll do a demonstration, then you can tell me whether it matches or not. I'm just going to do a merry-go-round with a ball on it.
Okay, but Extremis went on mute. Of course he did. So Demon Stride, there's obviously nowhere for us to go because you don't understand how this works. But maybe if you get it straightened out someday.
You have a merry-go-round and you have a track on that merry-go-round, okay? And you're gonna roll a ball bearing down that track. Or how about this? A Hot Wheels track, and you got a Hot Wheel car, right? I'm sitting on the merry-go-round. I'm gonna roll it down that track. It's 1 meter long. It's gonna look like it travels 1 meter. If I start spinning the merry-go-round and I roll that race car down that track, guess what? To me, it's gonna look like it moves 1 fucking meter. For anybody else on the outside watching that and tracing that path, is going to see a very large curved path. Not the one sitting on the merry-go-round. It'd be from outside that reference frame. You would see that. I don't know how you don't understand that. And to sit there and say I'm fucking wrong is boggling.
What I wouldn't give to have Zanuck in here right now, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, I think you need more people telling you you're wrong, and maybe you'd drop it.
No, everyone would agree on me with this. I mean, you're the one. I can get an example from MIT on YouTube, detailing how this works. Do you want to see it, or?
All right. So far, we only disagree on which reference frame is seeing the longer path from. Because we both agree when you add movement, you're going to have a longer path for one of them. So why don't you just get to the end of proving the Earth doesn't spin? Because we can disagree on it all day long, but if you need me to absolutely believe you 100% for you to finish your analogy, it's a shit analogy.
Well, it's only a shit analogy because you don't understand how the Coriolis effect works. With anyone else, this analogy is great.
Just continue your point.
Oh, why are you over talking me? Demon Stride, relax.
Good sophistry, man.
Just relax, bro. We got all day. You said you got all day. So do I. Relax, bro. To everyone else, they understand that when a guy throws a ball off of a spinning merry-go-round, everyone that's standing on the ground will see the merry-go-round will see the ball fly in a straight path. The only people that see it deviate are the people that are spinning on the merry-go-round. This is basic.
Okay, so yes, if you're talking about the spinning room scenario, I would agree. On the inside, you would see the ball curving, and if you were looking top down, you would see the ball go straight. But if we're talking about our scenario with the race car on the track, it would be the opposite way.
Dude, no one's talking about a spinning room. No one's talking about a Hot Wheel on a track. We're talking about a drone.
Get to the end of your analogy. Like I can't comprehend
me every time, Damien. I just want to talk uninterrupted, please. Maybe we'll do this another time when you cool off.
I'm cool now. If you could just get to the end of your dumb scenario, proving the Earth doesn't spin, that'd be great.
I can't get to the end of it. You don't know how Coriolis works, bro. I would love to get to the end of this, but you don't
I do. And the fact that
dude, what the hell,
being an asshole. Just fucking get to the end of it.
Because you're not listening, because you're talking over me every time.
You keep trying to say I don't understand things. It's so fucking annoying. Just get to the end of your point, man.
I would love to get to the end of the point, but we're stuck on this point because you're confused on how Coriolis works.
Even if we were, you could still move forward. I don't like it's so fucking dumb, man. Just go.
How can we move forward? How can we move forward when you're already when this doesn't even make sense to you because it's not working the way you think it works?
Because you're using words to try and get me to understand your dumb fucking analogy. And when I said, well, you should draw a picture and we both get on the page sooner. But the fact that you don't want to do that, just continue with your dumb fucking words and get your analogy out. It's so dumb that you can't fucking just get it over with. Pretending like I can't understand or comprehend something fucking lame, dude.
Well, I don't know if you can't comprehend it. You're just wrong on how you think this works. And I do have a guy doing a diagram right now. I don't know if you heard, but Stingray, he's a model guy. He's building a model. Stingray's building a model. Dude, can you not, bro? Relax. What? Just relax, man. Relax.
Why are you so afraid to just get to the end of your fucking analogy and prove it? Prove the Earth isn't spinning.
It's okay, Demon. Stingray's a loyal Glober. He'll include bias in that. Don't worry.
I can't. There's no bias. There's no
Fuck
bias.
you,
Dude, I
Dan.
Anyway, Stingray, let me know when you got the visualization made up because
Yeah, I do see the disconnect here though. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to have I'm going to have a ball rolling along a path in the reference frame, and I'm going to have a ball in a trajectory of parabolic flight, and that actually covers both of you, because you're arguing. Demon's arguing for, well, the atmosphere rotates with this and something's moving along the surface, therefore he's correct. But you're arguing for a ballistics flight, which shows Coriolis or deviation, which means you're correct. So you're both fucking correct. You're just arguing for the different things.
Yeah, but I don't know why he brought the ball up. Hold on, Demon, real quick. I don't know why he brought a ball into this. I'm talking about a ballistic moving over a rotating body. I'm not talking about something rolling on the ground. Can you just skip the rolling ball part and stick with the thing?
In my analogy, did it sound like I understand what Coriolis is, or do you just want to keep throwing out there that I can't fucking comprehend this, so you don't have to get to the end of your dumb analogy?
Yeah, you can't comprehend it because you're wrong on which one has the longest distance.
So because I can't comprehend it, you can't move forward with your dumb analogy?
It's not a dumb analogy. It's a great analogy, and I can't move forward with it because you don't understand how the first part of it even works.
It should stand on its own then.
It would stand on its own for someone who understands how Coriolis works.
Oh fuck, man! If you do that one more time, I'm gonna think differently of you for sure. You keep sitting there saying I can't comprehend this. You're fucking dishonest as shit, man. What I couldn't comprehend was your dumb fucking analogy and the words you were trying to put it together with.
Maybe we'll wait for like Kosho or Zanuck or somebody here, that one of your Glover friends that can straighten you out on this.
Kosho or Zanuck, my Glover friends, huh? How come they never call?
I don't know, whoever your Glover friends are, whoever you got in your Christmas.
So, like earlier when I was asked if I had done the Foucault pendulum to prove my point, have you proven any of this Coriolis experiment? Or is this just something you believe through faith?
The thing about to walk you through is the thing I was about to walk you through, but I didn't realize you didn't know how it worked. But the thing I was about to walk you through,
your dumb fucking words didn't make sense, man. I do understand what Coriolis is. Like you continuing to do that just shows how fucking dishonest you are, man. And like honestly, it's like you're afraid to actually have the conversation. You got to sit there and fucking try and throw insults like that. That's real cool, man. It's cheeky.
Well, I'm not trying to insult you. You just have it absolutely wrong on what. Dude, can I talk once without you interrupting? Is that a thing we could do? Let's try it. Let's try it one time. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just telling you that you have it wrong. You're wrong. Like, that's just not how Coriolis works. The person from the frame that's sitting on the merry-go-round would see the plane go in a curved path, or the ball, or whatever it is we're talking about that we're throwing over the merry-go-round.
Knowing Demon as I do, he wouldn't disagree that something in parabolic flight, that would be the result.
Yeah, I think it was just a misunderstanding, Demon.
And the words you're using to explain it aren't matching the picture in my brain. I'm trying to follow from your explanation. That's why I said to begin with, you could just draw this out with some crayons and I'd really get it faster. But then to sit there and continue to go, you can't comprehend this. It's so fucking gross, man.
Okay, you're throwing a ball over a merry-go-round, right? You're on a spinning merry-go-round, and somebody throws a ball in a straight line over the merry-go-round, and you want to trace the path of that of that ball on the merry-go-round? Is that going to be a curved path or a straight path?
It would be curved from the person observing it from the merry-go-round.
Okay, you got that. You switched it up.
Oh
Fine,
yeah,
good. So now
I
we
didn't switch
realize
it up,
that the
man.
ground.
I didn't switch it up.
Because a
You
minute ago
switched
you
it
were
up.
saying,
You just
a minute
changed
ago
it to
you
a.
were saying the guy from the outside would see it curve or something.
Yeah, we were also
So let's just
talking about a drone. We were also talking about different things. All right, and you didn't. That's why I said if you just drew it, it'd make a lot more sense. But please don't continue as if I can't comprehend this shit. I do understand what Coriolis is. So
Okay,
I
so
can
you think if
continue just being afraid at that point.
okay, so you think if somebody flies a drone or throws a ball in the same straight line path that it makes a difference?
Then what? What do you mean?
You acted like it was different because we were talking about a drone instead of a ball, but there's absolutely zero difference.
Well, the difference is you're creating an analogy with words, and I'm trying to follow you. So I have to at least assume some of the things you're saying, and that's where some of the miscommunication came from, right? And then you just sit there and continue to be like, he doesn't understand Coriolis. That's fine. Don't
Okay, so
fucking
now
talk to me.
okay, so now we understand that
Jeremy,
the path. Oh, here's Zanuck. Zanuck, we got a drone on a merry-go-round, center of a merry-go-round, 1 meter radius. We fly nothing spinning. We fly the drone in a straight line. The drone flies 1 meter to the edge, right?
Right.
And if you were on the merry-go-round and we start spinning it, and I fly the drone in the same path that we did before, that would trace out a longer path on the surface of the merry-go-round, right?
Yes.
Okay, very very easy. See how easy that was, Demon?
But remember, I hope you don't. I know you don't because I know you've been dealing with this for a long time. But remember, please consider the air that's moving, that it's moving through, that it's using to actually propel itself across the drone. I don't know whether it matters in your analogies or your description here, but the air is important. So if you want to move it to a room, a sealed room that has a drone in it that's rotating, that might be a better
No. He
analogy.
doesn't like spinning rooms. Don't do spinning rooms. Yeah, I already tried bringing that up. He said no. We're sticking to this. Weird ass fucking
drone.
So you have a merry-go-round that's spinning and the air is not spinning. That's a problem for really understanding what's going on. But okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Jeremy, that's like the first thing I just thought of. With the merry-go-round, the air isn't spinning with the merry-go-round, but with the Earth or whatever, the air would be more or less, like I don't want to say lockstep, but you know what I mean? Like it's more or less, spinning with the fucking Earth. So I mean, that's two different things. I mean,
completely
different. But ballistics do the same thing over Earth that a drone does on a merry-go-round. The ballistic flies in a straight line, and they need to leave their target so they can hit it because it's not controlled flight, so they can't adjust a little bit every time. They have to leave their target to where they want to hit it, right?
Yeah, but ballistics are different from like a drone, where the drone is like, it's basically propelling. It's basically propelling itself. Like it's pushing up.
We covered that earlier. That was hand waved away.
It's imparting a momentum into the air. It takes the air and gives it momentum with exchange for the force that's created by the propeller.
Let me do it for you, Jeremy. That's dumb.
You can't compare it if you have air that's stagnant, like a calm day on a ballistics example. Calm day. That means if the Earth is moving, that air would have to be moving in lockstep.
You will make up to protect your religion.
Yeah, so please tell me you're going to get to the end of your analogy. Everyone's on board.
I can't even finish a sentence, can I? So if you have the ballistic situation, if the air, let's say it's a calm day, if we're talking about Coriolis and if we're talking about the Earth moving, then that air would have to be moving in lockstep with the Earth. It just have to, because it's calm. You're not seeing any difference between the air above you and the ground tangential velocity.
Okay, so when you shoot a ballistic on Earth, I can get diagrams for you if you guys need of how this works on Earth. But when you shoot a ballistic on Earth, guys, everyone go on mute if you're not talking.
No, I was agreeing. I was saying,
We don't hear it, so we don't. Yeah, but I don't need you to agree with me in the middle of my shit, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can get diagrams out for you guys if you really need it. That when they shoot a ballistic on Earth, the ballistic path goes in a straight line, meaning not curving left to right. And then the Earth rotates underneath it. So they have to aim the ballistic. So they have to aim the ballistic where they want to hit it. Otherwise, they're not going to hit it because it's not controlled flight.
Right, but you're begging the question before you do it, so.
Well, also there's a slight correction because depending which direction you sent it, the Earth can either be moving underneath it or the object can be accelerating ahead of the Earth. So it's
one or the other, right?
So now we're here. How does this prove the Earth doesn't spin? I'm dying, Jeremy. I'm dying for it.
Okay, so now that this leads back to the distance thing of the merry-go-round and the drone or the ballistic over the Earth. When you fire the ballistic goes a certain distance in reference to the ballistic itself. Like if the ballistic just had a magical rope that just laid out everywhere, it left a little rope hanging in the air everywhere it went, that would be one line. That would be one distance. But then the distance you trace on Earth would be a longer distance, right? Do you get that?
Yes.
Yes, we get that. Okay. Now, if you spun the Earth faster, that would change the distance on the ground, but that wouldn't change the distance that the ballistics traveled because the ballistics rope would still be the same length, right, Zanuck?
Yes. But remember, it made me get an extreme situation. Let's say the Earth
Hold on,
spin.
bro.
Let's say the Earth spins 5 times before it hit the destination.
Dude, I'm trying to walk people through something here.
Okay.
I don't need a monologue from you in the middle, please. Thank you. So now that we know the real path, the real distance the ballistic travels, which is a shorter distance than it is on the rotating Earth, right? We all agree on that?
What?
The path the ballistic travels is a shorter distance than it traces out on the ground of Earth. In their model.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Demon Stride?
I would like to see an illustration of it because again, I'm following. So far we've gotten down that the Earth turns, the ballistic, it goes straight, but it's going to appear to curve on the ground. We all get this. Nobody's in confusion here. How does this prove the Earth doesn't spin? I'm just dying for that. Like, just get to the conclusion, please.
We're getting to it. Relax, bro.
No,
Relax.
you're not, man. Every time you say you're getting there, you fucking take 2 steps back. But you go back to the carousel and talk about a meter and drone traveling for a meter before we, another hour before we get to the
How
end
about
of
you
your
stop being
conclusion.
a cunt? How about you stop being a cunt, bro? Try that.
Let's all relax, man. Let's just all relax, first of all. Okay, now that we all know that, well, Demon Stride needs an illustration, so maybe we'll wait for Skylark.
No,
What's his
I'm
name?
fine just letting you continue. It's Stingray.
You said you can't handle it. You need a demonstration.
Demons Tri-City has all day. I mean, so
You said
just
you
if you
can't
need to set
understand this. Yeah, you said you can't understand this. You need a demonstration, so we'll just wait for the demo from Skyline to come out, and then we'll have
the ski ray.
So you literally can't just get to the end of your conclusion.
I can for other people. For you, though, it's not going to work because you can't visualize 3D space in your head right now to do this, and we need an illustration.
No, I can, man. You
I just talk one time. No, can I talk one time without you
doing that? Why don't you say one more fucking thing about what I can or can't do? It's so fucking disingenuous.
Is this guy the leader of the Globers? Holy shit, that's embarrassing.
I don't know, maybe. But anyway, okay.
That guy's your leader? Holy shit, that's
no, he's not the leader. All right. No, but anyway, but Jeremy, here's the thing, though. I mean, Demon makes a point. I mean, just because maybe you haven't explained it properly, doesn't mean that he can't visualize 3D space. Maybe you're just explaining it weirdly, So, but anyway, I digress, though. Can we just move on, though? Because I mean, this is sort of,
Stingray, what's going on, bro? Are you almost
fine,
done?
I'll get to the point. I'll get to the point here. The path that the ballistic takes does not change depending on how fast or slow the Earth rotates. It just goes in the same path every time from the North Pole to the equator, whatever it is, 6,000 miles. I forget what it is. It doesn't matter. 6,000 miles from the North Pole to the equator. And it doesn't matter how fast you rotate the Earth. It doesn't matter if you stop rotating the Earth. It still travels 6,000 miles in its reference frame, in the inertial reference frame, the rope that comes out behind the plane and magically floats in the air, and we can count the miles on the rope, it would be 6,000 miles. But if you were to trace this out on the ground, it would be 6,000 plus miles. It would be longer because Earth's rotating in your model. Therefore, to make such a crazy claim that planes fly in great circle routes because it's the shortest path doesn't make any sense because the shortest path is actually the path the ballistic or the plane. The actual path is the path the ballistic or the plane actually flies, which would be the rope that gets left behind it, floating in the air.
But planes, I'm pretty sure they don't act like ballistics though. So I mean, you might have a point with the ballistic, but not the plane though.
Yeah, that was what I tried bringing up earlier. That things ballistically are gonna not are gonna experience Coriolis, where something that has an engine or power or wings, is not gonna be affected by it. Like, it's hilarious. Is that the end of it? Is that your proof that the Earth doesn't rotate? We actually needed a diagram for you to finish that sentence.
Well, if you're saying planes aren't affected by the Coriolis effect, then yes, this is the end of it because that's not how your model works.
Really? So planes are affected by the Coriolis effect.
Anything moving over a rotating body, yes, for the most part.
Yeah, how much is it affected by the Coriolis? What's the force applied to it that it can't counteract?
So they are affected by the Coriolis.
Yeah. And by how much was my question? How much force is affecting it? You could just like the fucking the gravitational pull from the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy is affecting us. By how much?
Okay, so that planes are affected by the Coriolis, right?
You could reiterate that for the third time. Yeah, by how much?
By how much? Wow.
Okay,
we're
by
gonna go
enough
to
to where
fantasy land.
Yeah, it's not much. If you were flying from Alaska to Hawaii, you'd probably be off about 30 miles. So a little bit.
Why would you be off? Why would you be off? You have an engine correcting. It's not ballistic. Ballistic. If you shot a bullet that distance, yeah, you'd be off by 30 miles. But that bullet doesn't have an engine constantly working against Coriolis.
Yeah, if the plane flew in a straight line path like the ballistic at the airport in Hawaii, it'd be about 30 miles off. So it has to adjust but it has to adjust for the Coriolis effect so that it's not off by 30 miles.
Okay, and this proves the Earth doesn't rotate.
This proves that when they make the claim that they're flying in the shortest paths, which are great circle routes, that's not true.
And you prove this by magic rope hanging in the air logic?
Do you understand that there's no proof for tilt or wobble, bro? Do you understand that you believe in a fantasy?
No white knight for him right now. We're dangling off his magic rope in the sky.
Yeah, it's not a magic rope thing. It's just how Coriolis works. That's how Coriolis works.
Yeah, and the claim is that there's a magic rope called a great circle route. Yeah.
No, the great circle
How
route
does
is
the
on
magic
the ground.
rope work again, Jeremy?
If you had your ballistic, and every foot the ballistic traveled, it left a foot of rope behind it. So that by the time it got from the North Pole to the equator, let's say that distance is 6,000 miles, there would be 6,000 miles of rope behind the rocket, right? The ballistic.
No,
there would be. Well, how much rope would be behind the ballistic?
a lot longer, a lot more rope.
Why?
It took a longer path, right? It traveled more than 6,000 miles.
On the ground, in the air, the actual path the ballistic traveled is only 6,000 miles.
Yeah, but the rope it had to lay down on the ground would be greater, right? Because it's taking a major curved path.
Yes, but if we had some rope that we could just hang in the air behind the ballistic, it would just be a 6,000 mile rope, right?
Yes.
Okay, because that's how Coriolis works. I know. You understand now, Demon Stride?
That dude, I fucking know I understand how Coriolis works. And your magic rope analogy didn't do shit. All right, you didn't prove the Earth doesn't spin. You still haven't tied the two together, and I'm a cunt. Yep, that's great. I'm a cunt.
Jeremy,
cordially.
he's right. You're missing a key point there, Jeremy.
Just everyone relax.
Yes,
please.
you've gone a physical distance over the sphere.
Stop, Zanuck.
6,000 miles.
Stop, Zanuck.
What?
Dude, if you interrupt again like that, you're gonna get muted, bro. The other guy and you, Zanuck. He's trying to get to a point, but you guys keep getting grief. You guys keep giving him grief at the middle of his point, and so you can't. It don't seem concise. Please stop.
He was talking to me, and I was responding back. I don't think I was interrupting at all.
Yeah, Zanuck didn't I don't know. Zanuck didn't seem to be in the wrong that time.
No, I'm not saying that Zanuck was in the wrong, but I was trying to mod.
Okay, real quick, Jeremy. Yes, you have a distance. We all know the distance is 6,000 miles from the North Pole to the equator. No question about it. If it squirted out rope behind its ass, that rope would be 6,000 miles. However, the distance that it would cover over the surface would be far greater.
I know, which means that if you're trying to say how far did this ballistic actually travel, we wouldn't use the rope on the ground because you could spin the Earth faster and it'd just be a longer rope. When in the meantime, the other rope, magic rope that's floating in the air, that's always going to be the same length, whether you stop Earth from rotating or you rotate it at a zillion miles an hour.
No, we know the distance it takes to fly. But see, no, if it went to a destination, it would be a lot longer. You're talking about just getting to the equator. You're forgetting where you're going. It's almost like now it's a curved path in the other direction, so it would be a longer rope. It's not taking a straight path. If it is taking a straight path, then it wouldn't. You'd be going like, I'm going to travel from here to, North Pole to, instead of going straight down to, Mexico, I'm going to, Africa. It's a much longer path if you're going to the Africa via a curved path to North America through Mexico and then across the Atlantic to Africa. I mean, the whole thing is just forgetting it. You're just confusing reference frames is what's happening. That's the net of it.
Yeah, I'm not confused. We're at the North Pole.
What if the Earth is spinning really fast? What if it was spinning so fast that by the time you're going south, that the Earth rotated 6 times before you got there? What would that do to your rope?
I'll explain it. No matter how fast the Earth is spinning, you're at the North Pole, you want to hit a target at the equator. Or you're just trying to hit the equator. It doesn't even matter where. You just want to take a ballistic from the North Pole to the equator. It doesn't deviate left or right, just goes in a straight line. No matter how fast or slow you rotate the Earth, the ballistic is always going to travel that 6,000 miles. We know that because we left rope magically floating behind the plane, right?
Right.
Okay, so now that we know that, if you start spinning the Earth faster, it's only going to make the distance longer.
I agree. We're saying the exact same thing. I don't know why there's even a discussion. The Earth spun 3 times, but only went 6,000 miles. The rope, by virtue of the rope that's being emitted out of its ass as it's flying.
Yeah, so we know how far the. My bad.
It flew 6,000 miles, but over the ground it flew 100,000 miles.
Yes, so we know how far the ballistic actually travels. That would be 6,000 miles.
From the inertial reference frame, yes.
From the frame that the ballistic is actually in.
It's in both frames. It's in the inertial and the non-inertial.
Okay, but it's flying in the inertial frame though. If you were on the plane, you would be viewing things from the inertial frame.
The problem is Jeremy doesn't understand Coriolis. He can't comprehend it. I don't think we're going to be able to, really get to the bottom of this because he can't comprehend this simple thing.
Please stop projecting.
I know. I was just doing what Jeremy was doing to me earlier. Kept saying I couldn't understand Coriolis. It's just really gross. I was just giving him a taste of what gross is.
Dude, I wasn't trying to play you. You were just confused on which reference frame would be the longest path.
Well, yeah. There's definitely confusion, but to continue to say that I couldn't understand it is fucking gross. I just, jabbing back. No harm, no foul.
I wasn't trying to play you or ridicule you or anything. It's just wrong. Longest, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we
are you ready with your thing there?
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, I'm sharing.
So we got Stingray aboard here. He's got it, Jeremy. Maybe we can solve this with a visual.
I mean, honestly, I think we're all clear now, and we know that the longer path would be on the trace out on the surface.
So for anybody that's interested, there's this merry-go-round, just a piece of wood. It rotates once over 240 frames. we've got one ball that rolls along the surface, the black ball, and one ball that has parabolic trajectory that's in ballistic flight in a direction. And on the left, we've got an observer from, a fixed point in 3D space. And on the right, we've got an observer that's actually attached to the merry-go-round. And that's what they see of both objects. The parabolic flight goes in this lovely spiral, which is huge. And that's from the observer of the merry-go-round. Whereas the rolling ball just takes a straight path on the merry-go-round observer, but obviously from a 3D space does pretty much the same 3D space distance as the merry-go-round space distance, vice versa. But here's the thing to consider. I decided to do another example because I like the drone. The drone uses the atmosphere being a fluid. But something that's easier to visualize that is also a fluid is water. So we put water on the merry-go-round. We've got a boat, powered, just like the drone. The boat pushes a fluid, which we call water. The drone pushes a fluid, which we call air. Now, this boat is going to try to make it to the right-hand side under power. Yes, it's an orange boat. Could have made a boat better, but fuck it. And then this is going to rotate once very slowly while this boat is trying to aim for this point on it. What's going to happen? It's going to do that. From the observation point of outside. But from the observation point inside, a boat on a fluid, like a drone in the fluid of the atmosphere, an observation point on the inside of this will just see the boat going pretty much on a straight line. There will be, if I put dynamic forces in it, a little bit of lateral force because of this emergent rotation force applied, but not too much in this liquid. This liquid's going to rotate with this fish pond. And I shall keep this as a nice example to show reference frames and fluids. Nice.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So
Nice.
on Earth, when you shoot a ballistic on the globe, they have to lead the target. If you were shooting something from the North Pole and you wanted to hit a specific target at the equator, you would have to aim for where the target is going to be by the time the ballistic gets there. Otherwise, you'll miss. Right?
You'll lack it actually.
You'll miss. What's up, Danik?
Are you going north or south to north?
We're at the North Pole. We're shooting. We're trying to hit a target at the equator. You have to shoot. You have to shoot where the target's going to be. Otherwise, you'll miss. Right?
No, just use a bigger bullet and more explosives. You'll get the fucker.
But if you didn't have a bigger bullet and more explosives, you would have to shoot where the target's going to be. Otherwise, you'd miss.
Yes.
Because the ballistic can only go in a straight line path. It can only travel that 6,000 mile distance in a straight line.
Not necessarily, because they do take wind speed into consideration as well, don't they?
Okay, save for wind speed or anything. Overall, they need to aim where the target's going to be.
Yes, I understand that. Yes.
What about like Jeremy?
So
like
is the ultimate thing then that planes could be like leading their target to hit where they want to land? Is that ultimately what you're trying to say?
The ultimate point is that if the plane, like the ballistic, wanted to fly the shortest distance that it could, it would fly like the ballistic does and aim for where the target's going to be.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. Because it can. It doesn't. It's not experiencing Coriolis. It can just fly straight.
You know how much gas money this would save airliners?
Hold on. So you're saying planes don't experience? We're back to saying planes don't experience Coriolis again.
They don't. They aren't affected by Coriolis in the same way a ballistic is. I think we can put that to bed. You don't agree with You don't disagree with that, do you? That'd be asinine.
Zanuck, is a ballistic affected by Coriolis different than a plane?
Well, plane's going to be counteracting the deviation where a bullet is strictly, going straight in the
Ballistic.
inertial path.
Yeah.
Yes, but they're both
It still has
affected.
forces
They're
acting on
both
it, by the way.
affected. Yes, but
They're both affected by how much? What's the point? I harken back to that. How much force, how much Coriolis force is being applied to the plane that you would expect it to do the thing you're saying that proves the Earth isn't spinning?
Yeah, just really quickly, Jeremy. An aircraft, a powered aircraft, going through a thick fluid like the atmosphere, that is using the thrust of the engines that are using the atmosphere to travel in a direction through that thick atmosphere, has a disproportionate amount of forces calculated due to the atmosphere compared to Coriolis. Coriolis, in terms of the trajectory flight of a powered aircraft, will be, I'd hate to calculate it, but a billionth, whereas a small wind would be 100,000 times more, even on a multi-thousand-mile trip.
Okay. You shot your ballistic from the North Pole. You hit the equator. That flew. We all agree that flew the shortest distance that the ballistic could possibly travel, right? Hello.
It's actually is it not traveling over more ground?
I don't know. Maybe let's wait to answer my question before we put another question on the table. I also have a follow-up question and a follow-up scenario. So
you should have follow-up points that make sense, though.
Yeah, can we all agree that the ballistic flew the shortest path that it possibly could have?
Well, who are you asking?
Anyone that understands what this ballistic does when it goes from the North Pole to the equator.
My belief in a globe tells me that, yes, that would be the shortest distance because there's a globe, so that would be the shortest distance.
Yeah,
all globes must
if
agree.
If the globe wasn't spinning, it would go a shorter distance. So does that answer your question?
No, if the globe wasn't spinning, it would still go the same distance.
It would travel less distance on the ground.
Nope, it takes a straight line path on the
Well,
ground.
it actually depends on which.
We're talking about how far the ballistic. Now, we're not talking about the line you trace on the ground. We're just talking about how far the ballistic travels. Is there a shorter path the ballistic can go?
It depends on if you're shooting north or south and which way you're shooting. Because and if the Earth is spinning, like if the Earth's spinning, you can shoot a shorter distance to get to your target because it's leaning into it. Like I really don't get.
North south wouldn't
can
matter
plug
if
it
it's
up
not
and-
spinning, Demon.
Why don't you just nail it down? So it's absolutely not spinning. Let's get that down.
We're at the North Pole.
Yeah.
We're at the North Pole. You want to shoot a ballistic to the equator. Okay? The ballistic goes in a straight line, meaning not curving left to right. Now, whether the Earth is spinning at a zillion miles an hour or it stops spinning, that's going to be irrelevant to the ballistic because it's only going to travel those 6,000 miles to get to the equator because it's going in a straight line path.
Great.
Does everyone understand that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. What's your point?
You think so?
Demon Stride
Okay.
understands it, right, Demon Stride?
Okay, we now understand that it doesn't matter if Earth's rotating, not rotating, zillion miles an hour. The North Pole to the equator, when you shoot the ballistic, that is the shortest path it can be because it doesn't deviate left to right. It just goes in a straight line with the parabolic arc to the equator. Okay,
Sure.
we got that clear. Okay, we're clear on that. Now, if you wanted to fly the shortest path in the plane, you would follow that same path, right?
I don't think so.
So there's a shorter path that the ballistic can take.
This is the win for them, guys. Let them
Hold on.
God.
So you're saying there's a shorter path that the ballistic can take?
This isn't a very good argument. I'm just gonna say that now.
Well, I don't think it's the same though, because I feel like with the plane, whatever. I mean, like because it's being affected by the the atmosphere. That if it was to try to take a shorter path, I think it would actually use like more fuel or something. I don't think it can take that shorter path. I don't think it works like that.
Dude, is there a shorter path the ballistic can take?
Like, okay, so can
No.
No, there's not a shorter path the ballistic can take. All right, thank you, Zanuck. Now, if the plane wanted to fly the shortest path, it would follow that same path, right? Because that's the shortest path.
I don't think so though, because once again, I think the fact that the plane is actually affected by the atmosphere or whatever. I'm pretty sure.
If its desire was to go the shortest path, that's all it desires.
Okay, Zanuck,
think of a guy. Remember the river analogy. Remember the river analogy. You're going from one shore to the other. You want to go right across straight path, across to one tree to another tree. They're right in a straight line with one another. You don't go directly toward the tree. You'd have to tack into the current and travel against the current and travel a greater distance through the water to get to the straight line path to the tree on the other side.
Yeah,
that's the part you're just not getting. For some reason.
That's what I was
Well,
saying.
that's just jumping the gun, though, Arma and Zanuck. You're jumping the gun to hand wave what Jeremy's pointing out. That it has no desire but to go the shortest path. That's where you would start.
No.
We all agree that come on, guys, hold
He's
on.
talking about aiming.
We
It's
all
like aiming
agree.
the bullet, aiming the boat.
Guys,
If you're to
Zanuck,
shoot a
hold on.
boat,
Zanuck, hold on. We all agree that the ballistic is the shortest path it can take from the North Pole to the equator, right? That's 6,000 mile distance the ballistic travels.
Sure. Yeah. Ish.
I mean, I'm not being funny, but this example is made a hell of a lot better if you exchange the aircraft for a boat.
Why? No, we're talking about planes.
Yeah, so planes fly through a fluid, sorry, and they have thrust from a fluid. A boat travels through a fluid and generates thrust through a fluid. But for the sake of this example, one is a metric fuck ton thicker than the other, and it would serve as well to put a boat on the water. There's no difference.
There's no need to switch it up, bro. I appreciate your input. There's no need to switch it up. It's already.
Okay.
Well,
we all agree that the ballistic is takes the shortest path it can to get to the equator, right, guys?
Sure, but once again, that's
okay. Yes, it's the shortest path possible.
Yes.
So if the plane wanted to do that same shortest path, if the plane wanted to fly the shortest path possible, it would follow the same path the ballistic took, right?
No, because once again, I think for it to actually take the same path, I think it would actually have to use like more fuel or some shit. Like I don't think that's actually how it works.
We're not talking about fuel. We're talking about the distance it travels.
You're talking about a bullet being affected by Coriolis, and you're expecting a plane to just use the Coriolis effect to somehow magic something. That's what you keep going back to, and I don't get why. Like, why did this make sense to you in the first place?
Because if the plane wants to fly the shortest path, it needs to take the same path the ballistic takes. Do you guys understand?
Planes aren't bullets.
Well, hold on.
I know planes aren't bullets. That's profound. I'm calling my wife after to let her know planes aren't bullets after this.
Okay.
However, it doesn't change the fact that if the plane wants to fly the shortest distance, it would take the same path the ballistic took because that was the shortest path.
Why are you comparing a plane to a bullet? I don't understand.
Well, hold on.
Because I'm trying to show you guys which the shortest path is.
Well,
That's why I'm comparing a plane to a bullet.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. So let's real fast. Let's maybe not give it to him, but let's just see. Okay. Let's say that is the case. That it is the shortest path, right?
Dude, Jeremy, I think you should cut off conversation
Was I not
with all these
talking?
people. If you could ban them all from the room, if you could just ban them all from the room, they resist at every turn to move forward and acknowledge. And it doesn't matter. You're never going to acknowledge.
I was literally.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Armada. They continue to call us cunts and interrupt and then call you out for interrupting all fucking day long. You just ban them.
Go ahead, Armbar.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Arma's idea.
Hold on, no
concede and move on.
Let me talk. Okay, so okay. So I was saying, let's say you were correct, right? Because I mean, I don't necessarily disagree, right? Let's say you are correct and it is the shortest path, though, right? Like, where do we go from there, right? Because like, even if it is the shortest path, right, that doesn't mean it'll. The plane will get to that point the fastest, all right? Because it could be that, taking that path, it actually has to move like slower or some shit. I don't know. I'm just giving you an example. Like just saying it's the shortest path doesn't really get us anywhere. It doesn't really do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because they keep on confusing the inertia with the non-inertial frame. It's just amazing that you can't get the two straight.
No one's confusing anything. I acknowledge that there is a different path on the ground and there would be here.
Yeah, the shortest path
Guys,
is
let
not
me
the
just
ballistic
address
path. The shortest path is as the crow flies, which is against Coriolis. Continue.
Okay, no one's confusing or conflating anything. I acknowledge that the line on the ground in the inertial frame, non-inertial frame, will be a different line than in the inertial frame. Okay, the whole point of this is that if we all agree that the ballistic takes the shortest path, if a plane were to fly, it would also take that same path because that is the shortest path. Then clearly that would trace a curved line on the ground, meaning left to right, if it took that shortest path, right?
No.
So you're telling me ballistic doesn't trace a curved path on the ground, left
They
to right?
both do, but the ballistic's going to take a different path than the path of the plane is constantly changing direction along its path from the inertial
I know, but
perspective.
we're talking about a plane that takes the shortest path, which is the ballistic route, which would curve on the ground left and right, right, Zanuck?
Bullets aren't planes, remember? Bullets aren't planes.
Well, hold on.
I know they're
Think
not.
about how
I
the
know
bullet
bullets
travels, and think about how.
I know bullets.
Think about
Hold on. I know
go back
bullets.
to the moving. I like.
Zanuck,
Remember,
hold on
you
one
remember.
second,
Hold
please.
on.
Zanuck. Stop. I know bullets aren't planes, but if the plane wants to fly the shortest path, it would have to fly the same path the bullet does. No one's confusing bullets and planes. We're just
You
talking
are.
about which
That's
path
why.
is the shortest path.
That's why I wanted to bring up the boat. I remember back in Nathan, they had a field day with me because I talked about spinning hot tubs. That was a big submarines and spinning hot tubs. Remember the little submarines you had when you were little kids? They can run underwater, and so that's what Stingray was talking about. Going through a fluid. Now I think he's got me saying that. Going through a fluid. So if you have a submarine in the middle of the hot tub and it's spinning, and you went from the center to the edge, it would take a different path than if I shot a dart underwater to the edge. Would you not agree?
Okay, so back to the actual example of the ballistic. Now, when we trace the path of the ballistic on the ground, that path curves left or right, Zanuck?
So does the dart underwater and the submarine underwater.
The ballistic would
Guys,
be.
does the ballistic trace the curved path on the ground left to right?
Yes.
Okay, yes. And if the plane were to fly that same shortest path, it would also curve. It would also trace the ground on the line that curved left to right, right?
No, the ballistic would be a curved path, and the flight would be a straight path.
Well, hold on, Zanuck. Hold on, Zanuck. What he was saying, though. Hold on, Zanuck. What he was saying is, if the plane was to take the exact same, path or whatever as the ballistic,
the exact same shortest path.
It'd be a longer path in that case.
You'd have to
cover. If the plane would have traveled the same path that the ballistic did, it would trace a curve. Hold on, Demon. This is the ending right here. If the plane were to fly the same shortest distance path that the ballistic does, it would trace a curved line on the ground, meaning left to right. However, they claim that they are flying in the shortest path on flights.
No, the ballistic would be a longer path.
They are claiming that they fly the shortest. Zanuck, hold on a second, man. They are claiming that they're flying in the shortest distance path, but guess what? They're flying in great circle routes with Zanuck. But they're flying in great circle routes, which means they're not curving left to right.
Okay,
so they're not flying the shortest path because we already know the shortest.
I know you're just missing the point.
This is impressive, man. This is really impressive. Then grab a globe, okay, and take a string, all right, and put a great circle route path, all right, and then show me one where you have a curved path and tell me the curved path is shorter still. Like, what the fuck are you saying, man?
It would start to curve when you start spinning.
Please let me explain.
Hold on, let me address Demon Strike. Can I address Demon
No,
Strike?
it was my turn. You guys.
Why? He just missed the whole thing. If you have that globe with the string, and you start to, yes, I agree. A non-rotating globe, great circle routes are the shortest path, no question. However, like the ballistic, the shortest path is not what traces on the ground. The shortest path is from the inertial frame, which is in the air, which is the straight line path that it takes.
Are planes bullets, Jeremy?
No, planes aren't bullets, but if the plane wanted to fly in the shortest distance path, it would have to follow the same path that the ballistic did.
No, you just said great circle routes are the shortest paths, but yet you want to try and equate them with bullets consistently. I don't get that. Why are you doing that?
No, the claim is that they're flying in the shortest distance path, which is a great
That's the
circle.
claim.
Yeah,
That's
However,
the claim.
wait, guys,
that's
hold
the
on, guys.
claim. Yeah, that's the claim that they're flying in the shortest path, which is a great circle route. However, from what we just went through with the ballistic, we know it's not the shortest path. We know that the shortest path in a rotating globe would actually curve left and right or right.
Can I say something, Jeremy, please? Jeremy, I have
I'll
something
step
very
back.
important to
Another
say.
Mata can take my place. Go ahead.
Jeremy, I have a very important thing to tell you. If you're in the hot tub and you're shooting the dart, would you agree that that path would be, I'd be leading the target or lagging the target, and it would be a curve. I would actually see a curved path from me to the edge of the pool where I want to end up. It would be a curved path. You would agree,
Dude,
right?
I'm not talking about
No,
hot
it's
tubs,
really
pools,
important that you get
submarines.
this, because this is the answer you're looking for. Trust me.
No, it's
Please.
not the answer I'm looking for.
It
I
is.
went through
Let me just finish.
with
Then everyone else can hear it. Okay, the curved
Come on,
path would be
Jeremy.
from me shooting to the edge. If I flew my guided submarine,
Let's
it
go.
would be a
I just
straight
got
path.
back in here. What's going on?
You guys can't help yourself. I can't even say one sentence.
No. All right.
Shooting
What
the
was Armin saying?
ballistic. Shooting the
Okay,
ballistic
this
would be
is
a curved
getting
path.
Guys,
Let me finish,
stop.
Arma, everybody, please.
Stop. Let Zanik go.
people.
Just let me fucking finish.
Let
Shooting
Zanik
a
finish.
ballistic from the center to the edge, it'll be a friggin' curved path, a longer path than if I took a submarine that just drove directly to the shore, directly to the edge. If I had a rope, the distance that the submarine would take would be exactly the radius of the center of this rotating hot tub to the edge. So all the analogies put into one example. However, ballistically, no, it would take a curve path. A longer rope would be needed. That's the answer you're looking for, Jeremy.
Okay, now
No,
stop
it doesn't
talking.
agree
Let
with them.
somebody else respond.
That's not the answer I'm looking for. We're talking about planes and ballistics flying over a globe. And we're not talking about submarines and spinning hot tubs or anything like that.
Same thing. There's a fluid.
Well, hold
Yeah,
on.
he only
If
wants the
it's the
answers
same
that
thing, why can't we just? If
position.
it's the same thing, why can't we just talk about the plane and the ballistic then?
Because
Why
I think it's not dramatic enough to understand there's a fluid there that is traveling through. When it's got to travel, you're steering the plane against this air mass that's having a differential velocity along its path. Whereas a ballistic will have to lead or lag, like you even talked about that earlier. It'll lead or lag it depending on which way it's going to be able to hit the target. So its path will inherently be longer than a steered path.
Tanks. Hold on a second, Van. No tanks. Please stop it. We don't want to mute anyone, so guys, just let's all finish out. We have all day. I don't know if you guys are in a rush, but we got all day. Relax.
Okay,
He's begging the question, Jeremy. You're allowing him to beg the question on why we've never experienced a straight line flight and why we should completely ignore your claim and Coriolis's claim, because we know that fluid does have friction and drag. So therefore, we plot things out according to the fluid and not the shortest distance between two paths. He's just begging the question, and then going to say why we don't need to account for. The reason we don't need to account for straight flights is because things fall. That's the reason we don't account for straight. Yeah.
We gotta stop interrupting Demon Strike. Demon Strike, please, bro. Please. Everyone's gonna get their chance. Let's let Tim No Tanks finish it up. I missed what he said at the end because you clipped him.
Tanks, we shoot ballistics. We know we have to lead the target by 100 yards. We know we do this. It's part of the manual, the Navy artillery manuals. They lead or lag the target depending on which direction you're shooting.
Yeah, he's just going to beg the question.
That's not begging the question. That can be proven by an example of.
Yeah, whatever.
Hold on, guys. I got a list. It's going No Tanks, Demon, then Zanik. Go ahead.
I wanted to see if it's possible. Like I don't know. Like do you think it's worthwhile? Anybody, right? If you can't get a concession, right, on the first principle here, which would be to plot something out, right, according to the shortest distance between 2 points, and why? I mean, I guess they would have to state somewhere in their mind why they would never even fathom to explore the shortest distance between two points ever, right? Because that's what I'm hearing being asserted. Right, that wouldn't even be brought into consideration when plotting something out. That we wouldn't even consider the shortest distance. No way. We would consider all these other non sequitur factors first that may affect the shortest distance, and then from there we'll maybe go the shortest distance. I'd like to focus on just the shortest distance.
Was I next?
Right. So no take. I don't know if I caught that in there, but were you claiming that flight paths are actually curved?
No, I didn't make any
Okay.
claim about flight paths.
All right.
I didn't
So
make a
flight
claim
paths
about
are
bullets
straight.
or flight paths.
If flight paths are straight, why do they look curved on the AE map?
Jeremy just explained things to you that you're not understanding.
Oh, I was asking you a question. You can run away though. That's fine.
No, it's a non sequitur, dude.
No, that was a direct question.
The AE map is a globe
about,
projection, bro. You're acting
well,
as
the
if
AE
that's our
map,
flat Earth map.
It is your flat Earth map, and if it isn't, you can tell all of the other flat Earthers to stop using it. So until that happens, that's your fucking map, bro.
That's because you
Yeah,
talk
so,
to amateurs all day, bro.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing Zanuck and like Demon Stride a little bit get at is that we've never considered flying the shortest distance between 2 points. Therefore, all of the flight maps will be curved on a flat Earth map.
No, we do. We try to fly the straight. We try to fly the shortest path. Basically,
how?
Remember, because we go right to that particular city. We fly toward it. We hold on. Think about what I said earlier, and the evidence is in the ballistics, the actual manuals, the Navy manuals for artillery. We lead or lag that target. We have to. That implies that it'll be a longer path than going straight at it. I mean, in the inertial frame. So why do we shoot to the left and have it kind of arc and come back and hit the target? Because the target is actually moving by 100 feet.
Yeah, prove it.
We're off
That's
by 100
a claim.
feet if
Prove
we
it.
don't. Hold on, Taggins. We're off by 100 feet if we don't do that. However, if I was flying a Cessna from that gunboat to the target, I would fly directly toward it. That would be, by definition, a shorter path to the target because I'm flying directly to it and adjusting my flight with using the air to thrust and to control along its path. The ballistics doesn't have that advantage, doesn't have that luxury. It has to just be shot out in anticipation of where it will be when it lands. So by definition, those two examples, the ballistics will always take a longer path.
Yikes.
Yeah. So
get it?
The ballistics, the path on the ground is what we're concerned about. Like when you're in an airplane, you're not like, ooh, my flight today is, short. Like you're traveling a distance, you're measuring on the ground, not in the sky. So I think the boat analogy would have been much, much better served for this than some plane that you keep equating to bullets.
Well, I mean, we have the ballistics example, which is the opposite of what he's talking about, the controlled flight, and we have the hot tub of something being shot from the center to the out when it's rotating because the fluid is an analogy to the air. We know that if I shoot something across the pool while it's rotating and is guided, it'll be the shortest path because I know it. I see it, I shoot it, I direct it, and it went through more water, but it ends up directly across from me at the shore, the shortest path. If I was to shoot an arrow, I wouldn't do that. I would have to lead it, the
Dude,
target,
prove all of
so
your
it would
all of
take
your
a
claims. You're
longer
making
path.
so many claims, and you have no proof of any of them.
I
I just want
do.
to ask if I had right. This is your claim, right? And then you're going to beg the question, right? But if I have a map, right, a piece of paper, right, and I draw your house on it and my house on it, and we're in the same neighborhood, and I'm gonna start by drawing a straight line, right? Is that the beginning point or is that the end point?
Either way, back and
I mean,
forth.
is that where I start? Do I start with that map and then say, okay, I want to draw a straight line between the 2 points or not?
Sure.
Or do I start
We're
with
going to go to your
Coriolis?
house. We're going to go to your house and we're going to walk it. We're going to fly it. We're going to shoot it. Whatever you want to do. The shortest path will be a straight line from me to you. I can see you. I can shoot a laser to you. There's the path. It's a definite distance. We know that distance, tanks. If I was to shoot, and now if the air is moving, if we're moving in a rotating,
how would you
the whole
know?
city, the whole city's on a turntable and it's spinning really fast, and I do the same shot, which is going to be the longer path? Me flying to
In
you,
Fantasyland,
or
how would
me?
you determine that?
Ballistically or controlled flight? It's obvious, tanks, that the ballistics will be a longer path than a controlled flight to you across my neighborhood to your house.
Yikes!
Why don't you get this?
Jeremy, can you just concede that planes aren't bullets? I just need that for a final. Like, it just, I'm afraid that you think planes are bullets.
I mean, go tell that to Al Qaeda.
Where is the supposed bendy ground that proves all of this? Where is the bendy ground? Where is the 360 degrees bending in every direction to form a perfect sphere? Or roughly
This is off topic. This is off topic.
It's not off topic. You can't have all these claims that you guys make if you can't provide the bendy ground.
No, because it was going to
Give
happen.
the fundamental. No, listen.
No, we're
you
going
need
to change
to
the
make,
topic. We're going to change the topic.
No, it's not changing a topic. You need to fundamentally give a foundation of your claims, which would be proving that the ground is indeed a spherical surface. As long as you can't do that, everything else is just based on assumption and cool stories you guys imagine in your mind. And it's a waste of time.
Mute the German.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hearing the imaginary stories too. Even like Zanuck was saying, like, all right, so we'll draw a straight line between 2 points, and then he's saying, well, he was asking about like which one would curve. What would curve? Like what according to the line? Like, so how did you measure the straight line then?
I was being
like
very
bending
clear.
from the straight line.
I was being very clear. You want to go to your house, and I'm going to fly a remote control car or a remote control airplane, not the car, the airplane to your house. It'll be a straight line because I'm going to watch it go straight. I'm going to control
what's
it.
shorter?
Hold on. I'm going to control it so I go straight to your house. We know that distance is exactly what we measure with a rope or a measuring tape. We know it's 100 yards, let's say, to your house. If I was to shoot ballistics and the Earth is, we're on a turn, the city's on a turntable and it's spinning, I will shoot it ballistically. I'll have to lead it. So by definition, because I'm leading it, it'll be. You can't let me finish, huh? It's going to be it'll be a longer path.
Ballistically. Prove it earlier. You said you can prove it. I said so, but you're just begging the question. If
no, I can prove it. We can prove this in a.
All right, let me just ask you. I'm going to
easily.
Hold on. I'm going to drop out. All right, I want to ask you one more question. I just want to ask you one more question. What's a shorter distance, right? A straight line of sight, a bullet, right? All at the house, the same destination. A straight line of sight, a bullet, or a laser. Which of those three options? All the same? Same distance?
Well, it's going to depend on the speed of the object too, right?
I'm out.
Well, no, laser versus a bullet's different, right? You still have the Sagnac effect. The Sagnac effect is still something based roughly on Coriolis as well. You have a target that's moving. You got to lead it.
No, Zanuck, you didn't hear them. They said they're out. They're out.
Of course they're out. They're always out until they're not.
Yeah.
Hey, how about you provide the fundamental foundation of your bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere? How about you provide that first before you make any claims and assumptions about how aircraft fly over a plane? Thank you.
Not a problem.
Quiet,
horizon drop with altitude. Boom, there's your answer.
Wow, it's a super duper nice claim again, Zanuck. You're the claim master, don't you know? Mr. I am the reference.
I'm giving you claims. You wanted evidence?
Mr. I am the reference. Yeah, you're the evidence, everything all together, right? Just because you make fairy tales up in your mind.
No,
you're living in a delusional state, dude. That's your mindset. Completely filled with assumptions and cool stories. Nothing more. Always the same babbling every time I come in here. You ask me
for evidence, I give it to you, then you discount it and call me names.
It's not evidence, dude. It's just assumption. I didn't call you names. I'm saying what is obvious. You're in a delusional state. You're making up stuff and think it is proof for anything. It's not.
Calling me delusional is
we have falsified.
I gave you the evidence. You can test it yourself. The evidence is one simple, like 1,000 things. One would be horizon drop with altitude. You can discount it and say it's fairy tale, magic dust, whatever you want to call it, but it's evidence. So either tell me why it's not true or probable, or move on.
It's just your assumptions. Don't you understand?
No assumptions.
You would see that on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's not exclusive to your globe. That's the thing. Yeah, it's not exclusive to a globe.
Yeah, it is.
Who cares?
You cannot have the horizon below eye level on a flat Earth. It won't work.
What are you talking about, dude?
See, it's just babbling. He doesn't even know what he says himself.
You could say that we can't see the horizon because it's too far or it's getting blurred, but then we have objects like the sun and the moon below level too. You can't have things like the moon and the sun be low level and have the Earth be flat. It doesn't work. Sorry. Because
you also can't have an eclipse during the daytime in your model.
That's a non sequitur.
That's a problem.
Either you can provide evidence for your bendy ground, or you're just gonna go on with your baseless assumptions of what you think is going on.
You have a serious case of denial. Clay.
You have a serious case of, dude. Like now you're projecting even. You don't,
No,
I think you
give
don't
you
even
evidence.
think
You give me
about
no
what
evidence.
you're saying,
Give me
right?
your evidence of a flat Earth. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Dude, how many times have we falsified? How many black swans do you need to see in your life to understand that your
How many
fairy
special
tale
case
was?
scenarios where the conditions are abominable and atrocious for
That's
the
your
actual thing you're trying to
assumptions,
prove?
dude.
Oh, wait. I'm trying to make a sentence and you're talking over me. How many examples do you have of incredibly abominable situations and conditions where these one-offs are examined? Come on. You can show me where this happens all the time. Show me a black swan where you raise your observation point and you still have the black swan. You
Dude,
don't.
you would
It
deny
always changes.
every.
Hold on. It always changes to show very clearly that the Earth is round, not flat.
Dude, very clearly you would deny every black swan provided to you and just find some kind of excuse in order to keep your babbling of your assumptions up. That's all you do, man. All you can do is just talk, but never provide anything that is actually of substance.
More basically name calling. No, I've given you things of substance.
Basically,
I gave you a way to.
I
no, all you
never
have to do is
name called you
Oh, hey,
once.
Kelly, now I let you talk. Let me talk. So you talk about the black swan. I said you can disprove the black swan indicating the shape of the Earth being flat by just raising the observation point and then doing some simple measurements. It's very, very effective because these objects in a distance are at a fixed distance. We know how far they are, and angles are angles, and the angle changes to where they should be, to where they actually are, as you change your observation height. So if you could show me a situation where that doesn't happen, then you'd have a case. But you never will do that, Clay. You're just going to babble about me making things up when it's actually you making things up.
If
me
I
being
ask
projecting,
you,
and I'm still talking,
yeah,
and then
you
you are
talk
the one
so
that's
much,
actually
man.
projecting.
You talk so much and say so little.
It was
again,
2 sentences.
Again, listen. Again, if I would ask you for the evidence, you would just again send in these stupid pictures of a heads-up display that I've already debunked. And you just go on claiming every time you do that. You go on claiming, oh yeah, the ground is bending downwards in front of me.
Okay,
That's the only thing you have.
Please debunk it for me. I must have missed that one.
Yeah. How many times have I debunked it, man?
Dude, why do you talk over me?
I know that
I let you talk, and now I'm going to say a quick sentence. Please debunk the heads-up display for me, right?
I'm not going to do it a third time.
You can't help yourself, can you, Clay? You're
because you're a time
I don't know why the moderator is
waster.
allowing you to do this, because they would definitely mute me if I was doing it.
You're both doing it, guys. We have all day. You guys have the floor, one at a time. No, there's no stress. One at a time.
I have been through this. This is the third time now. I have been through this a couple of times with this guy. He will never acknowledge it. Even if I would point it out and give him the evidence again, he would just claim the same thing a couple of weeks later, like he did after I did, and he knows this. He's just in denial constantly. See, he's just posting this right now, and now he wants me to waste my time to do it the third time, providing evidence that what he's claiming with the heads-up display is total bullshit. And in 3 weeks, we're going to have the same discussion again. It's a waste of time.
Yeah,
you're frustrated,
please,
bro.
Please, just go through those 3 pictures for me real quick.
No, I'm not going to do anything for you, man. No, not for you. No.
Yeah, please, for me. I beg of you. I have 3 pictures, one with the sun below level, the moon below level, and of course the horizon below level. And just tell me how that's give me the reason why you've debunked it, or tell me how you've debunked it, or just debunk it. Tell me, just debunk it right here, real quickly. Go ahead. I'm listening. You can't, can you?
Yeah.
Well, he chooses not to
waste
engage
someone
with
else's
you.
time. You know for definite that we had this discussion at least 2 times.
Go ahead,
Clay. It won't matter. It won't matter, Clay. Right? Like he can see that he can see the sun in any position, right? While standing in the sunlight, like that's shining down on him, and he'll still say, "No, it's coming from underneath me." It doesn't matter. He's gone. His mind is gone. Somebody took it, or they replaced it with a globe. I don't know what happened to him.
Tanks.
Some
We have a
dramatic
level line. The
experience,
sun's below
probably.
level. How is the sun below level, Tanks? How is the horizon below level? You can say, well, that's not really the horizon. Well, then look at the moon. The moon's below level. How do you get anything below level on a flat Earth? Just let me know. I'm just curious.
I mean, is it actually like your claim is it is actually below level while you're standing in the sunlight that comes down from above on you? You're saying, but I see the sun below me, so it must actually be below me, even though the sun is shining down upon me. I mean, it's
not,
you have to make a
not
choice
shining
there
down.
at some point.
It's shining up. It's below you by
Dan,
definition. It's shining up.
I don't see
Xanax,
this
so
picture.
we're
Go look at
Hold
the
on, no,
picture
thank
before you start making comments, Tank.
All right. So Zanuck, what we're doing is we're drawing straight lines to the moon and the sun.
We have a line that is level, and the moon looks like it's below level. How is that possible?
Okay, because you're drawing a straight line to the moon, right? Is that what you're doing? You're drawing straight lines to the moon.
Yeah, roughly a straight line. Sure, there could be some variations
Roughly
in
a
that, but
straight
yeah.
line, so not a straight line.
Well, roughly a straight line, not a perfectly straight
So you're
line.
drawing
No.
curved lines. You're drawing curved lines.
Maybe more of a dithering line than a curved line, but yeah, not so much
Fuck
curved
does dithering
because
mean?
it doesn't have a preference. It doesn't have at this altitude. There's no preference of which way it'll be curving.
So it could be up, could be down, no preference.
Mm-hmm. That's where statistics come into play. You start taking measurements, multiple measurements, and get a spread. Then you have a multiple, a 4 sigma confidence that the surface beneath you is actually flat, not flat, it's curved.
Actually flat, yes. I like how you said that.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say the horizon is
Well,
flat,
he
but
couldn't even lie. It's funny how the creator does that, huh?
No. I've heard the other way around where flat earthers will be like, oh, round or whatever. I mean, come on, it's a Freudian slip. But okay, not a Freudian. Well, debatable. Anyway,
Why would you even say the Earth is round, bro? That's not even exclusive to a sphere.
Well, no, okay, not round. It'd be like, I don't know. Well, okay, whatever.
It's part of your indoctrination to say the Earth is round. People always say it. That's not even exclusive to a shape, bro.
Tell me how the horizon can be above the. Tell me how the horizon can be above the surface. Tell me how that's possible.
By drawing, I could tell you how. By drawing not straight lines.
Okay, so you're saying that the light is actually curving from the horizon, and it's actually higher than it looks like in that picture because it's curving upward. The light's curving upward.
All I have to do is draw a not straight line like you did, and I can make the any object in the distance be anywhere I want by just curving the line whichever direction I want and by how much.
Yeah, but the problem is there, as I mentioned, as you go down in elevation from these pictures and continue to make measurements, you will be able to get any deviation from the calculations that you first made by the change, the deviation in that angle for every incremental change in distance downward. So you actually can get the refraction or this bending light, which is basic refraction, defined and measured as you go. And you will get a very high level of confidence of what that value of refraction would be based on that deviation. It's called differential measurements.
Yeah, but you don't know what that line should be because you admitted to me a month or two ago that you never get an actual position. So I don't know how you would know what that line would be from the actual position when you never get an actual position.
Differential measurements will give you the actual
you
position.
We already went through this. You don't know that is the actual position because you've never had one to check.
No, the differential measurements gives you that answer. By the change, that's why calculus is so important.
Hold on. Okay, so you're walking it back now from what you said 2 months ago. We do get the actual position. You know this is all recorded, right? You know this is all recorded, right?
Yeah. Via the differential measurements, we do have an actual position.
Despite what you said 2 months ago about how we never get an actual position.
Yeah, one measurement doesn't give you an actual position. Even this measurement that I've taken does not give you actual. I mean, it could be a slight variation by arc seconds of variation. But if you want to get the actual position, you start making differential measurements, and then you'll get the actual position.
Okay, and how do you know that's the actual position if you've never had an actual position to check it against? We already went through this like 2 months ago. This is all recorded, bro. This is all recorded, Zanuck. We already went through this.
And we know how light bends. We know what the reasons why it bends and changes. It always bends down, especially at these altitudes, because the air density is such that the light would bend down. It never would bend up. So anything we see there as far as the horizon being or the moon or sun being below level makes your problem worse because it should be higher.
So you're saying we see things higher than their actual position, which you don't have?
Yeah. Generally,
Oh, okay.
yes. The sun, it's higher than it should be. Even if we're at
Yeah,
47,000
you're telling me
feet, that
something's
sun
higher.
is higher than it should be. Which means if it's higher than it should be and it's still below level, you got a freaking serious problem there, Jeremy.
No, you have a problem because you're telling me something's higher than the actual position, the actual geometric position, but you don't have the actual geometric position. You've never gotten it.
You're going to die on that hill, aren't you? All we have to do is do
That
differential
is
measurements. All we have to do is differential measurements, and you can figure out what that actual error is. You can figure out if there is refraction, what is it? And even with the sun there, you could do it. It'd be a little different because it's a moving target. But if you had an object in a distance on the surface in some distance, like a tower at a very distant airport, where you see a green and white flashing light, which denotes that it's actually open, and you knew it was 100 miles away, you could do this differential measurements and see if that airport is in the actual position and which better conforms or which better is suited for the model. Is it a flat model or a curved model, which actually comports with the measured data? And differential
This
measurements is
ain't
how you
about
do that.
model. This ain't about models. This is about you not having the actual position that you're telling me something's higher than. You're telling me something's higher than this spot, but you don't know what spot it's in.
You would if you had something on the ground, not the sun or the moon. Something on the ground that's at a fixed spot that doesn't change. If you knew where it was angularly, and then you made differential measurements and found out whether that object is on a flat or a curved surface based on the differential measurements.
You mean the apparent angle, not the actual angle, right? Because
No,
these are all apparent
the
angles,
apparent, yeah, the
not the
apparent
actual.
angle, the apparent angles. They made
Okay,
multiple
so
measurements, and the change. To see the change of the angles you measured, not just the angles themselves, but the change as you move, because we know we're moving some direction. We know the distance out to it is fixed. So the only thing changing is that angle based on our movement up or down. That gives us a very high level of confidence of what the actual distance would be to that object, or what the
Zanuck, we
actual
went through
angle would
this
be.
exact. Zanuck, we went through this
You're still not
exact
getting it.
same thing like 2 months ago. No, I
Yeah.
get it. We went through this exact same thing 2 months ago, where you admitted you don't ever get an actual position.
Right. And through differential measurements, we can then get a very close estimation of the actual angle to that object at any height based on the change it makes as you change your observation distance above the surface. That's why calculus is so important. That's why nothing we do in life is perfect. It all has a measurement error. Everything, right down to the semiconductors in your computer, at the nanometer, the submicron level. Oh,
Yeah,
nothing's perfect.
This isn't about perfection. This is about knowing where something is and guessing where it is. You're guessing
No,
that it's.
you're right. It's not about perfection. Something being round or flat it's like that's the biggest error margin you could possibly have. I mean, you can't get more general than that. We're not trying to measure the exact shape of the Earth because it would almost be impossible by visual measurement to see that the ellipsoid difference to the from the sphere. But what we can do is we can make general measurements like the sun below level, the moon below level, this horizon below level, and say, well, we think it could be due to refraction. Then we make some differential measurements. And say, oh no, it's well above the margin of error that it is for sure round, and the horizon is dropping because it's curved. But what exactly the angle should be at any height, we have an error margin of a few arc seconds or even a few minutes. Never perfect, but pretty goddamn good.
You think you have an error margin of that much, but you don't know because you've never got an actual position to check it against.
No, we do. That's why I say we do the differential measurements of a known distance from a known height. That's simple
Zanuck, we went
trigonometry.
over the differential. We went over the differential measurements. In the end, you agreed you don't get an actual position.
I just got in saying you don't get an actual position. You get a very close estimation of what that actual position would be. With the
If the light is bending in the manner you think it is, you don't know.
Yeah, we do know by the by the measurements we were taking at every elevation point. See, if what you said had validity to it, we would see something opposite to what we see as we change the elevation distance above the surface and the angle to that object. but we don't see the difference. The difference makes all the difference in the world. The differential measurements and the change in angle is what tells us what the answer is, with a very high level of confidence.
You know why you have to stay with a high level of confidence? Because you've never gotten the actual position to check it against, so you don't know.
We'll never be, with our measuring tools and our measuring techniques, we'll never get the actual position. We'll get something very, very close within a few arc seconds, in which that will translate to distances and height, but we'll never get it'll never be perfect. No measurement is
This
ever
isn't
perfect.
about a perfect measurement.
Absolute. Yeah, it sounds like it is.
It's not about a perfect measurement. It's about guessing which way is the light's bending.
Well, that's easy. That's the easy part. You're
No, it's
making a big
not.
deal out of something that is very easy to check. And
In order to know which way
you're making it seem like we don't know. It's like saying, which direction am I going, left or right? Well, how much left or right is a challenge, but going which way we're going is easy. And that's what this is. It's like a direction. You don't have to know the actual position. You just need a direction. That's why this whole argument is so silly, because it's so easy to find out whether it's round or flat, because it's not an exact measurement. It's general.
So you don't need to know. Okay, so you don't need to know the actual position to tell me something's higher or lower than the actual position. That's what you're claiming.
No, multiple measurements will determine whether it's higher or lower, actually. Because
it doesn't.
The change. Yeah, I guess you still don't understand the calculus part of it. I mean, I know you know what the word calculus means and how we do differential equations and integrals and things. I know you generally know what that is all about. So I know you're just kind of hand waving it away. But if we use calculus, fundamental foundation of calculus, and we make a small change and we do a measurement, and we make another change and do a measurement, the difference between the measurements, the change that happened between the measurements, is what we're looking at. And that is very powerful. That tells us the answer with a high level of confidence. And yes, we have done this before. I agree.
Like Jeremy, how do you think you did? Like, so, like, what's his name? Demon came in. He said, why am I not a flat earther yet? How come you can't convince me, right? And then he just like refused to, like, I guess, concede to any of the points that he was wrong on. Do you think that maybe that's like why he can't, that's why he's not convinced? Because nobody will concede to anything. What can he do?
There may have been a communication error at the beginning, I'll admit. I thought he didn't understand the paths in the different frames, so there was that. After that, though, once we got it all cleared up and we agreed that the plane would have to try the same path the ballistic took to fly the shortest path, that's when everything broke down.
That's when he left, right? Like, that's when he's like, all right, no more, no more, no more. So I don't know, just. Like at some point, I feel the same way about like Zanika. If you don't want to know, then what are you doing? Like if you don't want to know, like what are you doing? It's I can't remember who read it on here one day, right? But I mean, I just read it to myself. But it was I can't remember what the term is called, right? But what's the term called? It's when you found the conclusion that you want, like you got the answer you wanted, right? So you'll stop asking at that point. I can't remember what that would be called. But yeah, it's like
confirmation bias.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's like a confirmation bias. Yeah, so an easy way to identify confirmation bias is when you drop out of like something, like when you stop asking a question, when you're like, "Oh, I'm done. I don't want to hear anymore. That's it. I'm done right here. I'm leaving." It's
Okay. Anyway, I just personally didn't get what you were on about, Jeremy. That's what I was confused about. You're saying, oh, it's the shortest path, whatever, and sure, that would be the shortest path, if we, like it's, I guess if you want to call it in 3D space, although that's assuming a lot of things, but like, if the plane was actually trying to take that path, though, I mean, you would find that it would actually be, slower. Like okay, let's say the shortest path is like, I don't know, like 200 miles, right? Like with the ballistic, the ballistic can travel that maybe fast, right? That 200 miles fast. But if that plane though was to try to travel 200 miles fast, I mean, it wouldn't, right? It would travel those 200 miles in like 6 hours or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Versus, traveling 200 miles in like in like close to like a third of an hour normally if it's over the ground. Like it's not the shortest path really. Like it's just a weird argument you're making.
It's the shortest path for sure, like undoubtedly.
The speed determined distance. The speed. If we both travel, hold on. If we both travel 1 mile in a straight path, and you go 100 miles an hour and I go 1 mile an hour, did you travel a shorter path?
Well, no, that's still the shortest path. That's fair, fine. That's still the shortest path. I'm not disagreeing with that, whatever. But
okay,
that is
so
what I
hold
heard
on.
earlier, though, happening, Jeremy.
Hold on, just hold on. Okay, so now when we agree that is the shortest path, the claim is they're flying the shortest path, but they're great circle routes. That path doesn't trace a great circle route on the ground, but they are tracing a great circle path route on the ground.
Okay, but that's such a weird argument, though. They're claiming it's the shortest path. I'm pretty sure they mean this. Pretty sure they're saying it's the shortest path over the surface of the Earth. We're not doing like that thing that you're talking about, because that's not practical. That doesn't really apply to planes. So why would they? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is sort of like a technicality. Like, oh, it's technically not the shortest path, but the context is important. I'm pretty sure it's over the ground.
What?
The shortest path is over the ground.
It's not the shortest path.
It's the
they
shortest
claim
path.
They're flying the shortest path.
No. I'm pretty sure when they say it's the shortest path, whatever circle, the circle route, whatever. I think they're saying it's shortest path over the ground. I'm pretty.
Is a great circle on the map look like the shorter than a straight line? No, right? Looks like a bigger.
I thought a great circle was like let me see something. I thought a great circle. I could be wrong about this, but I thought it was like pretty much if you were to.
I mean, is it possible that a circle is ever shorter than a straight line distance? It can't be possible, right?
Hold on, great circle route. Let me see what that is. Just double check.
Yeah, because I think Jeremy's claim. I mean, it's not Jeremy. I'm pretty sure the claim is that it's a great circle route, as you would plot it out on the ground, is what it would make, because it's the shortest distance in the air.
Okay, so the great circle is pretty much like, I mean, if you were to, it's basically the Earth's circumference in a way, right? Like you'd be traveling that distance back to where you were, basically in a straight path, right? That would basically be it. Like obviously, the only line of latitude that's a great circle would be, the equator. Like obviously, right? I'm not wrong about that, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, yeah, over the surface, right? That would be the shortest path. So I think I'm pretty sure the context is that, like over the surface.
Yeah.
That's what a great. That's
right, touching the ground, but the airplane's not touching the ground. Yeah.
No, over. I didn't say touching the ground. I said over the surface.
On the surface, over the surface.
Yeah, on the surface. Yeah, well, yeah, over the surface. Yeah. Like relative to the surface, like what Jeremy is saying doesn't really apply to that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the shortest path. Maybe in like 3D space, although I'm not going to really get into that too much, because you can make the argument, well, technically, we're also moving around the sun in, the ball model, but excluding all the movements and whatnot, yeah, you could make the argument that's like the shortest path, but that doesn't mean it's, you're not going to, like that doesn't make any sense though. Like this, I'm pretty sure great circle paths or whatever are the shortest path over the surface, and that's
isn't the shortest. I mean, isn't it? This is the essence of it, right? Is that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? So an airplane would want to fly in a straight line, which would trace a circle on the ground over a globe.
Right.
Right. So they're claiming they fly. If you put a straight line over the top of the globe, and you stood at the ground and you watched it go in a straight line, it would carve out like a curved path, but it's a straight line over a spinning globe.
I mean, I don't think it would be a curved path. I mean, because once again,
Not the
path
path,
would
just
be
the
on.
path that you see and translate to the ground if the ground is curved.
Sure, I think so. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, like the merry-go-round in Coriolis example. I mean, that's how it starts. Like the that you throw the ball straight, but you're on the ground, so it looks like it's, it's curving, but it's actually going in a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points.
Right, but that would be the ballistic thing though. Like the ballistic would be doing like that thing, whatever. And sure, that's fine for the ballistic, but for a plane though, if it was to try to actually take that same path, it would actually be. I'm pretty sure it would actually take more fuel. It'll be slower. Like it just wouldn't work.
Yeah, so regardless, I mean, that was what I heard. Like, that's what I kept on trying to preemptively stop. Well, if the Earth is definitely a globe, then it would be slower because of, change in altitude, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when you initially begin, you would want to just, with a map, you would want to just be like, okay, this is A, this is B, all right, and then I'll deal with everything else in between. If I have to go around a mountain, I'm going to calculate that in, if I'm hiking and this is A and that's B, I have to go around a mountain, I'm going to calculate that in when I get to it. And then I'm going to keep on adjusting, the map to have the easiest path eventually. But initially, you want to begin with the shortest distance between 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I heard kept coming up was like, well, you don't know if there's mountains are going to be there, so it's going to slow your hike down. We're not there yet. We just have the map, like a topographical view of the area, and we're just saying, okay, A, B, right? And I mean, I don't see any of these flights or these great circles going like in a circle and then kind of like jutting out to go around mountains. They're in the air. They don't have anything impeding. They're going,
Right. Jeremy, are you still there? I guess he's not. I don't know. Well, I guess I don't know. That never really went anywhere, unfortunately. It's kind of a shame.
Yeah, but I don't know why it's not landing for you, right? So they're claiming they're plotting out, regardless of all these other factors. They're claiming they're plotting out the shortest distance, between 2 points being a straight line, but on a globe it would trace out on the surface. It would trace out a great circle route. I don't know why it's not landing. They're not claiming that they're going in a curve, which would then, have a straight line on the ground if the Earth were a globe, right? It would have the opposite. The opposite would occur.
No, I mean, the Great Circle route is a straight line on the surface.
Great Circle?
Yeah, the Great Circle. Yeah, because you have to think of it as a surface. Look, it's a surface, right? So a straight line on that surface, yeah, sure. Maybe in 3D space, whatever, you could say, yeah, it's curved, whatever. But on the surface itself, though, you're not really deviating left or right. You're just moving straight.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, okay.
Yeah, so Jeremy likes to get into it for like 2 hours. If you can't, I mean, if somebody can't understand it pretty quickly, right? There's this, it's pretty easy to understand. That's the claim. Their claim is that this is the shortest distance, that we can map out in the airplane. This is it. This is the shortest distance, which is contrary to what an actual distance, having to account for something moving would have to be. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Jeremy's claim isn't that. I think Jeremy's claiming that the shortest path, right, is the ballistics path, right? The ballistic takes the shortest path, right, because it doesn't really, it's just sort of flying straight, not relative to the surface, but like just in 3D space, whatever. And I think he's saying, well, if we're supposedly flying, the shortest path, then why aren't we taking these ballistic paths, right? But that doesn't make any sense for a plane, because if the plane was to try to take that ballistic path, right, you would actually be taking it would actually take a really long time, or it would take a longer time than it just doesn't make any. Because okay, so with let's say for example the Earth was to spin, I don't know, for the sake of this argument, right? I'm taking it to the extreme, right? Because that's how you reveal the holes, right? Imagine the Earth was to spin, I don't know, once every minute, right? So after a minute, it's a whole entire day, basically, right? So 1 minute, the Earth spins right back to where it was, all right? And let's say, I don't know, the location we're going, to, right, is like, Well, that actually doesn't quite make.
I hear what you're saying.
Wait, hold on.
You would have to time, right? So we have to time out these things for shooting a bullet because you want to take the shortest distance. We don't time these things out for planes, right? We're not like, okay, well, let's just slow this flight down because by the time we reach our destination, it's going to come to us with the spin of the Earth. It doesn't happen. Yeah, it's not real.
Well, let me just maybe, but let me just real fast continue what I was going to say. Though. So let's say the Earth spins, a whole, one time, in a minute, right? So it spins, 360, right? And let's just say that, to the location that we're going to, right, with our ballistic, right? Let's say the ballistic, it starts flying, it starts shooting off, right? And then, it lands at that location. And let's say that path that the ballistic takes is like, I don't know, 100 miles, right? Now, let's say the plane was to go to that same location, right? But it was to try to take that same like ballistic path, right? Where it's just, this straight, 100 miles, over this rotating Earth that's rotating, once a minute, right? But which, by the way, the ballistic only took about, let's say, a minute to get to its location for the sake of, simplicity, right? For the sake of just making it simple. So the ballistic took 1 minute, right? It traveled 100 miles in that minute, and yeah, it's like a straight path. Now, if the airplane was to try to take that exact same path, right? You got to think about this, right? That straight path that the ballistic took was over a rotating Earth, right? So that Earth was, rotating, a full 360 in that entire span of time, right? So let's just say this is over like the equator-ish or something close to the equator, right? If the plane was to take that exact same path, that plane would have to literally travel like 24,000 miles, all right, just to follow that same path that ballistic took.
Armbar, listen, Armbar. Say Earth was rotating once a minute. Would you still fly the shortest path on the ground?
Wait, what? The plane or the plane?
Yes, the Earth rotates once per minute. Would you still fly the shortest path on the ground?
Okay, I need more context.
You know how long that path would be?
Yes.
Do you know how much longer you would have to travel?
Wait, why would that path
of a
be
distance?
No, it would
No,
be longer.
because you're flying directly to that point. Wherever it ends up, in 5 minutes, it'll rotate 5 times, but you still went from one point to another point. You're saying that you're confusing again, conflating the ground position along its path, which is like now a spiral.
Yeah.
And that'll change as the speed.
Well, he's not conflating. He's pointing out that nobody would do such an absurd thing.
Right. Oh yeah. So the path. That path. Yeah, would be the spiral thing, but it would be. I think it would be a shorter time though. Versus if you were to try to follow the ballistics path, whatever. It would be according to you, it would be a shorter distance, but it would be a longer time though, because you would actually have to travel that spiral or yeah.
So is that what would happen? Like if then
or whatever. I'm thinking about it weirdly. Whatever. The point is, I'm messing it up though. But yeah, it would be like a longer time. It would take a longer time for you to actually.
So is that what would happen if we flew a drone like real slow, 5 miles an hour from the equator to the North Pole, and it took 10 days? It would go in a spiral.
Wait, the drone?
Yeah, because we're going slow now, real slow, which makes the Earth be faster. It's the same thing as you just speeding the Earth up. So now the shortest distance with a drone that only goes 5 miles an hour from the North Pole to the equator, it would have to spiral because it takes 30 days. You're saying now the shortest, so in essence, you're saying the shortest distance would be a spiral. That's unreal.
Well, no, okay, so I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, just because it's the shortest, one's the shortest distance supposedly according to Jeremy, right? Doesn't mean it's it's not the short. It may take longer though, right? Which doesn't make any sense. Like if we're flying a plane, we don't really care about what's truly technically the shortest distance, right? Relative to
So are you in essence saying that it's actually faster to go slower?
No. What? No. Okay. All I'm saying is that if you're going to fly a plane, right? If you want to fly the shortest distance, right? It's going to have to be relative to the surface, not some other reference frame, whatever the fuck. It's not going to be relative to this ballistic, thing or whatever. Like, you're not going to want to do that ballistic path because that's just not the shortest time. So.
Why not?
Because with the ballistic, right? It's one thing. It just kind of shoots out, that straight path, bam. It kind of just does its thing. But with the plane though, right? If you're using a plane, right?
It does its thing. What's that mean? It does this thing. It cuts through what? What does it cut through?
Like it's not it's not really being affected really by the like it's not like a plane where it's actually using the air to, you know, gain lift, you know, have lift and all that. It's not, you know, and it's not like, you know, like what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like actually like what the, okay, let's use a drone, right? Because I'm better at, you know, whatever. So like a drone, right? Like that's actually pushing off the air and whatnot, right? And it's the air is what causes it to sort of fly. If you put a drone in a vacuum, it's not going to fucking fly. It needs the air. It needs to push off the air, right? And that air is obviously traveling around with the Earth, right? And so, you know, that's something that a ballistic, from my understanding, doesn't have. It doesn't do. A ballistic doesn't really push off the air or anything. It's just flying in a direction.
So the air is rotating with the Earth, right?
Right. Yeah. And so
that's why this, if you were going really slow, it would be a spiral, and that would be the fastest time. So go slower.
Yeah. So if it was, so let's say it was traveling. This drone was traveling. Give me a speed like 10 miles an hour over the
10.
surface. Yeah. So let's say 10 miles an hour over the surface, right? So, you know, let me see. So yeah, it would be a spiral, right? But that spiral, you know, okay, you know, in that reference frame, right? But that doesn't really make any. It doesn't matter though, because we're sort of rotating with the Earth, whatever, right? It's not like we're not really experiencing that spiral. You know what I'm saying? We're only really experiencing the surface at that point. And so let's say it's the equator to the North Pole, right? That's what, like 6,000 miles, right? So, you know, we're kind of getting that. We're sort of getting that free spiral. You know, like we don't have to worry about that. All we have to worry about is that 6,000 miles, pretty much.
Doesn't that doesn't that put any wear and tear on your vehicle? It's a much longer distance.
No, because that's like I told you, that's like free distance though, because the Earth is rotating, right, and the air with the Earth is rotating, and the drone is flying on that air, which is rotating with the Earth, so it's just traveling with the air. Do you get wear and tear by just sitting in a car? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like if I had a drone just floating in a car and the car is just moving, you think the drone's just going to get some wear and tear by just, you know. Like no, the drone isn't sure, you know, like relative to the ground, right? Let's say the car is traveling 100 miles an hour, right? Relative to the ground, yeah, that drone is traveling 100 miles an hour because it's just floating in that car. But the drone, you know, is just experiencing 0 miles an hour relative to the car. It's just floating there in the car. Like, okay, I'm still there's no wear and tear in that. Why would there be?
Is there a way to calculate that distance?
What? Which one?
Is there a way to calculate the distance between the, you know, of that flight? So because you would be saying then in reality we live on a globe. So in reality, a drone going 10 miles an hour from the equator to the North Pole takes 30 days. Therefore, it actually traveled a distance of 150,000 miles or whatever. Right? So, but how is there a way to calculate that?
I don't know personally, but I mean, why you ask that? Because I personally don't know.
I mean, yeah. I don't think anybody would be able to.
I mean, I guess you could calculate once again if you just if you assume obviously the Earth is rotating, then you could just do the math obviously and be like, okay, it's this much distance, whatever. I guess you could do that, but I mean, in terms of like, not already knowing that information that the Earth is rotating, I don't know how you would go about it otherwise. I mean,
right. But doesn't that seem like a little far fetched that? That would be the case.
No.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm in a plane that's traveling 500 miles an hour, right, and I'm sitting in a chair, right, like I'm traveling 500 miles an hour relative to the ground. I don't expect the coffee, like I don't know, maybe I have like a cup, like a coffee mug or something, right? And I have
I get what you're saying. You have, let's say you have like an Apple Watch on that measures your steps, and you're on a plane. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not going to expect my watch to have some wear and tear just because it's flying in the plane, Or, I'm not going to expect So that's why the short path thing doesn't really make any sense because, if you want to say, like in objective 3D space, which is, questionable, right? Then it maybe, sure, maybe. And if it was to take that ballistic path, that ballistic path would be that, a shorter path, right? But not, relative to like the surface, which is what really matters because we're on that surface, right? And it just doesn't. Yeah.
So then why do they take the other path again?
What, the one that's on relative to the surface?
Why do the airplanes take a different path than the bullet?
People on the surface. Who cares about the people on the surface? It's about the people in the plane and the plane itself. that wants to take a shorter path.
Yeah, okay, I get that, but here's the thing.
The surface on the ground is irrelevant. You could spin it faster, slower, stop spinning it. You get all different distances. You know what a consistent distance is? In the inertial frame where the plane actually flies.
Let me see something. So if I was moved the plane out, and is it versus if I was to, I'm real fast trying to think like in 3D, like in my mind right now, if I was to take the ballistic path with the Earth spinning one revolution a minute, if you have the plane, right, and that would be the ballistic path, but it's traveling around the entire Earth. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so
Bro,
I mean,
if the Earth rotated faster, you might not ever even get to your destination. If the Earth was you'd be constantly chasing. You'd be going faster than you could chase it.
Well, okay, the point of this exaggeration. I'm excluding, like if we're just assuming, right, that the Earth spins, once a minute, right? The ballistic path, yeah, sure, is like, let's say, is 100 miles, right? But if the plane was to try to take that exact same path, it would have to do that. It would have to do like a weird, it would have to basically travel the entire Earth, basically, because the Earth is spinning in once a minute. So for it to get to that same, I might have to maybe model this out or some shit, but it's not a shorter path. I mean, I get what you're getting at, Jeremy, but I mean, you're not getting that. The plane can't really take that. The ballistic path that the plane would take wouldn't really be worthwhile.
Can the plane fly the same path that the ballistic took? Is that a possibility?
I mean, could
Or
it?
is that
Yeah,
impossible
sure.
to do?
I'm sure it probably could, but if it tried flying that ballistic path, though, I mean, you'd be taking a longer path, I think, over the actual surface, though. Which is what matters, because we're flying within the air, not.
Yeah, but you're saying the air is moving with the Earth.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's absolutely irrelevant. The distance that counts is the distance the plane actually goes. That's the distance that matters. You want the plane to go the shortest distance, not what it traces out on the ground, because that distance could change depending on how fast you spin it.
I might have to 3D model this out or something, because I mean, I'm telling you, I get what you're getting at, but that's not how that works. Whatever, the ballistic path would actually be what matters at the end of the day is what's on the surface, because we're on the
Finish
surface,
that
right?
sentence. The ballistic path would actually be.
It would actually be a longer. It would be a longer trip. It was it would be maybe in 3D space a shorter distance, but it would be a longer trip though, because relative to the surface, it'd be a longer path. And that's what matters, because we're on the surface, right? And the air is, traveling with the Earth, right? With the spin of the Earth, whatever, right? And so, yeah, it would be a longer path relative to the surface, which is what matters to the people on that plane. We'll have to 3D model this. That's the only way we could really solve this.
What matters to the people on the plane, bro? What matters to the people on the plane is how far they travel.
The bullet
not according to the ground reality.
The bullet is said armor to arm. What is it again?
Armor. You can't look.
Armor.
Matter.
Yeah.
You're making me confuse my own name now. Okay, go on.
The bullet is claimed to lead the object, lead it with the air that's moving with the Earth, right?
The what now?
Well, I'm just saying that they claim that they lead the object with the bullet.
Something like that.
Coriolis effect, the rifle guys,
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so they claim because the air and the Earth are moving as one, so they lead it because it's leaving that reference frame, and it'll be the shortest distance, and it'll arrive at its destination along the shortest path. They lead it.
Hold on.
So airplanes don't or do they? That's the question, right? So then airplanes, right? Do they lead that flight path to where the destination will be with the air and the Earth moving in the same frame?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that I don't think it works like that, because once again, if it was to try to lead it, right? I don't think it would. you got to understand, like that path, that ballistic path, right? I'm going to refer to it as that, the ballistic path, right? That ballistic path, I'm pretty sure would actually be like a. I'm just repeating myself. I'm pretty sure it'd be a longer path over the surface. And once again, I think that's what matters. Let me just do a graphic, all right? Because I mean, otherwise we'll be talking in circles. Let me just pull up like a graphic or something we can look to. It's a little tough because I have two things modeled so far. I literally have the ballistic path, and then I have the planes path. But I'm trying to get the third one, which is if the plane took the ballistic path, the path relative to the surface, and that one's a bit tricky to model because, yeah, I might have to cheese that one.
Armbar, if I'm traveling above something that's rotating, like let's say we could rotate the whole United States, would we care about but I want to fly over but I'm going over the United States. I'm going from Russia to Europe, but I'm going to fly over the United States, right? Would we care how fast the United States is rotating? It wouldn't matter. We're only worried about the distance the plane travels, right?
Wait, say that again. I was sort of trying to multitask. Sorry. Say that again.
America is rotating somehow, right?
Okay.
And we're in a plane in Russia, and we're flying to England. We're going to fly over the U.S. Would we care what the line traces over the rotating ground in America, or would we just care about the line that the plane flies?
Depends. Is the air over America rotating with it?
That is the air rotating with the Earth in the scenario is literally irrelevant. It doesn't change anything about the Coriolis effect.
But that's the thing, though. I think we're saying, like, yeah, sure, the plane still has some Coriolis effect, happening to it. But like, I'm pretty sure. But it's still. I think it's like small compared to like a ballistic, where it's just. I feel like that's what you're sort of like thinking. A ballistic and a plane are the same. From what I've seen, they're not the same. Like there's definitely a difference, all right, with how much the Coriolis effect does a thing to it. Like.
Jeremy? Is that your point, or is it just the route? Because I'm stuck on just the planning out the route is key for me, or is it the actual plane doing whatever it's doing? Is that your point? Because I'm thinking it's just the route.
It's all about the distance the actual plane itself travels.
Okay, let me just do a graphic, man.
Which is irrelevant. I mean, if they got the wording, so your argument, Armbar, is they got the wording wrong and they meant to say the shortest path on the ground, because who cares about the ground? Maybe there's a little kid on a roundabout spinning a roundabout. Would we care about that? No, we wouldn't care about that, because the plane has a distance that it's traveling, and whatever the ground does underneath it is irrelevant for that distance.
Yeah, because then Jeremy, I think they would have to say that's the shortest distance on the ground if you keep this heading and then adjust to this heading and adjust to this heading. It wouldn't make any sense to make that statement.
Dude, the shortest path. I mean, can we just admit that they're incorrect, and the shortest path is not the Great Circle route for the plane?
Once again,
clearly.
I mean, when they say shortest path, I'm pretty sure they're referring to the surface, though, because they would be correct on that account.
But for the plane, the plane could fly a shorter distance if it took the ballistic path, right?
I don't think that's the case. I keep telling you, I don't think that's actually the case. That's why I need to draw this graphic out. Because even if it was to take the ballistic path, right? Hold on. Let me see. You only mentioned the aircraft.
Remember, Google search. I just wanted to find the word.
What are you doing? I pushed all this over here a minute ago.
Oh, Matter? I
pushed Matter. Oh, it's way over there now.
Hold on, Jeremy's hot micing.
I gave that answer a while back with the analogy. If we fly point to point, that's steered flight. That's the shortest distance.
I just did a quick Google search. Zan, I just searched Google. I said, why do planes fly the Great Circle route? It's because the Great Circle route is the shortest distance between 2 points that an airlines choose to fly along.
Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say exactly those words in just a slightly different form?
Oh, I just wanted to say it out loud. What'd you say?
I'll say it out loud again. If you're going to fly to a point, you want to get the shortest distance, you fly directly to that point. The direct point is the Great Circle route. If you fly ballistically, where you don't have control, that will always be a longer path. Period. End of story. Exclamation point.
So the gun actually, in reality, the bullet travels a longer distance.
Thank you. Yes.
That's the claim. Okay.
Not a claim. That's reality.
So then a straight line of sight is actually the longest distance that we could view something.
Oh my God. You say the right thing. You can give me some color, and then you conclude with something completely wrong.
I mean, so when I look at something off in the distance,
are you trying to be this way, or is this just come naturally for you?
It's natural. When I look at something in the distance and I get the crosshairs lined up, right, I'm getting a straight line of sight to the target, and then I shoot the gun. So both of those things are the same. I looked at it, a straight line of sight to the object, and then I shoot the gun and hit the target. Both of those things.
But you don't do that. Thanks. You never do that. Remember, you never have a perfect straight line. Remember, Jeremy's already talked about it. Up and down, left to right. You could have some Coriolis. You could have Magnus effect. You have all sorts of things. Wind, karst wind, updraft, downdrafts, density, water, rain. Dude, come on. No.
But both of those, I just want to plan out my course for the bullet with the crosshair. I want to plan it out. I do it with my
straight line is the
longest
shortest
distance.
path. If you can shoot a bullet, the straight line, and nothing acts on it, it'll also equal the straight line shortest path. However, we know this in ballistics that we never have is perfect. We always have a crosswind. So if it's a crosswind, you're always going to take a longer path because you're dealing with the median.
So now I have the target now in my room, in a 10 by 10 room. Right, I have the target on the wall. I just draw a big X, and I look at it with my eyes, and then I shoot the little in my own wall. I shoot my own wall. That's a longer path than going in an arc. So a straight line of sight is now the longest distance. We'd have to actually be looking somehow in a great circle path. I don't know why everybody's using lines of sight to the horizon.
Do you know how gun sights work?
You look through it.
Okay. Why do you sight the gun and you keep on doing tests to find out where that sight actually allows you the bullet to hit the target? For example, we all know bullets will fall down, right? Just like I dropped the bullet or shot a bullet, taking roughly the same amount of time for it to hit the ground. So what gun sights do is it incorporates the longer path in the bullet. So when I shoot a bullet 50 yards away, I'm actually aiming above the target. But the sight has been manipulated on the gun itself so that it actually incorporates that arcing path. So I'm actually shooting above the target, but it's going to hit the target because it's taken an arcing path. Would you now know?
I'm going to look it up. Gravity sights. Let me look it up. Gravity gun sight.
Hold on. The line of sight could be equivalent to the tank. You got to control yourself. Would you equivocate that the equivocate that the line of sight would be like a laser beam right to the target, the shortest path, and yet the gun bullet traveled a longer path, a arc. One's a chord, one's an arc. Do you realize that they're not the same distances? Yes or no?
Which one? I mean, when I'm standing right up against my...
I'm done. That was the simplest question I could give it to a kindergartner. He couldn't answer it. You couldn't fucking answer it.
Yeah, like when I'm standing in my 10 by 10 room.
Are you kidding me right now, you fucking twat?
Well, that's what I'm asking. When I stand in my 10 by 10 room, right, and I'm like 10 feet away from the target.
Yeah, you shoot it.
Yeah. It's not a straight line.
The line of sight is the shortest path. If you shoot it, are you going to aim directly at it, or are you going to be?
I'm going to aim right at it. Best I can.
Tanks, for fuck's sake! Are you retarded?
You asked me. I'm going to aim right at it, dude. Are you?
Calm down. Calm down.
I'll give you some slack.
I'm going to aim. I'm at 10 feet away. I'm going to aim right at it.
Are you aiming right at it? Really?
I'm going to do my best.
Is the gun sight been adjusted for the drop of the bullet or whatever you're shooting?
No, I'm going to aim right at it.
Well, then it's going to fall short of it. Isn't it going to go below the target?
Is it? I don't know.
Of course it is. Don't be a dumb shit.
10 feet away?
10 feet away, yes. If I shoot an arrow, I throw a rock, I shoot a gun, it always will have a drop. What's that drop? Exactly 9.8 meters per second squared. So
right, okay. So
if you shoot directly at it,
that's it. That's all that's in the sight.
Over the time it takes to get there, it might be a fraction of a second, it will have accelerated at 9.8 meters per second downward. It'll miss
Okay,
target
so
every
that's what I'm
single
asking.
time.
With this,
But if your
with this,
sight is adjusted to it, it will tanks. You have to stop.
dude, I feel like you have to stop. I'm asking you a question to clarify.
You will always have to aim slightly above the target, meaning it will always take a longer path. No different than the Coriolis forces.
Okay, so in this thank you. In this gravity sight that I'm going to look up, it just drops due to the gravity, but not curvature. No curvature calculation.
You
I
know
mean, it'd
what?
be right.
You
1
quit.
mile.
You win.
I'm just asking.
You're just
No
not
drop of
getting it.
curvature in this
I
site.
think the analogy I've used will help others figure out what's going on here, but you will not get it. The Coriolis, a crosswind, whatever. The shortest path is the direct distance between me and the object, and the path it takes ballistically will always be longer.
In a straight line of sight, even when I'm touching it, like even if I'm touching it.
If I fly a remote control airplane to that target, it'll be equal to that shortest distance. So powered flight, controlled flight is always going to be shorter to the object than ballistics. Okay, there, end of story.
Interesting. Because they don't fall down. That's the claim. Nothing to do with Coriolis, just because they're not falling down.
And I'm sorry I yelled at you and called you a bunch of names. It was just fun to do that, but it released my inner frustration because you weren't listening. But you get the drill. Yes.
Well, I mean,
just like
I get it. You failed earlier with
the also in a movement. All these things are movements that have to correlate incorporated, and that will make the path long.
Yeah, you account for bullet drop due to like weight of the velocity of the projectile and the weight of the bullet, et cetera, right? But you're not accounting for curvature, apparently, just drop of the bullet.
No, there's no curvature with respect to the bullet.
There's no tangent. Like if I'm standing on the, I'm always on top. Right? I shoot straight a tangent to the surface of the
tangent being curved. Yeah,
it's a curved tangent.
It doesn't matter that you're shooting over a curved surface because the equipotential direction of this vector is always going to be perpendicular to horizontal. Always.
Where's this damn gravity sight? Let's see where it is.
No, you can measure it yourself. I mean, if the Earth is flat, it'd say they do the same thing. There's no difference between shooting over a flat Earth or a round Earth.
Well, there is a difference.
Hold on, a lot of it's interesting because there's a lot of misquotes of that actual concept in even dictionaries and other types of informational binders that somehow that object is like following the curve, but that's not really what's happening. There's no difference between how an object's going to fly over the Earth with gravity or a flat surface. The reason that it can go further is if you have enough velocity, you will actually make the object lighter than it would be before it's shot, and that would make it travel further. But none of this, following the curve like is going down a hill or something, shooting off a cliff, and how it falls off. That's been misrepresented by a lot of texts, by the way. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference. There's definitely a difference shooting over a globe than a flat plane. For one of them, like Neil deGrasse Tyson claims, if you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, they'll hit the ground at the same time. Over a curved Earth, that's obviously not true because the ground's dropping as you go away from it. Whereas on a flat Earth,
that's what I just did saying that's not the way it is.
They would hit the ground at the same time on a flat Earth, but on a globe, they would hit the ground at different times.
If he said that, he's wrong, but I don't think he.
Did I just throw away this gravity curvature rifle scope Google search or what?
If you find that's incorrect, I can. It's just incorrect.
Mythbusters did it.
Oh, they have you have a Yodvos effect. The Yodvos effect will allow you to. That's not caused by you following a curve. That's caused by the object becoming lighter as it's traveling across the surface due to the centrifugal force. So that's
what's it called? Yoga?
Different explanation.
Well,
that's why you can. And they know this because in space school they'll teach you that if you have an object going at 22,000 miles an hour across the surface, it'll never hit the ground.
Well, you've argued this yourself, so you're saying it's what force now? Because you argued if you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, it hits the ground at the same time. Me and you have argued this.
Right.
So you agree with it. So what's the effect that causes that? Not gravity then, right? Something else?
Yodvos.
So different than gravity.
Technically, it won't be exactly the same time because of Yodvos. The bullet becomes a little lighter. So dropping it would be not the same as shooting it because you have something called the Yodvos effect.
So when you argued it months ago, you were wrong?
I just told you that it would be a little lighter. When the effects
but
lighter,
months
would
ago you
stay a
said
lot
it
longer.
Yeah, but months ago you argued that it would hit the ground at the same time. That I was ignorant.
We were talking, relatively close to this. I mean,
No, that's not what you said months ago.
It's almost insignificant over short distance.
That's not what you said months ago. You said exactly.
What did I say months
It had
ago?
to be exact because it was 9.8. Just what you were spouting today, what you did months ago, and said I was wrong.
A lot of times in physics, we'll leave out certain things because it becomes more complete. We were trying to get a point across, and the point I got was trying to tell you that this effect allows this object to, or will cause the object to drop at the same rate, whether it's being shot or not. I completely ignored and eliminated on purpose Yodvos to reduce the complexity of the discussion.
So you expect us to believe that you left out a part showing us that you knew more than us? No, I'll take that bet. I think if you would have thought about it,
I think
maybe
I do.
you just didn't think about it.
I'm not the smartest guy in the but I do have some knowledge, and I know more about physics than you do because I've actually studied it. I don't think you have.
Well, you didn't seem to on that
If you studied, you could be a rival of mine, but you haven't studied it. You've learned a lot here. I'm amazed at people. Hold on. I'm amazed how much people have learned here, but it's you probably have learned more than most physics students actually. To be honest with you. But
when
I think I do
argue
more.
the fact that bullets don't hit the ground when they're shot out of a gun at the same time that they would if you dropped them from the point that you shoot the gun, and you argued that they would. Who was right that day? Who knew more about physics that day?
What did you say?
I said it doesn't hit the ground at the same time. You said it did.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
I gave many different reasons.
Well, you said Magnus effect, or you said other things.
Yeah, and also like sometimes the bullet will go up out of as soon as it leaves the barrel, it'll go up.
That's a Magnus effect, depending on the direction of the wind.
Well, it could be other factors too, having to do with the barrel or the bullet.
Well, no,
but
you got
whatever reason. Yeah,
I told you that specifically in our discussion. That
no,
I'm ignoring
you argued the fact. You argued the fact.
I admittedly then told you that I'm ignoring other factors like wind, updraft, Magnus effect, all other factors. In a perfect world with no other forces involved, it would, because that's not a perfect world, that we will have other forces involved, Magnus being one of them. And that's only
you got to finish that sentence. In a perfect world, they would hit the ground at the same time. Just finish that sentence.
What's that?
Finish what you were going to say. In a perfect world, they'll hit the ground at the same time.
There's no spin of the object. There's no wind. The air is homogeneous along its path. Yes, then it would, and then there's no gravity. It has no weight. It would, or that wouldn't make sense. If it didn't have any, if we were on a flat Earth and it wasn't a round Earth, the weight was constant all the way over there. Yeah, then no, it can't be changing direction because changing direction causes a force, right? I know you're laughing, but everyone knows that when you change direction, there's a force required. So no.
Dude, just say it. Say a flat
I'm sure I discounted all that.
Say you love the flat Earth.
Einstein specifically said that you don't need a force to change direction. Oh, I got nothing to say now? You're just teaching the whole room so much without him.
Yeah, how do you change direction, not create a force or need a force?
Hey, buddy, will you address what I just said?
Simple question. Why don't you get some context to that?
No, don't ask me a question.
I'll wait. I won't say a word until you
address what I just said.
I just told you I'm not going to say a word until you explain and give some context to that statement.
You're just being
because I know the answer to it. I don't think.
Hey, did Einstein say that you can change direction without a force? Yeah. All right. Thank you.
He's having a bad day.
Of course he did. Of course he did, but give context. I went against my own instincts to respond. I'm going to say, I understand. Of course he said that. Please tell us why. Give us the context.
No.
Now, this time I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything until you nothing.
I'll take that bet.
You were wrong.
Where he was saying that if I'm laying on my back and I'm looking at the sky, a straight line of sight is a different path. A bullet would have a different path than a straight line of sight. It'd be a curved line of sight. Then he said a bullet and being shot and dropped would hit the ground at the same time on a flat Earth, and that happens in reality. And the flat Earth is a perfect Earth, perfect world. I think he said. And now he's on to
I didn't say any of
forces.
these things, by the way, just as a
You know what you did say? We all know that change direction requires a force. Everyone knows that.
I feel like I'm on his side on that one. I think.
Well, that's not the point, man. The point is that his own paradigm specifically says that's not the case. That was one of the primary things that Einstein changed.
Yes, but now you can give context for it. Go ahead.
No. You give us the content. You were just teaching the whole room that we all know it, and I had to point out that you're being blasphemous. You're being a heretic. So go ahead and explain your hereticism.
I'm still standing by what I said. I'm not going to say anything. I told you you're right. So please give us context. If you know.
Oh, so wait up. Are you taking back that statement, or are you standing behind it? All right, cool. Anyway.
Yeah, who's right, Einstein or Zanuck?
Zanuck actually this time.
Well, I think the craziest thing, dude, is like all these ballers, they run around like spewing Newtonian mechanics when their paradigm specifically doesn't invoke that anymore because it doesn't work. It doesn't work for what they claim, right? So it's just pretty funny. I had to knock him down a bit. He was being a little bit too much, a little too arrogant.
Zanuck, you could jump back in with. You said that a bullet takes the longest path imaginable. You can get back in with that one.
If you're shooting to a target, regardless of the target, where it is, if you can see it, the path a ballistic will take will always be longer than the direct path to it. If you had powered flight, controlled flight, it'll be the shortest path because it'll follow that direct flight, that laser path of you looking at the object in the distance. But if you're doing it ballistically, and there's any kind of movement, the medium itself or the surface that this platform is based on, then it'll always be a longer path.
Due to the change in altitude of the bullet, the elevation change of the bullet.
That's one of them, but that's not what we were talking about Coriolis before. Coriolis would cause a longer path.
Oh, okay. So if we remove the vertical drop, we remove gravity from the bullet, then shooting a bullet in a straight line from A to B is the longest path without drop. Take drop out of it.
You're now removing gravity.
Right, that's what I said. If you take the drop out, you take the drop out. There's no drop. We got just a straight line. Now the straight line is the longest line.
You've removed gravity.
You said.
You're moved. You're not on a sphere anymore. You're not. There's no Coriolis. So what would always would be the same? You're flying one direction now based on simple Newtonian physics.
No. Okay. So are you claiming that the bullet travels a longer path than a straight line of sight due to the vertical change in elevation due to weight of the bullet falling to the ground? That's the reason it's a longer path.
Certainly one of them. I mean, that's what goes without saying. That the flight becomes a chord. The direct line is the direct line of sight is the chord. The flight is the arc. The arcs are always longer than chords.
Okay, but left to right is still a straight line.
That would be caused by Coriolis. Same thing.
Right. So so you take the drop out. If we could in an imaginary world take away the drop, the vertical change. You're saying if I shoot a target in the distance, no matter what, if I just shoot a gun, it's traveling the longest path that it could travel from A to V.
It can always travel longer. You can
Once it hits the target.
You know what I'm saying. I've said it over and over again. If you are shooting a direct path to the object, which is the laser's guided sight, your sight of the object, where it is in your field of view, that would be the shortest path, following the laser to the target. Shooting a ballistic in the presence of gravity, in the presence of Coriolis, in the presence of crosswinds.
No.
All
Coriolis.
those conditions, any conditions that aren't the exact straight line path will be longer. It's intuitively the answer. Why are you arguing, or even why are we going back and forth on it?
That's what I'm asking. We got rid of gravity. We took it out of we somehow nullified it. We got a bullet on a torsion bar, and now we're just gonna do a straight line, a laser sight. The bullet will not drop for some reason, right? Because we put it on this torsion or whatever, right? So it's just not gonna drop. It's gonna go in a straight line or a curved line. Remember, it's going to follow that laser beam. It's going to be focused. It's going to follow that laser beam line of sight. It's going to go from A to B. And that's the shortest distance between 2 points. It's a straight line. It's going to follow that, so that would be, in fact, the shortest distance.
Well, I got a graphic. Hold on. I mean, it's really for Jeremy, but I mean, I'll put it up though because it does relate to this to some extent. I think. Took me a bit, but I finally got it working. Okay. And by the way, I'm not like trying to interrupt. I'm just trying to. All right. So the whole bullet thing you're talking about, no tanks, right? It's very similar to like the thing that Jeremy brought up earlier, right? About like the plane taking the shortest path, right? Like, it's similar enough.
Yeah, I mean, the claim is that a bullet takes the shortest path.
All right. All right, so I'm real fast. I mean, it might be a bit confusing to look at this because it's a bunch of fucking nonsense right now. But let me just real fast.
Keeps moving.
Yes, let me real fast make that invisible for now, and then this one invisible as well. So what I'm gonna do first, right, is I have three. Let me also get rid of that as well. I have three, basically, things. I have like 3 planes or 3 project, whatever. Like hold on, real fast zoom in. I'm trying to get rid of this. Give me 1 second. I do apologize. Here we go. All right, so I have 3 things, right? I have the blue one, right? The blue one is supposed to be. Hold on, if I can do top-down view. The blue one's supposed to be the what do you call it? The projectile. Is that what it's called? What's the word we used for it?
You had projectile and drone.
Yeah, whatever. So let's call it the projectile, right? So the blue one's supposed to represent the projectile, right? As you can see, the blue path that it takes is obviously shorter than that green path, right? Because the green path is actually the plane taking. In this example, let's just pretend this is the short. This is the great circle route, right? The green path is the plane. The blue one is the projectile, right? Now, obviously, yeah, this is shorter than the green path, right? But here's the thing, though, right? Let me real fast bring up these other things real fast. So let me bring up that. Well, I can get rid of that. Let me bring up this. All right. Actually, let me just do that for now. Okay. So now, if we go to let me go to camera 2. Where is camera 2 at? Here we go. Nope, I'm at camera 2 already. So now this is relative to the planes. Like this is the plane sort of like what the plane basically sees. All right. So the plane is obviously traveling with the rotation of this little thingy here, right? And so to the plane, it's just traveling this straight path here. You see how it's just like traveling straight here? See that? It's like, whew, right? So to the plane, this is just the distance it's actually traveling. This is what it experiences, right? Now, this is what Jeremy was talking.
That's like so. This view now is like this, like that red ball and that blue ball. That's like the sun and moon, I guess.
No.
I don't know.
You're not listening to what I was. Okay, I literally said, okay, so the blue one is supposed to be the projectile, right? The green one is the plane. Okay. In fact, let me just make the freaking red
Oh
sphere.
yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just get rid of the red one for now. Right. So I'll go back to camera 1 or camera 2. All right. So this is basically what the projectile, what the projectile sees, right? So I'll just put that up again. All right, and I'll just make this one invisible. Where is it? All right. So as you can see, yeah, Jeremy, is right about this. Where this is the projectile's path, right? It's that blue line, and then relative to the projectile, this is sort of the path the plane takes. It's this longer green path, right? It's sort of like a green and blue path, but you get the point, though, right? You see that, right? It's like a sort of like curved path the green one takes.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, that is longer, right? But now let me go back to this camera, right? Let me real fast also get rid of that and enable this. So this is what the plane sees now, right? This is what the plane sees. The plane sees that it's just taking this, simple straight path, right? It's just going straight forward, going like that. All right. And so the plane only really experiences this distance, really. Not that curved path, like sure that maybe in that reference frame it's taking that curved path, but this is all the plane really experiences is this much distance, roughly like 3 squares or so. All right. So now Jeremy wanted this, Jeremy was saying, okay, what happens if you have the plane, take the projectile, path, right? So I actually have that set up. Let me real fast. Where is it? Let me just take off the green sphere real fast. We don't need that. It's going to just distract us. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. Wait, what the hell? Give me 1 second. Just got to find how to toggle that off. Here we go. Okay. So now, okay, with all that shit out of here. Okay, so check this out. Now I'm going to have the plane actually travel the projectile path, right? So here we go. Or the projectile thingy. Let me cut that one back on. Here we go. All right, and then we just real fast, I could let me take the green one off. That's not it. All right, so now, okay, so if the plane now was to take the projectile path, and I can even prove it, right? If I just move to the other camera, which is this one. Yeah, there you go. All right, so yeah, I mean, as you can see here, right, the blue path is, is that from before, right? That short path relative to the green, right? But if I was to have the plane actually travel that same blue path, right? Notice what it's doing over the ground. It's now taking this sort of curved path over the ground. All right, you see that, right? You seeing that? Like it's following, yeah. So it is following the blue path. It's following this projectile path, right? That Jeremy wanted us to follow, right? But notice what it traces over the ground, though. This is the path that actually takes over the ground. It's taking this sort of curved path. And the thing is, right, because the plane is, flying in the air, right, which, is moving, with the earth, whatever, right, that's what really matters. So as you can see here, it's really taking this path here. This
the
is
projectile is in the air also.
Yeah, but the projectile isn't like a plane where it's, it's not gaining lift off the air like, like a plane. Planes literally get lift from the air, right? Planes can't fly without air. But a projectile, you could shoot a projectile and it'll keep moving. It doesn't need air to move. You would agree with that, right?
That's the difference maker?
Well, yeah, because like planes are actually gaining lift, off that air. They're actually it's like the drone thing. Like the drone is like if you're flying a drone in a car, right? Like that drone will just follow the car. It's not you don't even have to move it. It'll just fly relative to the car, right? Because it's really pushing off of that air that's inside the car, and that air inside the car is moving with the car. So yeah, there is a difference. But look, I digress though. The whole point I'm trying to get at here is that look, when I have the plane take the blue path, notice how much slower it is, right? So even if, okay, planes were to take the quote unquote shorter path, it would also be a longer trip though, just because it's quote unquote shorter, just because it's this blue path here, which is quote unquote shorter, it's going to be a slower path. It's going to be a slower trip. All right, as you can see here, the red line is technically is what it draws out. That is the path that takes over the ground, and that is definitely a lot longer and a lot slower than that blue thing, which is the projectile. And I could also move real fast. And by the way, I know I'm doing a bad job fucking demonstrating this right now. I know I'm horrible at this, but what?
Okay, but I'm bro.
You see my graphic, right?
behind every time the plane travels a foot. Every time the plane travels a foot, let's leave 1 foot of rope behind the plane. Can we do that for your animation so we can see where it actually
Yeah,
which is the actual distance of the
yeah,
plane?
it's that blue string, it's that blue line right here. That if the red line, the red ball is traveling that blue line, so it would leave this sort of rope, all along this blue line. So we don't even I don't even have to really put it in; it's already there. Oh, sorry, you are watching my animation, right? Or
You can only watch it for like a short amount of time.
Yeah.
It makes you want to throw up.
Fair enough.
Not that
But
you
yeah,
did a
okay.
bad job. It's just moving.
Yeah. So I'll pause it for a bit. Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, point is, yeah, as you can see here, it is traveling that blue path. So we could say the blue path is that rope that it's leaving. All right. It would
Okay,
leave.
so the blue path.
It
Hold
would
on.
leave that. Yeah.
So the blue path. Hold on. So the blue path is the distance
Projectile.
the plane is actually traveling.
Yeah. I mean, it could
The blue
represent.
path is the distance the projectile is actually traveling.
Yeah, you're lagging a bit, but yes, the
That's
blue
all.
path.
I had a follow-up question, please.
Okay.
He's showing that they're both traveling the same exact path, the projectile on the airplane.
Yeah.
Which is contrary to what the original claim was, but he's just showing they can travel the same path, would be the shortest distance.
Well, it's not contrary per se. I mean, because like I thought we were arguing like, oh, well, you would want to take the blue path if you were to plane, right? But I'm showing that no, you wouldn't though, because if you took the blue path, you would be traveling this red line right here across the surface, and that's what matters because the plane's flying in air.
No, he's what? He's showing the blue. I thought the blue dot is the projectile. It's going faster. The red dot is an airplane. They're both going on the same line.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So once again, yeah, the blue dot is the projectile. The red dot is the plane. I'm saying, yeah, and both of them are traveling this blue line, but the plane is also traveling this curved path along the surface. All right, you see that, right? Like along the surface, this is the path it takes along the surface.
The blue one would trace out the same thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but once again, though, the plane is flying, in air. Though it's not, planes don't fly in vacuums; they fly in air, and so that's.
They're both armor. They're both doing the same blue. They're both flying the same blue line path.
Yes.
Yeah.
But look how much slower the red one is. Though you see this, right?
Right.
Yes. It's
Oh, I thought you had them at different speeds.
No, well, I mean, okay, technically I do have it at different speeds, but look, here's the thing though, right? If you follow that path, here's the thing. Okay, so let me real fast pull up this other one, right? So this green thing right here, right? This is actually the same exact thing. Like it's just a cylinder. I put a bunch of bones in, and I started, curving it around, or whatever. So this red line right here is as long as this green line. All right, if you want, I could even show you. Give me a second.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah. Because the point I'm trying to get at is like it is traveling. So if I was to pull up, earlier, what is it? Where is it? If I pull up the green dot, right, which is also the green airplane now, right? If I pull up that, right, both the red and green are actually traveling the same distance. It's just that one's traveling a curved path while the other one's traveling a straight line path. Although let me just double check, make sure that's not traveling. Let me see.
The speeds are probably irrelevant. I thought earlier when I saw the animation, one was going a slower speed.
Let me see. No, the only one that's actually fast is the blue projectile one. That one's actually traveling faster than the rest of them. But the red and blue one should be traveling the same because once again, I had where is it? This green cylinder thing here, right? This little or green line, right? This green line is supposed to be the same length as this red line. I just have one curve. They're bent, right? So the red. So and the idea is that both the red and the green dots make it to the end of their lines. Well, for the most part, anyway. Even if I was to actually move it a little bit more, I think you get the point. Like the point is, they, obviously, like what was the point? Hold on.
Well, that's why I was just trying to refresh you on the point. like the initial point was that a projectile leaves the target, right? Because it wants to take the shortest distance between 2 points, and the airplane does not lead the destination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean,
because
that was
but that's the thing though, right? So like once again, what this is supposed to be showing is that like if I have the plane with the red one, we have the green plane and red plane. If I have the red plane follow the projectile's path, which is that blue line, right? Notice like the path over the surface is long. I mean, it's not long, but like notice like the path it takes. It takes this path here, right? And it doesn't even make it to the end of this. If I was to like actually make it to the end of this, we're talking about like an even longer path. It would be like it would have
right,
some,
and that's the airplane not flying the shortest distance.
Yeah.
Being the fastest route, the shortest distance. Yeah, it's the airplane. Yeah.
Yeah. So the shortest distance would be, for the plane, this green line right here. All right. That would be the shortest distance for this plane because, as you can see, well, it's a little off center. I don't know why it's doing that. Give me a second. Yeah, that's a little off. But let me see. Why is it off like that?
The shortest distance would be whatever the shortest distance is in reality. I mean, the distance is not, is a measurement.
Yeah, but once again, when they say great circle, route, whatever, and they're saying that's the shortest distance, they're saying relative to the surface, right? Because I could show you once again, if I go to the other camera, where is it? Camera 2? Give me a second.
Keep in mind also, like just in the back of your mind, that
Here we go.
Xanax said that the bullet travels the longest distance possible. So.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm not really too whatever. I guess you and Xana can go back to that. I just wanted to.
He's just having a bad day, but he was saying it.
Yeah, but anyway, the point is, as you can see here, for this plane, that is the shortest path. As you can see, it's literally just like it's just straight across. That's it, and that's like 3 blocks or something, 3 little squares. So.
So the air is moving with the Earth. So what is actually, like, when you're spinning this thing around? What are you saying is moving?
Well, in my example,
yeah, I mean, which one's what? Like, what's spinning in this example? Because the claim is that the Earth and the air move in unison.
Yeah. So in my example, where this little checkered thingy is the thing that's spinning, obviously, right? So let me just.
What is it representative of?
So this is spinning, and I'm assuming there's also like quote unquote air, in this 3D model. There's not, obviously, but we're assuming these things are flying in air, and yeah.
But the air and the Earth are moving together in unison. So what is I'm just wondering what the thing that's making me sick, the checkerboard, what's that representing?
That's the Earth.
But where, right? And then where's the air?
We're assuming these things are flying in air.
But the air is moving with the Earth, so there's no rotation there.
Here, yeah. In this,
well, no, you shouldn't even rotate it because everything's just moving as one eye. It's not moving, so the only thing that will be moving is the path that you draw out. Right or wrong?
I think you kind of lost me there. What?
So like we got the plane in the air, right? We got the drone in the car moving with the car. It's moving at the same thing, so nothing's actually moving.
Yeah, that's what the plane sees, right? That's what this camera is. Basically, what the plane sees basically is what it sees. But over in this camera, though, this is basically if we were to, be like outside the Earth and we were to see these things, we would see the Earth spinning and we would see the projectile taking maybe the straight path or something.
All right, like if I were to put you on a merry-go-round, right? And I were to say, I'm going to spin you 5 miles an hour, like 15 degrees, whatever, rotation, whatever, right? And then, but I'm going to tell you to now move with it, right? So giving you like a null result, right? Giving you no rotational, right? So now everything's just still.
Uh-huh.
That's what the claim is, right? That the Earth and the air, everything in it are moving together.
Right.
So then what is spinning in this photo, in this video? What's the thing that's actually turning here? Because everything else is giving you, it should be a 0 result.
Right, yeah, okay, so yeah, once again, let me see. So we have,
like if we're in the car together and we're driving down the road and I'm like, draw me a straight line, you're not going to draw. What?
No, thanks. It's because the air rotating with Earth. It's because the air rotating with Earth is a red herring. When they bring it up for this Coriolis example, it's irrelevant. If they still have the Coriolis effect going on, straight lines and curved lines, they're trying. I don't know what they're doing by saying the air rotates with the surface. It's meaningless in this example.
Wait, but so Jeremy, are you saying them like airplanes and projectiles behave 1-to-1 then, like in the air, or like what are you saying exactly? Because I'm pretty sure like projectiles don't. What?
I'm saying bringing up the fact that the Earth in your model, the air rotates with the Earth is irrelevant and a red herring for this example.
Wait, why?
Otherwise, if it's not, draw no tank. What he's asking for.
Well, no, I mean, yeah. If you take away if it's all moving together, right? It's still the cardinal directions still come into play, so there's still some type of rotation. Yeah. Yes, I mean, but so wouldn't they have to update that flight path then, according to the cardinal directions of when they will and will not experience it? When they're flying east, they won't experience anything, right? But so you have to straighten the line out at that point. But as soon as they start turning in a different direction. Or the opposite. Did I say the opposite? I might have said the opposite.
Maybe, I don't know. Try to make this a little bit more accurate.
I mean, really, Jeremy, I'm just kind of humoring it. This is all done for you, Jeremy. I'm kind of just like a placeholder at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to like stop you and Xanax's conversation. I just thought maybe it was like relevant enough, but I guess not.
No, it's just no. You did this for Jeremy, and Jeremy's just not appreciative at all.
Yeah, what the fuck? Uh-oh, what have I done? Skidoo. Scooby-Doo. All I know is that I don't think it's as simple as just straight path. That's all I wanted to say.
So, all right. So Arma, what do you think about the initial claim this morning that storm rotation, like hurricane storms, actual like force, and direction and vector of and magnitudes hurricanes, right, going in, different, I guess, directions, right, are caused by this apparent deviation that you're showing here, not actual, but apparent.
I
Just
mean,
a visual effect due to a inertial, non-inertial frame. How would that cause the airplane to actually tumble and spin like a hurricane?
Tumble and spin.
Well, I mean, a hurricane, like, is a force, right? Like watch out, here comes Hurricane Aaron or whatever. It's like a spinning, forceful, right? That was the claim initially earlier this morning. There's an actual effect, not an apparent effect due to just optically inertial and non-inertial reference frames.
I don't know. I don't think I know enough about that.
Well, like I'm saying, in this in this demonstration that you're showing, is anything actually turning or just appear to be turning?
Wait, hold on. In my example, I mean, things are technically turning.
Okay, what?
Well, I mean, the plane is at least, right? I mean, that one's for sure. I mean, the plane is right turning with the Earth that's turning in this example. So.
Okay.
Let me just try to make that a little bit more accurate. There we go.
So like with the Coriolis, though, that's where it brings in the air for the storm, for the hurricanes anyway. So like the air is not. I mean, how could it, if it's moving with, if the air is all moving with the spin of the Earth, how could it create an actual storm?
Let me see.
So like so if both things are rotating at the, they're rotating together at the lockstep at the exact same speed, exact same everything, just figures itself out. No matter how high you go, it's just a per degree rotation.
I'll be
How
honest,
could this?
I don't know
Yeah.
enough to really comment.
Well, I mean, just if you're moving with, if the wind is blowing, east 15 miles an hour, and you run east at 15 miles an hour, you're not going to feel like any kind of like wind blowing in your face, right? You're not going to.
I don't think so.
No, you're moving in lockstep with the wind. So how could you ever get that how could you, but if you were to stop running, you'll feel the wind hit your face and kind of swirl clockwise and counterclockwise around your face. Right? If you stop running, you're going to feel the wind, you're going to feel the breeze.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is like, it's more than, I mean, obviously that alone doesn't cause like, like hurricanes or whatever, right? Or shit like that. It's mainly the like the pressures and whatnot. Like I know if you have like high pressure, low pressure and stuff like that. Like it's mainly that. I think Coriolis just sort of sets, the direction at which it spins or whatever. But Coriolis alone, I don't think technically,
I mean, it couldn't, if the air is moving with the Earth, it couldn't be the cause. Yeah, just the spin of the Earth could not be why hurricanes form, unless they're hitting something like you with the wind in the face. Unless they're hitting like something, like I don't know, has to be something in the air that's moving at a different speed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but that was Demon Stride's initial claim that he would become a flat earther if Coriolis hurricanes could be explained, that they can't occur on a globe with the data we're given. So I don't know how the spin of the Earth explains hurricanes at all when the air moves in lockstep with it.
Let me help you.
I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll consider and hear it.
No, I gotta do something else, but I'll jump back on later.
Well, the air is moving from the high temperature to the low temperature through pressure differentials. It's moving north. As it moves northward, it gets diverted to the east. Everything gets diverted to the right. Things going down get diverted to the right. Things going up get diverted to the right. So it forms these hurricanes. That's why there's a circular path of these.
Does that go for all low pressure systems?
All low pressure systems always rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere because of course. And all high pressures go the opposite.
So a tornado as well?
No, tornado is not anything related to it at all.
A tornado is not considered a low pressure system?
No.
No, it doesn't develop from low pressure?
No.
Oh. Google that real quick for me.
Dude, they can't even blame.
Use your words deliberately. It doesn't develop from a low pressure system. It develops in a low pressure system, but it's not
Ask a
caused
real
by
glober
the
like
same
Bacon.
thing.
Bacon would probably know. Just ask him.
It develops in a
Here?
low pressure system, but not from a low pressure system. Please tell me how you could determine the difference between the
Hold
two.
on. It says tornadoes are violently rotating columns of air extending from a thunderstorm, which are in contact with the ground. Tornadoes develop when wind variations with height support rotation in the updraft.
Correct.
As seen below, tornadoes come in different sizes.
Okay, but before you get into all that, they can't even claim that it's the rotation of the planet causing this directionality for hurricanes. because they have a planet in their model where this is happening in reverse. It's happening in a reverse of what they claim on Earth.
But Jeremy, we keep telling you. I told you this before, though. I'm pretty sure that hurricane, whatever, on it was the opposite. Because I know if you have like low pressure in the center or whatever, it rotates one way, and if it's high pressure, it rotates in the opposite direction. It's a combination of the two. It's both. It's both. It's both the I think Coriolis
Okay,
and
so
it's also
nothing to
pressure.
do with.
No, it's both. It is both.
Well, you can claim it's both.
The center's low
However,
pressure, the outside's high pressure. Air is moving high to low, and the direction is always going to be deviated to the right. And that's why they form the hurricanes. Low pressure systems always rotate counterclockwise, and high pressures always rotate clockwise. That's just the way these things work, and it's due to Coriolis.
Yeah, I think it is fair to say it's both. I mean, like, like if I said, sunlight, grows a plant, like that's one thing. But I mean, you also need water and other thing. It's not just one thing. You need a bunch of things to grow a plant. Same thing with this. It's not just high pressure, low pressure. You do also need, like, or at least, I guess, get the bias,
Coriolis.
whatever. Coriolis, yeah. So on Jupiter, I'm pretty sure you're talking about Jupiter's red spot or some shit like that. I think the reason why it's reversed is because it's actually like a high pressure system or something. I forget which one it is, but it's opposite to what we normally have.
Yeah, the red spot's a high pressure.
Let me see.
So are the high pressure systems spinning the opposite direction of low pressure systems, or what?
Yes, that's what we said earlier.
Okay. So that's not due to the Earth spin then. Right?
What?
Why are the high pressure systems spinning the opposite direction?
Okay, so it's a combination of the two. Once again, you need Coriolis and Bacon's correcting me now. Kosho was right. Wait, hold on. Where's Bacon? Okay, but anyway, so it's both. It is both. You do need both, all right? Like it's if you have like high pressure, then Coriolis, if you're in the north, it'll spin one way, and if you're in the southern hemisphere, then it'll spin the opposite direction, whatever. It's both things. It is both things, from my knowledge. It's Coriolis and it's the high pressure or low pressure.
So high pressure systems spin opposite of each other depending on the hemisphere they're in?
Yes.
Yes. Due to Earth spin. They only rotate due to Earth spin. That's why they rotate. So you got it wrong the first time.
But the high and low pressure systems rotate in opposite directions. Isn't the Earth all rotating in one direction?
Exactly. And then look what happens to the surface from the perspective of air moving toward the north or toward the south on the southern hemisphere with another northern hemisphere. It becomes very clear as to why the constant direction of the rotation of the entire sphere would make the high pressure or low pressure storm systems in opposite directions in the different hemispheres. And if we want to have us explain that, that's a conversation. But I can do that too, by the way.
No, that's okay. I'll just read Google.
Well, think of it this way. Everything that moves north or south in the northern hemisphere is directed and deflected to the right. Everything in the southern hemisphere is to the left. There's your answer.
Except for high pressure systems, right?
No, everything moving to the north to the right.
In the north,
for low pressure.
A hurricane will move counterclockwise, correct?
I'm talking about movement. When air comes out of a high pressure to low pressure, because it goes from high pressure to low pressure. So low pressure zones, air is moving toward the low pressure zone. High pressure is moving away from it. That's got to make sense for some reason.
Yeah, right? No, I get it. In the opposite direction.
So that's why the rotation of those systems high pressure clockwise in the north, low pressure counterclockwise in the north. Those same systems for the exact same reasons are opposite in the south.
Are you saying the cloud movements of these systems before they become hurricanes are moving in a certain clockwise or counterclockwise motion due to the rotation of the Earth or the weather pattern?
Correct.
No, that was a two-part question, not correct. Either or. Both are correct?
The clouds are moving in a circular path. The low pressure zones are always rotating in a low pressure zone to the counterclockwise.
But that's due to the spin of Earth?
As it gets tighter, it forces a hurricane and the speeds increase.
Right, but the initial storm is not a hurricane, right?
Yeah, low
like
pressure
you have
zones
upper
always
level, lower
rotate.
level.
Yeah, they all rotate counterclockwise. All low pressure zones rotate counterclockwise. You know this.
Yeah, but that's because of where the weather is coming from. I know this.
No,
yeah, I do know.
Coriolis.
What? What?
That's because of Coriolis. The rotation of the system has a specific direction. That's due to Coriolis. The trade winds and the jet streams, those are different types of directional changes. Not related.
So those aren't due to Coriolis, just the storm patterns.
Well, actually, jet stream is due to Coriolis too, but generally, I know what you're saying. Certain wind directions can be caused by just pressure differentials. There's all sorts of pockets of pressure differentials where air moves from one high pressure zone to another due to the temperature changes and pressure differences, all the things that cause you've seen the data.
Yeah, so pressure differences can cause storm rotation, but in the case of hurricanes, it's because of Earth rotation,
pressure
not
differential causes wind direction. Pressure differential causes wind direction, and pressure systems, high pressure or low pressure, related to what's surrounding them, causes the storm circular direction, rotational direction, which is different.
So just hurricanes are the cause of, are caused by the direction of the hurricane is caused by the rotation of the Earth.
The entire low pressure system rotates, regardless of what the winds are doing inside of it or around it. And there could be multiple low pressure systems. All low pressure systems rotate counterclockwise due to Coriolis. The rotation portion of it, everything related to rotation is a Coriolis effect.
So why don't hurricanes happen? Like, why don't rotation happen different times of the year then? If it's just because of Earth rotation, Coriolis, then surely you have low pressure and high pressure systems happening. Why won't they?
You know the answer to that. Come on, Recky.
No, I want you to
temperature different. Well, let me explain. You want me to know the answer?
Yeah, I definitely want you to say temperature.
Okay. Well, you know that in the wintertime there is different temperature differential between the north and the south. You can see things like the ice caps and things recede. The temperature gradient from north to south is completely different. So the pressure differentials are completely different, and you have a different, a less likelihood of these storms being. When you have the warm oceans, which stay warm, much cold oceans, which change their temperature dramatically, and the pressure zones become more dramatic. When they're very dramatic, you get higher differentials of temperature and pressure, and then you get bigger storms that form with higher water content, and they rotate due to the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but these storms happen, or the season is August to December, August to January. So the temperature of where they're created, right, where those storm systems are created and the system starts turning, must not have anything to do with the season because it happens throughout the season.
There's always a temperature differential, just greater in the summertime.
That's your movement.
Yeah,
that's your movement, not Earth rotation. Earth rotation isn't the movement.
No, the rotation is due to rotation. Earth rotation is giving you a clear cause and effect relationship why these systems rotate. There's more of them in the summer than in the winter. Just because of the temperature differentials, because of the way the Earth is facing the sun.
So maybe it has something to do with the sun.
Basic weather 101. Why don't you go do a Google, since you like Google so much, just do a Google.
Dude, I've
How do
taught you so
hurricanes
much
work?
about weather. You think you act like you're teaching again. Well, I'm just drawing you in to say that it's temperature causing movement. But what the only
Temperature doesn't
difference is
cause the
you're
movement.
saying,
Pressure
yeah,
causes the movement, and the direction is caused by
temperature
Earth
change
rotation.
is causing pressure. Pressure, it's all related. The only thing you're saying different, the
No, it's
only
not
thing you
related.
I don't know why you're cutting me off when I'm getting to a very specific point where the only thing that you're saying different is that the rotation is because of Coriolis, not because of yeah.
Rotation is due to Coriolis. These storms, the movement of the air is moving from high pressure to low. Temperature is not always a factor. The temperature you can have high pressure and low temperature, or high pressure and high temperature. There's no relationship between them as far as what
Okay.
causes the other.
Could we have hurricanes over a flat stationary plane?
No.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Absolutely not.
Peace out.
Yo, what's the name of that guy that did the video of the stuff disappearing bottom up by changing the temperature? It's like something in the pond or something.
Pond? What the pond?
I thought that was like their name, something in the pond. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's what's called something in the book. That's original.
Where's the party at?
It's in Napalm's pants.
That was the quickest thing that came to your mind. Really?
And everybody's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, that's on you, mate. That's on you, innit? With this like refraction of the Earth type of thing, not too much including atmospheric temperature, all that bollocks, their differences. If refraction causes things to loom up, surely it's the same as saying it just reduces the amount of drop apparent.
Yep, you could say that.
So you can't say something's looming up. You just say that the rate is less. But do we actually see looming up from ground level?
That's when we see the looming up close to ground level. Go up, do some differential measurements mentioned earlier discussions an hour or two ago. You can then determine what the level of refraction actually is, and it will get closer to the actual value, and the change is what would determine what the refraction level would be at any distance above the surface.
Yeah, but if you're near the surface, it's pretty close to zero. Like it's pretty close to like the value of 1, and the higher you get, the changes.
The less refraction for an object for the same object near the surface, at the surface, in the distance. That's why those oil rigs will look like you can see them, and you will see them much farther than they should be seen. But as you go higher, where they are angularly will change such that
Yeah, but all that stuff there involves moisture above sea and this, that, and the other. You know, if we have a situation where we're measuring something that does not involve water or any changes in temperature, really, that's really going to make a difference. Are we going to see refraction naturally?
Not to that level. I mean, they're all
exactly. So,
when I give you this value, when I give you this actually very clear picture of objects in the distance where we're not over water, we're strictly over land, and it's a day, you can still say objects that are where they should be much higher, or much lower than they should be. They've actually, even if they're looming up due to some level of refraction, which always lights down and up, it's still below where it should be, showing that the Earth's surface.
Yeah, but it's showing it's more. It's above what it should be. Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, but like even there, everyone seems to say and agree that we're still going to get natural refraction without any water or anything like that. But if we were to take the same pictures day in, day out,
Why do you need water? Why do you need water? Water's not based on water. Humidity is in the numerator. It's actually a very small denominator. It's a very small contributor to refraction. Water vapor.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. Like when you film something over a bay of water and stuff like that, and you know you'll see many videos, and you see that the level changes because of obviously the density gradient, this, that, and the blah blah blah. But if you are in a situation where that is not going to change, it's nice and moderate, it's perfect conditions day in day out. We take multiple pictures and nothing moves. Then we've got to say to ourselves, there's no refraction because there's no changes. And if they are microscopic, well, they're microscopic, aren't they? So
it could be microscope's the wrong term, but yeah, you go to Hawaii. Hawaii is the best place to do this, by the way. If you want to go to Hawaii, you don't have any of these miraging effects. You can see things clear as button distance 5, 6, 10 miles away if you're in a hotel room above the surface. But you never have any of these miraging. It doesn't change. The water's always around 80 degrees. Temperature's always around 80, 85 degrees every single day for the whole year. So you want to go to see what the effects of temperature is and how refraction is not really part. And by the way, your statement about there's no refraction because it doesn't change, that's not true either. You could have a little bit of refraction every day and that doesn't change. So
yeah, I hear you can see a lot further in like Antarctica, really cooler temperatures. Is this true?
What true?
That you can see further, you can make a much longer observation, many more miles, because it's a lower temperature.
What's at a lower temperature?
Everything.
Everything.
I mean, I was just trying to think of that. You know that what's it called? I always get the name wrong. Fata Morgana or something like that. That's caused by temperature, isn't it? Is it?
Everything's it's density, temperature, and what temperature it's a density.
But it's essentially over the water, though, isn't it? It's a hot meeting the cold, isn't it?
No. You can have
what is it?
On a snowy.
What causes it specifically then?
Refraction.
Refraction causes that where we see the boat floating.
Refraction and reflections, yeah, mostly refraction.
I thought it was due to temperature.
Well, temperature, pressure, it's density. It's a density gradient. There's a Phantom Agata. I'll put it in the chat. That's an interesting look.
You might not caught it because he spoke so fast and nonchalantly, but he did say reflection, refraction, almost like they're the same thing.
No, the refraction can cause reflections.
Refraction causes
Internal-
reflection?
Refraction can cause reflection.
Dude, do you keep up with all the bullshit you're saying, or you just spout it off and then hope nobody catches it?
It's the way it is.
So, like when you said no mirages in Hawaii, and I said no mirages in Hawaii, and then you said, well, they're rare in chat, but never said
Very
it.
rare. Yeah, there's some days it
Very rare.
I said rarely, but generally every day I was out there 7 days. I had out. You could see ships going over the horizon all day long. You could see Pearl Harbor from the Waikiki shore, and nothing was mirage. You always just a straight line hidden, and there's no distortion whatsoever. And every day is that way because the water is the same temperature as the air.
You're saying nothing was mirage, but it was obstructed bottom up?
Yes.
So you're saying that's Earth curve, not a mirage?
Of course.
There you go. So it can't be a mirage, right? Because you're in Hawaii where things are obstructed bottom up.
Well,
due to Earth curve, not mirage.
See some miraging effects, right? I couldn't see any mirage.
You saw the boat disappearing and being obstructed bottom up. That is the mirage.
No, that isn't the mirage because the angular position of the mast didn't change. It all went down consistently, and as that boat went down, that distance between the hull and the mast would not change. Yet it did go down. So where did the boat go? Where did the boat bottom go? And the water level didn't change. Come on.
You mean it got compressed?
Come on, Racky, you're just being disingenuous.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question.
Hey, come on, buddy. You see me talking.
Come on, buddy.
So we got Doofus. Racky, please, for the love of God and all that is holy.
You made
Mary,
a point
Tom, and
about
Jerry, and all
the
that.
mass going down.
Stop.
I'm trying to respond.
No, you're not responding. You're just trying to interrupt me.
No, I'm saying compression.
No, there's no compression. That's more bullshit from QE and Nathan. Come on.
No, that's from Jesse Kozlowski. Compression.
No compression.
No compression. That doesn't exist
makes
in
things
Hawaii.
smaller. Is that compression? Yes.
So
Nothing's
it is
compressed at the surface. Nothing's compressed at the surface. It's all just reduced in size based on distance, directly proportional to the distance.
And obstructed bottom up due to only Earth curve, although we can prove
Correct.
it's a different thing. Although you agree that.
Why don't you? You're a grown man. Why don't you
now?
look at Doofus's picture? Look at Doofus's picture. We have a ship there, a cargo ship, and all we see is the cargo on top of the ship running by, and it's at the same level, below the level as the high water line on the boat that's in the foreground. Where did the bottom of that boat go? And if you say it's compressed, how could it be compressed when the objects on the boat are lower in the water too?
I would say the bottom is closer to the more dense atmosphere and also at a different angle. Why are you laughing? Do you disagree? I'm not sure why you just laugh right in the middle of my statement, interrupting. Because y'all are the people who taught us this. And then the angle of the viewer is taken to the bottom of the ship is different than the top. So you're going to get a different view. Also, you have foreground and I can't see his picture. It's not pulling up on my phone right now, which is weird.
It's the cargo ships where when it's going behind the one you see in it's close to you, probably a mile.
The foreground,
water.
In the foreground.
Yeah, in the background you see a cargo ship, same huge, packed with containers, and all you see, you don't see any of the boat at all. All you see is containers. So somehow between the water line, which is clear as day above the foreground boat, the water line is above the entire ship. You're saying it's been compressed against the water?
I'm saying that's part of it. I'm saying the water in the foreground appears to rise. Are you done? I thought you were done. You asked me a question. I started to answer, and you interrupted.
I didn't think I interrupted. Go ahead.
Okay, the question is the foreground and background the same? No. The foreground, the water and the ship, you can see the water appears to rise towards your vanishing point, and anything beyond that is going to appear obstructed. Compression is definitely a part of everything we see over distance. Yes, it is. So is miraging. So is perspective.
You're making things up now.
No, I'm actually not.
Compression is made.
Still interrupting him, right?
I don't know why you have to interrupt to basically lie about me. Y'all taught me compression. What are you talking about? You're the one who taught me this. Now you're denying it?
Never use that word compression.
You don't know what compressed perspective is?
I know what perspective is, and perspective
you know what?
gives you an object that will get smaller, not hidden, smaller, angularly in size with distance, proportional to distance. Has nothing to do with compression.
Magnification? Does it have anything to do with that?
No, it's not magnifying. It's actually getting smaller. It doesn't get
Nothing's
magnified.
Nothing's magnified when we look over distance sometimes?
No, because usually if there's a distortion, one side will be it'll be stretched on one end and compressed on the other. Oh yeah, that word can be used, compressed. Yeah, so like the sun can be compressed on the top.
So
of the
it can be used.
Yeah. No, yeah, you got me there. You're right. Yeah, there is a compression.
You're
some
so
type of
funny, dude.
effects.
So
and some miraging
ridiculous,
effects.
bro.
Yeah, there are. Yes, you're right.
So
Yes,
those two
compressed
ships
can be used. It doesn't change. It doesn't change its center point.
Is one in the foreground and one in the background? Those two ships? I'm just assuming they are. I can't see the picture. But I know that's what y'all use, right? Y'all use the vanishing point and then things beyond that vanishing point and act like there's not going to be a different view. Just
vanishing point, Rakia. Rakia, we know the angular size resolution of eyes to detect things is 0.02 degrees. We clearly can see markings and writing on the ship. It's not at the vanishing point at all. My God. You can't be this dense. Come on.
Are you attacking me now? So
Dude, you're just so goofy. Like what you just said was so stupid. Like, oh, we can see markings on the boat. That's totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
It is because the angle, buddy, listen carefully. The angle at the bottom of the ship is smaller. So we lose resolvability there first. So seeing the markings on the ship above that point is literally irrelevant.
I'd be willing to wager if that ship got further away into the background, that even the markings on the ship would be distorted and you couldn't make them out or appear to be obstructed. Right, Zanik?
Mm-hmm. It's true. As they get further away, it'll be hard to detect them. Windows and things that are 0.02 degrees and smaller will not be.
So you're saying the angle changes.
See structures that are larger, and it doesn't change. Doesn't matter whether they're close to the or not, because you
Yes,
if you
it
want
does.
to test that idea that Witsit just. If you want to test that idea, Witsit just kind of brought up, and he always brings up, it's kind of silly. Just think about things in a turn it 90 degrees, the whole picture, turn on its side, 90 degrees, left or right of the ocean. Do you think it makes any difference at all for something to be close to a wall in distance? No, not at all.
Yes, it
you still can
does.
see things. If you had four, we've already gone over the bricks and the windows and things stacked up. No, there's no compression. There's no inhibitants of your.
Now it's back to no compression.
Hold
no
on,
compression.
real quick.
No, there's no compression at the surface.
You can do this along a wall vertically.
It's hidden by earth curve. Get used
Jeremy's trying to get in. Jeremy's trying to. What did you say, Jeremy?
Yo, you can visualize this by getting a chessboard, turning it diagonally, and then putting your eye down as close as you can get it to the surface of the chessboard. You'll barely be able to see the last one.
Yeah, you can turn it the other way too. You can turn it vertically and do the same thing. Look down it. Put it on a flat table. You can put it vertical to that table. You can do it however you want. And the further you look into the distance on that chessboard, the more distorted the image is going to be, especially low to the chessboard. Put something off the chessboard an inch. You can see the top of that item, whether it be a Lego or whatever, way more than you can the bottom that's on the chessboard. What are you talking about, Zan? This is not even over the marine layer. You do it over the marine layer with any little wave action or moisture content or whatever closer to the marine layer, you're really going to get some distortion. Kind of like what Doofus's picture shows.
Yeah, we know for a fact that the compression thing is happening because that one guy did the video with the hotel rooms, and you don't even have to measure it. You could just visibly tell that the hotel room floors do not appear to be the same angular size. Like it's clear as day. As it gets towards the bottom, it starts compressing, or I forget which the actual video is. I think it was I forget the guy's name.
Yeah, there's some miraging effect. I would picture. Things are
so now miraging,
just like the arms on the Black Swan.
Must not be in Hawaii.
Oil platforms. You get a little bit of distortion. That distortion can look like things are getting smaller or changing shape a little bit, but that's not hiding them. That principle is not hiding these objects.
So you're saying mirages can't hide the bottom of something? Because you already agreed to that.
I didn't say that in those particular.
Well, it can be
videos.
mirage.
It shows that is not hiding the bottom of the building based on the angular position in your field of view, and you can test this against what reality is by differential measurements. And you guys keep on avoiding the obvious. The obvious is differential measurements. Go up 10 feet, go up 50 feet, go up 100 feet, measure the angle to that object, see what you see, and you'll see everything will become very clear to you that it's not being hidden by compression or anything else, only being hidden by earth curve.
Angle measurements over distance through a marine layer is not reality. Ships floating in the air, floating in the air is not reality. Ships floating below the water, below the vanishing point is not reality. Reality is ships floating on top of the water. You see anything different, you know, as a fact, you have some miraging effects.
You mean the ships that are floating upside down, middle of the year? That's a.
No, they don't have to be upside down. No, sir. No, sir. They don't have to be upside down. That's
the one that's
part
just
of
been posted. The one that just been posted is not floating in the air. It looks like it is. It is not a refraction example. It is a color distortion. It is a picture distortion. And there is a horizon that's behind it. You see it. It's not floating.
Yeah, it's an optical illusion, something that's distorted.
Yes,
you don't need a
it's
mirage,
not a mirage.
though. No. This is what
It's not a refractive-based mirage. It's a mirage.
Hey, bro,
it's not a refractive.
Calm down. Okay, we know that the sky and the ground appear to converge, correct? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, the only time that they can engage in conversation is when it's not honest. So when you try to ask point blank questions,
yes.
Thank you. Okay, and so they appear to converge, and we call that the horizon. It's horizontal. Okay, so what's going to appear to converge? The sky and the ground. In this case, the water. Okay, well, there's a boat on the water. Okay, so the bottom of that boat is going to be closer to where the ground and sky are appearing to converge because it's right on top of the water, which means the angle to that convergence point is going to be smaller at the bottom of the boat because it is closer. It's so basic. That's all you can say back. You guys always say stupid
No, it's
stuff
completely
like that.
bullshit. It doesn't matter if there is a seam of where the water is, the object. Doesn't matter how close anything is at the bottom of the boat to that seam. You still can see the angular size of an object based on its physical size and its distance away from you. So no, absolutely not. You have a guy standing on a deck of the boat, and the boat starts disappearing bottom. Right when his feet starting to disappear, you still see his feet, you still see the body, and he further away, and his feet start going away. Not because it's getting closer; it's already at the horizon. It's already right on the horizon. It disappears because it goes behind the curve. Physically gets removed from your field of view because it's moving downward, and you can prove it, Witsit, by measuring its head, where the angle changes, where the angle of the entire body has changed. Differential measurements, my friend. Try it sometime. You might learn something.
Okay. He said that as the feet disappear, you can see the feet. But obviously, this is
just
so
before
simple,
it disappears,
man.
you see the feet when it's on the
Stop
water, right on
interrupting,
top.
man. Do some push-ups, man. Chill out. Do some push-ups. So it's very simple. The reception angle, meaning the angle that we're receiving, which it allows us to see things, right? Once that angle falls below our resolution angle,
the angle doesn't
we can
tell
no
you.
buddy. Once it falls below the resolution angle or limit, we can no longer resolve it. If we cannot resolve it, we cannot see it. Okay? And this is where the ballers will be like, no, that's not true. Okay, cool. Don't leave without a helmet on. So the point is that the angle at the bottom of the boat is going to be smaller in proportion to that convergence point. Do you agree or disagree?
Oh, I totally disagree. You keep on conflating angle position in your field of view, angle position in field of view with relating to other objects, and then your optical limits, your limits of optical resolution. Your optical limits resolution is 0.02. If you have an object that's 0.02 degrees and it's right on the top of the water, you will see it. As it gets further away, it'll get smaller, but you can still see it if there's something was stacked on top of the top portion of what's being hidden. Put a brick, like put a box in that guy's head. That's a 0.02 degree box, and you can still see the bottom of the box and the top of the box as it's meeting the water. It doesn't matter how close it is.
Let's see if you can answer really.
Doesn't matter what angle it is in your field of view. Sorry.
Okay, let's see if you can answer this question. So we have the convergence point where the sky appears to meet the ground. Okay, it's the horizon. Okay, is the bottom of the boat closer to that point, or is the top of the boat closer to that point?
It's closer to that point. The bottom is.
Which one? The bottom. Okay,
the bottom is
so the
closer
bottom
to the
is
point.
Closer.
Yes.
Okay, so if we were going to make an angle, hey, listen, if we were going to make an angle between the 2 points, which angle would be greater? The angle to the bottom of the boat or the top of the boat?
Angle to the top of the boat would be a greater angle. It's the difference between the bottom of the boat and the top of the boat.
Okay, so the angle's going to be smaller at the bottom of the boat.
Yes. Is it beyond 0.02 degrees? Because it's 0.02 degrees.
We haven't gotten there
Anything
yet.
you're looking at will be seen, will be visible. Everything that at the bottom of the boat, regardless of how close. Okay, my turn. Anything close to the bottom of the boat and the horizon that is 0.02 degrees, you will see. If it is hidden, and we know it's 0.02 degree, like a smokestack or a person standing on a ship or something, and you can't see it, just because it's close to the surface, there's nothing in any kind of optics, laws, or ideas, or thoughts, or experiment, or proof that shows that idea you proposed, put forth here, is true. No, just because it's close to the surface doesn't mean you can't see something that's within your limits of angular resolution. Sorry.
Try to keep it up. Okay, so the angle from the bottom of the boat is smaller. Okay, here's the follow-up question before you just jumped off the freaking railroad track there. All right, which angle will follow the resolution limit first? The smaller one or the bigger one?
What angle are we talking about? Talking about numbers or something on the side of a ship? Let's say we have numbers. Let's say you have the number 1 on the sides of a ship. And it gets so far away that it's right at the surface of the water, and the bottom of that 1 is just touching the horizon as we see it from the shore. And that 1 is 0.02 degrees in size. What happens when the boat goes another mile away? What do we see then? You're saying
this is why people don't like having conversations with you, because when they ask a point blank question, what you do is you just go on a rant, avoiding the question, and then start asking them questions unrelated to what they said.
Because you're making things.
So there's really no way to have a productive. No. Anything you say to try to justify it is irrelevant. Okay, it's impossible. You don't have productive conversations. You just destroy them. Now, I asked a very simple question, dude. Okay, you conceded that the angle in relation to the convergence point is smaller at the bottom of the boat than it is at the top of the boat. Good job. An 8-year-old would understand that. Okay, so say both of these angles are going away from us. Which angle is going to drop below the resolution limit first?
You're conflating size and position.
Oh my God.
That. But I think you may be doing that on purpose just to kind of obfuscate the
you
point.
You can't answer it. You can't answer it.
I can. I will, but I want to be clear what I'm answering, because there's an angle. Yes, if something is closer to the surface, it'll have a smaller angle with respect to the observer. I agree. And if the boat moves away, that smaller angle of whatever on the boat at that angle will disappear first due to angular resolution limits.
Okay, boom. Let's stop right there. So we know just now. Your response is, but none of the angles are below the resolution limit. We get it. We don't need you to monologue and repeat it again. Okay. So what we've now established is that the angle from the bottom of the boat is going to fall below the resolution limit first, which means that will be the first location that we can no longer see or resolve. Okay.
Unfortunately, you're wrong, and I'll tell you, this should blow. I hope it will blow your entire idea and make you take pause. But you're forgetting about one major factor. What do you think that one major factor is? Something that's not.
Oh my God, you are just
Hold on,
painful to discuss.
hold on. You understand these objects are in our field are two-dimensional, right? So you've just described a one dimension that is now below your angular resolution, but the object has length to it, left to right. It might be 10 or 100 times over your resolution, but you still can't see it because it's so close to the surface. Is that your excuse?
That's totally irrelevant.
No.
The length is totally irrelevant. We're just talking about the vertical angle because the vertical angle is going to I can't even believe you're saying this. It's so retarded. So the vertical angle is what's important because that vertical angle is going to be the same all the way across the entire length, which means the entire bottom of the boat, the whole length of it, right? It's going to disappear. It's going to fall below the resolution limit first from the bottom up across the entire thing. This isn't even complicated.
I agree, but
the vertical angle is going to be the same across the entire length.
I agree, but you're still missing the point that the entire boat is maybe 100 times your angular resolution. So you see the entire boat. But yes, the very bottom you're not seeing because it is now below. So right at the point where it meets the surface of the water, this horizon, you will not be able to see exactly, or now we're talking about diffractive limits, the Rayleigh criterion. Now we cannot see the difference between the water and the ship. We don't know what that difference is, and that's even a larger. They blur together. They blur.
Which is what we see.
Space. If the boat's hovering or if it's actually in the water, we can't tell because it's beyond that limit. Do the Rayleigh criterion. So but as the ship sinks, you're ignoring one major fact. Why is the angular position of the entire ship going down, but that horizon line is not changing? So where does all this information go? Where does the information that light's being reflected from? Where does it go? Where does this angular size of maybe the entire ship is 0.4, 0.5 degrees, 0.05 degrees, pretty large, double our angular resolution. And the bottom that's hidden, we know is also going to be because it's half missing, let's say. It's missing. Where did it go, Whitsit? Where did that 0.05 degree ship go? If we can see the top of it and the waterline didn't change and the 0.05 is missing, where did it go?
It's so funny you don't understand it. So the horizon is the convergence point. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. Okay?
I get it.
Okay, that means we can't see beyond that because that's the convergence point. It's the limit. It changes. Stop, dude. It changes day to day or even throughout the day. Okay? Whatever we're viewing in the distance, what we're going to be able to see will be in relation to that convergence point. The bottom of the ship has a smaller angle. It will disappear before the top of the ship, and it will disappear with a vertical gradient, effectively. There will be a vertical gradient of resolvability, objectively, and it will be evenly applied to the entire length of the ship. Then, what you tag on top of this is that the bottom of the atmosphere actually has more turbidity, it's more turbulent, and it's more dense. Okay? So that means the attenuation of the light will be greater there. So that means whatever resolvable information that you have, it'll be smaller at the bottom than the top of the ship, right? It's going to be attenuated greater at the bottom. On a plain Earth, we would have to see things disappear bottom up objectively. Thanks for playing that.
Yeah, but those are just a bunch of words. No, that you have an angular size of something that's you have an angular size of something. You don't have to laugh. I let you talk. You have an angular size of something that is maybe equal to the thing that you can see that's missing. And you're saying to the turbidity, you're talking about it's being compressed or whatever you're saying, that this convergence point is a small angle. No, it still has an angular size because it's still physical. It didn't shrink. It's still equal to what we can see, but it's just missing. Nothing has to do with that horizon doing anything to it other than hiding it. You're wrong. I mean, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You said some pretty smart in your career, but this is the dumbest thing you've ever said.
That's how you know he's like just completely can't rebut it, is when he starts posturing and talking about
me personally. I just told you why.
You didn't rebut anything. You said that's
I
a
just
bunch of
told you
words.
we have something that's within your limits.
This is
Okay, I'm
now
gonna post
what
a
you're
picture.
doing is you're freaking out. You're acting like the girl that got caught cheating. So like as the guy goes to call her out,
Shut up.
she
That's
has
not what
to
I'm acting like.
scream and not let him get it out. Especially if there's other people in the room, right? So the girl starts getting
Okay.
uncomfortable and has to make sure that he can't lay out the truth in front of everyone.
Yeah, your
That's why you're
nervous
freaking
laugh
out.
is the same thing.
That's no, I genuinely laugh at you, but I don't just scream over
I'm
you
laughing at you
impulsively,
too.
buddy. Okay, you just tried to quote unquote still man my position, and it was abysmal. You're like, oh, compression or convergence or whatever you're talking about. Oh, I said what I'm talking about very clearly. So the sky and the ground appear to meet. They appear to converge. It's just optical. It's not actual. It's not physical because that location changes throughout the day and day to day. Okay. Everything we're viewing in the distance will be in relation to that. The resolution will be in relation to that. How far we can see things will be in relation to that optical convergence point called the horizon. At the bottom of the ship, it will have a smaller angle in relation to that convergence point, which will be relative to line of sight or eye level, right? It will be smaller at the bottom than at the top, which means we will lose resolution at the bottom of the ship before the top, okay? An additional variable is there is a greater amount of turbulence and density at the bottom of the atmosphere as well, which means the attenuation rate of the light will be greater at the bottom. Therefore, combining these factors, the objects would have to disappear bottom up on a plane Earth. They would have to. And I'll put it this way, just additional point here. And the way that they're related is we have certain amount of information that is either resolvable or not resolvable, right? We're seeing the boat. That's information. That's visual information. Okay. So and then we have a resolvability of that information, how long we can resolve it, i.e. see it, right? Well, that
No,
information is
wrong.
stop. That resolvable information is coming to us so that we can see it. And it's going
Dude, you
it,
stop.
we're seeing it through the atmosphere, which means that the resolvable information is going to diminish or attenuate relative to the medium, and it's going to attenuate faster at the bottom layers of the atmosphere because it's more dense and has greater turbulence. Rebut something specifically.
Oh, what?
Is the
You
attenuation?
just won't stop
Hey,
talking.
answer this
It's been
question,
just
Zen.
like
Answer
this
this question.
diarrhea of
Answer this
words.
question, Zen. Answer this question. Is the attenuation rate greater at the bottom of the atmosphere? Yes or no?
It's a non sequitur. I just posted 2 pictures.
He can't even. Dude, I'm done, dude. I got stuff to do.
I have 300 feet. I'm talking. I have 300 feet of. You were talking for the whole time. Then you stopped and go back in and start talking some more. Just chill for a second, dude. You're the one that's spazzing out. I have a 300-foot boat. I can totally see through all the attenuation that's caused by any atmosphere 30 miles away, 27 to 30 miles away. I see the smokestack. Clear. The proportions are clear. They're distinct. I even got a picture of it just before it started disappearing, of the bridge, also clear and distinct. I know the size of this boat, even when it was close, when it was much more resolvable, much more in your field of view. And the angular position with respect to the surface was also the same. Nothing has changed there. But yet, when it gets far away, the entire boat, so I have smokestacks that are angularly close to the surface of the water. That we saw earlier, we're at the bottom of the boat. So the boat obviously is missing. Where did 300 feet of that boat go, Einstein? Come on.
Well, wait one sec. If you
rate.
Austin, if you go back the next day and you hypothetically could make the same, so the boat was in the same place, but you could see more of it, what does that mean? Hello?
That would mean, yeah. Well, yeah, it would mean that the conditions are different.
It's not Earth curve.
Exactly. What I'm saying is, so it'll change where that convergence point is, which means it'll change the relative angle between the bottom of the ship and that position because that position is changing. It'll also depend on the attenuation rate. That's why I'm asking him. Zanik, answer the question, bro. Is the attenuation rate greater at the bottom of the atmos?
It can be. It doesn't have to be.
Well, what? It can be.
Yeah, there's more attenuation through a smoggy day, through a foggy day. It can be above the surface. The attenuation is not what's stopping you seeing the object because we see the flippant object with it. It's not being attenuated where we can't see it. We can optically resolve it. It's well within our ability to resolve the object through a telescope. Yet 300 feet of the boat is missing. It's not going to come back tomorrow. It's not going to be coming back next week, ever. It'll never be seen because we're talking about an angular change in your field of view of the object itself. As it went down, it changed its angular position, got closer. But where did the object go? Where did the rest of the object go? It didn't evaporate. It didn't compress. Didn't any of the things you talk about at all. It basically got hidden by Earth because we can see what's left of it. It's not an attenuation issue. Yeah, okay, buddy. You can growl all you want.
We need light
Grizzly
to
bear,
see things.
but that's just the way.
Hey, do we need light to see things? Yes.
I love the way you try to do that. Yes, you do
we
need light. It's like he's like
a
shithouse lawyer. Come on.
Okay, what is attenuation of light?
He's blocking the light. Partially
the blocking of it?
Partially obscuring it.
It's the blocking of light.
To a certain extent, yes. Attenuation is blocking of light.
It blocks it and reflects it back, or what?
It just blocks it, keeps you from seeing it. Attenuator is something actually. When somebody attenuates something, the attenuation definition of that meaning of the word means it's blocking something. Partially,
it means it's absorbed. It's an absorbent ray. It's absorbed into the medium.
Could be reflected. Okay. There's nothing different. There's no difference between attenuation. Attenuation of light can be blocked or reflected.
Well, there's actually 3 different things that can cause attenuation, but yeah, I digress.
So here's the point. So we need light to see stuff, okay? Attenuation is the absorption of the light into the medium. The attenuation, right? It eventually has like an extinction limit, right? The light is absorbed into the medium. So the amount of light we can see is relative to the medium. I mean, this isn't even slightly complicated. Okay, well, the bottom of the atmos, the medium, is more dense and more turbulent.
No, it's not. Not always. Not during
my conversion. God. It's just insane, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, you are insane.
No, it's just like you just argue just to argue, I think.
And now gaslighting as well. Yeah, brilliant.
No, come on. What's it? Where'd the 300-foot boat go? Can you give me a really intelligent, accurate description of where 300 feet of a boat, 250, where did near 300 feet of a boat go? When I'm looking at the ocean change, I'm watching it go out 26 miles after a few hours. It's gone. I see the smokestacks. Below it, I can see it, so I can resolve it. Clear as day, I can even see the sunlight reflecting off the right side of the exhaust port. But below that exhaust port, which I saw angularly go down in your field of view as it traveled away, where did the 300 feet of the boat go? I mean, just really give me an honest, critically competent, logical answer.
It's obstructed by, it's gone beyond the visual limit of the convergence point. This is not even complicated at all. I would say anywhere. It's very telling. Yeah, it's very telling that ball Earth proponents have to actually dispute stuff like this.
That's why I say it goes into the horizon.
Angular size didn't change. Its physical angular size did not change. It's still
we know.
It's still 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, maybe even 0.1 or maybe even 1 degree of angular size. But that
if it's going away from you, the angle size is changing.
Hundreds of times more sensitive than your eyes can pick up. No problem. It's missing, Witsit. Where did it go?
He already told you where it went. It didn't go anywhere. It went into the horizon, which means the bottom of it is going to be obstructed first because of everything he just listed that you're denying, that you taught us.
He literally knows. He knows exactly what I'm saying, too.
Yeah, I'll say it does feel like people are. It does feel like people are arguing just to argue sometimes, but you know what would help is like we all slow down, and once in a while we let each other lead. You know what I'm saying? Like let Witsit lead the argument for 5-10 minutes, however long it takes for him to draw his conclusion. Then let Zanuck lead, and let him try to lead you to his thing. You know what I'm saying?
To be honest, this has been good with Zanuck and me and Witsit. Like it's. Everybody's points gotten out. Zanuck's got his points out. Witsit has too. The audience knows now. The ones who want to know from just very conversation, just this one. Clip it out, have both sides state what they've said, and the audience can make their own decision based on what's been said. It's been great.
Can we have a vote? Can we have like a voting, what do they call it for the chat?
You don't want to vote in this room, bro.
Let's try this out. So Zanuck, still man your own question from a flat Earth position. So you're asking, where did the boat go? Still man
So where the boat went is suddenly, this boat went far away, and as it went away, the angular size changed from the top of the boat, middle of the boat, down toward the surface. And as that angle started getting smaller, you were not able to resolve it. So as it moves down, it becomes smaller and smaller, unresolvable, to where you can't see it anymore. It's blocked strictly by the fact that the angular size between the surface of the water and the object boat itself are too small to resolve. That's where it went.
In conjunction with atmospheric turbidity and the attenuation of light, right? In conjunction with that, let's not forget that part.
Yes.
You added strictly by. You added strictly by just to be a deceiver.
Yep. And of course, it doesn't. The main point here is that the horizon is just where you can no longer see beyond, right? It's just an apparent place. That's why I changed it. The boat's just the boat's just beyond that point.
That's not true.
The boat's just beyond that point. No, we're pointing out how you can even still man flat Earth basics.
Interesting. Well, if that's the case,
it is interesting. It's like you thought we weren't listening. Like we asked you to straw man it, and you thought we were just going to go away and not listen and critique what you said when you said strictly due to angular resolution.
I left out turbidity and I left out some of the other things. I
and
gave
said
you fundamental
strictly
reason, Steelman, your reason of why you think that why Flat Earther would think that the boat, 300 feet of the boat, is missing because as it went away.
Who said it was strictly due to one reason? Who has ever said that in Flat Earth? Who?
No.
Who are you straw manning?
I shouldn't have said. God, lay off, man. I left out a couple factors, so I shouldn't have said strictly. Majority. The majority of the reason is because of the things I said. If that's the case, then why did I just post a picture of the sun below level? If you're saying that the horizon is caused by it's the limit of our resolution or a limit of whatever you said the limit was, then how can we see the sun even? We know the sun is further away than that spot because we know that boat was 27 miles away and we see the boat being hidden by it. But how can we see the sun beyond it? So that kind of throws a wrench in your gear.
No, dude. Okay, I asked you to still man your question. You can't do it. Like the horizon is not. This is the still man, obviously. The horizon's not a physical place. It's just an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground. The sky, of course, never actually converges into the ground. It's just an apparent effect. And that location, that apparent location, it changes day to day, throughout the day. It's just apparent. It's not physical. It's not actual. Okay? And the boat that you're observing is beyond that point. Okay? And, of course, the bottom of it's going to disappear first because the bottom of it is beyond that point first. Jeez Louise.
That's some pretty strange logic, but yeah, okay, Tom.
Oh my God.
I got your point. You made it very clear. Hopefully people in the audience are critical thinkers and maybe we'll do some research. The errors are.
No, I agree.
I noticed as well, Zanuck, when you were talking about the black swan for a moment, you said something about temperature was affecting the arms on those oil rigs.
A refraction does, and yes.
No, you said temperature. You specifically said temperature.
I said, if you were listening, I said.
I was listening. That's why I'm waiting.
Hold on. Let me respond because I know what I said clearly. I talked about a temperature inversion near the surface, but it's very near the surface. Above the surface, there is refraction going on because there's also a density gradient that is exemplified and shown by those bendy arms that are not bending in real life, that are bending all over, being distorted by the refraction of
I thought they were bending due to temperature. And I thought you just said that as well.
No, temperature is a small factor. It's in the denominator of the refractive equations.
So it's both. It's both.
Well, the temperature is
involved. Temperature is such a small factor.
Because all the factors are involved. Everything adds up to what we see.
I mean, there's got to be some heat coming off the rigs, right?
The temperature temperature inversion is usually very close to the surface, and that causes a majority of the refraction. But all of it is being refracted.
Sometimes
I'd like to add
more at the bottom. Hold on. Sometimes if it's being refracted more at the bottom than the top, you'll see some compression of the actual objects. You use that word of compression again, so I guess I was incorrect when we never use that word. It looks like it's compressed because it's loomed up at the bottom more than as you go higher, so it'll distort the actual object's shape, make it look like it's compressed. Only vertically though, by the way.
I'd like to add something to this. That's not a crane that you're viewing on that second oil rig. That's a flare tip. And way back when, I forget who, whatever, but it's an active oil rig, which means that flare tip is being used. It's hot. Plus, there's generators on that oil rig which produce a lot of heat. So you have exhaust coming off of those and the engines. But that's a flare tip, not a crane. So of course it would appear bent on a lot of days.
I gave the report on that day that one of those two, I can't remember which was further one of the closer one. One of them was closed and not being, but both of them have distortion.
The further one is a working oil rig. The one closer was one that's not, no one lives there, or it's not working at the time. The time the picture was taken anyway. I don't know about now.
But interesting that you say that, but we never see that crane being distorted except you have high refractive days.
It's not a crane.
Days. That day, the crane, you never see the crane, even if it's being used or not.
It's not a crane.
Whatever it is, the venting burn off
flare.
You never see used or not, you never see it bending except on those kind of days, ever.
Well,
I lived down there, I'm telling you, I was there.
Some days these flares aren't.
That day was the fires. It was 100 degrees inland. They were burning. They had massive wildfires, and the air was full of smoke and soot, and the air was very hot. And
so it's more turbulent.
Not more turbulent. Turbulent.
Okay, real quick, just on Andy's point before we get too far off track. If temperature is such a small thing, and then after you said temperature is a very small part of it, why is that the only thing Rumpus was even going to measure in his Bedford level thing he was going to do? Because I asked him, he wasn't going to measure the pressure or anything. He said all you got to do is measure temperature.
Because we know the pressure gradient is pretty well defined through hydrodynamics. Hydrostatics, rather.
No, you don't know that because you have days where the horizon is above level.
Could do is throw that off a little bit.
You don't. Yeah, but you have days you don't know that thing about. Okay, what's making the horizon be above level in Jesse's photos? Sorry, above horizontal. You're telling me that's pressure and not temperature.
Yeah, it's density and pressure. What's pressure gradient? Density gradient. Density gradient.
Okay, but the reason why the horizon is above horizontal, you're saying, is because of a pressure inversion and not the temperature. I don't know why you're asking me about a hot or cold day.
Like the temperature inversion is. I've always brought that up as a point. The day of these crazy loomed oil facilities, there was a temperature inversion. We had very cold water and hot air. And there was a temperature inversion where normally you'd have the density going up from the ground upward, but it's actually a little denser at the bottom because the water is so cold. And the coldness actually made the air a little denser than normal. So it made refraction there's always refraction because it's always denser down. It made it even more dense. And it made it so much more dense that it loomed up objects in the distance higher than it normally would be.
Okay, what was your point, Andy?
Yeah, sorry, I was watching something else. I was told in this chat that the bending arms, that was due to refraction, and it seemed to make sense to me that it's due to temperature. That's what I was thinking, and I thought I heard Zanuck say the same thing just now. That's why I reminded him of it.
What's that? Well, it is because temperature, right, Zanuck? It's because of temperature.
Those flare-offs on those rigs, they do look like cranes. The way that they're structured or whatever.
Yeah, they're built like that. We used to refract do insulation for the flare tips. They're huge, like they're humongous. They barely fit on a 18 wheeler. You have to get a wide load permit for most of them. Like I actually used to work on those in my fab shop, but sometimes they release small amounts of gas. They burn off but when they have a shutdown, they're burning off all the excess gas so it doesn't build up pressure. That's what the flare tip is for, is to regulate pressure in the system. But it's huge amounts of heat. Like it would, depending on which way the wind was blowing, would just create this turbulent atmosphere around that oil rig and make it look all distorted.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about it like as if you were looking through a fire, like a campfire or something.
Yeah, or an exhaust of an airplane, a jet or something like that, trying to look through that. Everything beyond it looks really distorted. That's basically what that is. It's an exhaust, a flare tip. It's burning off gas, heat.
Yeah,
plus all the generators.
Yeah, well, what they're doing is when you're drilling, you have H2S gas. It's like highly corrosive and shit. So they just flare it off because they don't want to fuck with it.
Yeah, you can't release gas out in the air. You burn it up. You burn it off because it'd be flammable. You're burning it off so you don't explode. Basically, it's usually during shutdowns.
No, they flare off They're always flaring off like constantly because it's highly poisonous H2S gas, and it's it's just super dangerous. Like it settles to the lowest point, and it'll fuck.
Right, but it's sometimes.
Yeah, I see that as a crane, dude. There's a crane on top of a hill house. So
not
I don't think
it's not a crane.
Look, you see the crane. There's a crane coming. It's got a crane on the bottom. It's got all the structures of the cables. It's got the wrecking ball thing hanging down, tied to the ground because it's not being used. That's the crane.
No, there's.
Do you look at the picture? Look at it 28 after there. That is a fucking crane.
There is a flare off on that fucking
deck.
The
flare off's going straight up.
Yeah, no, there's.
Yeah, right, sure. Come on, be honest. See the crane? I took a picture of it. That's Hill House, and Habitat is the further one out. That's got one crane on that too. The blow off is when it's not a crane; it's going straight up.
Flare off is
no, that's not. That's not the crane.
Yes, it is, dude. There's a fucking flare off right there. Fucking.
But the big one is the crane. That big, huge one that could be laying out over the water is the crane.
It's heat rise.
You don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, dude. In fact, like when you look at that picture and where the distortion is, it's like it's exactly how the flare off the heat would rise and distort the. I mean, you can think what you want, Zach, but
I've lived there. I saw these things. It's not flare off. Usually, most of them are not even working. They're not even out there. They're not even on.
Drilling.
Not even pumping.
Oil rig.
Pardon me?
Have you ever done offshore drilling?
No, I have not done offshore drilling. What does that have to do with
it? Well, I mean, what it has to do with it is the fact that they're constantly flaring off H2S gas. This is what they do. They don't have to be fucking when they're producing oil, gas, it's oil and gas come out of the ground.
I know. Have you done offshore drilling?
Yes, I have. That's what I do for a living.
Really? You're an offshore driller?
Yeah, buddy.
Okay. Sure you are. Show me some pictures.
Here, I'll take some pictures of all my fucking wellhead books.
No, Vanek's going to be an expert.
See him.
Vanek's going to be an expert in 5 minutes. He's Googling it up right now.
No, I'm going to get some pictures of the habitat in
fucking one wrong, dude. You've never been on a production pad. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're right. I've never been on I've canoed out there, but I've never been on the oil rig at all, ever.
paddles now.
Let's take a picture of my fucking library of manuals for wellheads.
No, show me a picture of what you on the oil rig.
Buddy, I'll show you a picture of fucking Liberty rig. I've been all over this planet drilling oil.
Yeah, well, show me a picture. Show me one picture of you on an oil rig.
Why
Blur
would
out
he
your
have to
face.
show you a picture of him on a?
Because he made a claim that he was like been all.
Shut up, man. So ridiculous. That's so childish. You act like a man can't be on an oil rig.
I mean, bro, let's pretend he did show you a picture. How do you know it's him? Just Google a picture of a dude on an oil rig.
Here, I'll take a picture of all my manuals and I'll write "fuck you, fuck you, Zanuck" on it. How about that?
Don't do anything for Zanuck, man. Do you hear?
I don't want to see your manuals. I can look up manuals all Tuesday. Show me a picture of you on an oil.
So ridiculous.
So are you saying you have hold on? Are you saying you have these physical manuals at your house, like right now?
Yeah, right now in my hands.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah. See, I mean, what's a normal person doing with those? Zanuck? Come on now.
I can't believe we're even talking about this. Screw off for what Zanuck wants.
Yeah, exactly. You don't gotta produce nothing for him, buddy. Don't worry about it. Don't be running. Don't be doing anything.
There, they have the structures. They have the flare off removal, and they also have the well rig. This is one on Santa Barbara as well. Bunch of pictures he found in the library.
So you're saying if a huge flare tip is burning off a bunch of gas and the wind is blowing back over the rig, blowing all that heat and gas over the rig, and you're viewing it from 10 miles away, it wouldn't make things bend? Or appear bent?
There wasn't any wind. It was a very still day, by the way. Very almost like deadly
You know
calm.
what you get,
And it wouldn't make that oil rig bend the flare reliefs or the cranes or whatever else we see that's distorted bend in that fashion because there was very little. There's very little. I don't think they were even populated by anyone. I think they weren't even on. To the truth, but I don't know for sure. I looked at it.
I said if. I said if, and you said no, it wouldn't make it bend. I mean, you look through an exhaust of a jet
because we have the next day. Look, it doesn't happen.
Why are you talking through?
The next day, all the cranes,
I'm just wondering why
all the cranes are bending.
Like why you're choosing.
It's the further one, by the way.
Through me again, do some push-ups like what's it says?
You've already said it was the further one. I'm showing a picture of both of them showing bendy. So one of them's not even working yet. It's showing bendy. Yeah, you said the other one's bending. Make up your mind, Rakia. Make up your mind.
Dude, are you? Why is he allowed to do this? Forget about those two already.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, let's go one at a time, guys, please. I tell you like 10 times.
I don't mind going.
Do you know what you would? Yeah, do you know what you would get from that, Rocky? You would get the exact thing Pebbles in the pond showed us when he opened his garage door and had us looking into a more dense medium.
Right. Well, let me ask you: Do you think like looking through a jet exhaust or a flare tip exhaust, and the wind is blowing all that hot gas over the oil rig? You know, in between you and the oil rig, you're viewing it from 10 miles. Not those particular oil rigs, any oil rig that's happening. You think the metal and the oil rig itself would appear to be wavy and bent? I do.
I would also expect to see the same thing Pebbles in the pond showed us when he opened that door.
Yeah, well, that's definitely proof of. I mean, I don't know why they deny that. I think they called him a liar. They have to, right? Because then that gives an alternative way to show that it happens very easily. You can go out and do that yourself. They hate that. And also about the angle changes. If something is moving away from you and you're taking an angle shot to the top mass or whatever, as it goes away from you, that angle gets lower and lower and lower and lower until it reaches, at some point, will reach the horizon. And at that point, you won't be able to resolve even the top of it because it's going into the horizon or past it where you can't resolve it anymore. Thank you.
Well, like you said, one of those oil rigs was not operative that day. I think both of them were not operative, but they both are showing effects of this bending. So your heat thing is a nice idea, but if it's true, then why is the other one bent too? If one of them's off and one of them's on, yet both of them are bending.
Well, if you would have listened to what I said, I wasn't even talking about those oil rigs. I can't even see the pictures that y'all are posting. I'm saying if an exhaust, hot exhaust gases goes in front of something, does it make it appear wavy and bent? And I said, I think it does. Was asking you if you said, if you think it does, and you said no, it wouldn't.
No, because it wouldn't make it. Look, everyone's seen exhaust, things go through exhaustive jets. These oil rigs have stretched up almost double their physical size, angular physical size. They have doubled. They have stretched up. They have been distorted by such a great amount that you can't even recognize these structures as what they actually look like. And I've shown that picture many times in the chat. It's in there right now. It goes right hand in hand with the distortion and the stretching and the bending of the flare relief. But the building itself is double the physical size. The cranes and things that aren't flare reliefs are also bent. So no, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm wrong. I think if you take it on a day that you can see it and it's not bent, and then you have a huge jet fly in front of you and the exhaust, you look through the exhaust, it would appear bent. It would definitely appear wavy. So it depends on the degree of how much heat or how close it is or how far away you are. It would definitely appear bent. These aren't magical oil rigs that you see things through an exhaust or through heat, they appear wavy except for these oil rigs. That's not true. Just to conclude, because this is a good time, it seems everybody's quiet. Of course, a spherical object, physical object, would obstruct something bottom up. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. But the topic is over a flat plane, if there could be an optical way, a phenomenon that causes these things. I think clearly multiple people that have no dog in the hunt, right, really, or not even here actually, have proven this. You can go out and prove it yourself that these phenomena, even the people that are arguing, have agreed that mirages can obstruct bottom up. Different phenomena, how we see the angle, the turbidity of light, the more dense atmosphere lower to the ground, especially the marine layer, but also over roads and SC's posting heat haze. That's basically what we're talking about. The moisture content, everything has a factor. The angle of the light source. So all these things can be attributed to how we see over distance over a flat plane. If the water was the obstruction because it's curving, then that water, just like you can make that out of sand or dirt, obstruct something in the distance, you could easily measure that to be curved. So like someone mentioned a football field earlier, the football field that I went and saw Saturday is higher in the middle and lower on each sideline to let the water drain off. They also have drainage underneath, but you can easily measure that. Even if you can't see it with your naked eye, you can measure it. And also, you can apply water and learn what it does. Water is the key, actually. I'll back up what I said about water being the key. You can establish a horizontal plane like a huge building slab and then have it get rained on, and you're going to have little spots that hold water. that means the slab right there is not horizontal with all the other parts of the slab. It has a little dip in it for various reasons. Usually if you don't screed the concrete out level, or you get an air pocket below it with the plastic and the weight of the concrete pushes down over time as it's curing, you'll get a little indentation, like a fraction of an inch, and that'll hold water, which tells you that it's not horizontal.
Dude, the Skunk Island one is just so good. I love that. Thank you, SE.
Yeah, there's so many of them. Rakia has dozens of them. Bridges hiding in the middle, bridges disappearing, bridges going into water. I mean, this is so clear cut. I mean, if you don't get this, I mean, what can I tell you?
Not everybody wants to be an outsider. Some people just can't handle it.
And the pebbles in the pond, that was beautiful. Showing like just the atmos, just a mixture of hot and cold is enough to completely block an object. Completely block an object. Just the atmos, just hot air mixing with cold air. Like that was so beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, and those rigs, I'm telling you, they're constantly flaring off. If they're flowing oil, which they are most, I mean, there are times where you shut down oil production, but if they're flowing oil, they're flaring off. It's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, if they're active, their flares are active. There might not be like full, like they have different degrees. They might just be burning off things during normal production, but they have a shutdown and you see this huge flame coming out of them. I mean, it just depends. But that's putting off an enormous amount of heat. Plus, if they're active, they're going to have huge generators aboard, which are going to produce heat. So depending on which way the wind is blowing, you're going to get those exhausts coming through the rig in between you and the viewer would affect how you see it. I'm not saying that's what's causing it, because the atmosphere is the gas, right? The atmosphere is also exhaust gases. So is gases. So the more you look through that, the more you're going to get these phenomena. Magnification even happens. I don't know why people deny this.
Yeah, it'd be just like when you're in the desert, like looking at the asphalt, it mirages.
Yeah, there's always moisture even coming out of asphalt or concrete or the ground or whatever. It's the same thing. It's just you get more of it in the marine layer. You get it easier. Less temperature change is needed. I mean, you have that evaporation through the marine layer that happens all the time. You get these little ripples of water too. The moisture content is moving around.
Yeah, and when you're burning the gas, you're creating CO2 and water vapor as well.
I would say the small ripples, you're getting some type, but even when it's flat, calm, like clear, you're getting more reflection then, I believe. Like, there's just different factors that play into it. But angle of light, your light source, is a huge factor that most people don't talk about.
This one, B-Balls, is one of my favorite pictures. 10 floors, 15 stories missing, or 10 stories missing. Yeah. He takes an auto level 14-mile distance and he shoots it, and he gets this. I mean, you gotta laugh at this, right?
First of all, he says he's only 8 feet above the water, and his crosshair is more than 8 feet above the water.
Well, he says 11. He says 11 feet.
Oh, 11? But look out into the distance, like where that yellow, where it's got, that's more than 11 feet. The waves are white capping, so they're a couple feet, and you're saying that's only 9 feet or 10 feet or 11 feet or whatever. That's something doesn't add up. Like, I mean, he's just showing how the foreground can obstruct the background due to reasons, right? I mean, Whitson just went through it.
Yep.
Of course, the background looks different. It's beyond that vanishing point.
Notice how these pictures, when they show the buildings, are always vertical, right? Everything is always vertical, but there's a mental drop there, like, right? It's like too funny, like, to believe in a thing like this, you know? When they show the windmills, they're perfectly vertical.
Yeah, couldn't you measure to the bottom from where you're at and get that distance and measure to the top and get a further distance? I mean, they're going to be leaning at some point.
They gotta be, yeah.
Even if it's just fractions of inches. You say you can measure this, measure it.
So that's it for the ballers? Game over? We need a topic change? I mean, we convinced you? Or, I doubt it, but what's going on?
Yeah, let's kind of conclude that conversation with Zanuck starting off with the bullet. If you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, it hits the earth at the same time. Well, now he's saying it doesn't due to reasons he left out months ago because he didn't want to complicate the conversation. That's a blatant lie. So then we moved on to how things could be, right, obstructed bottom up over a flat surface. No one disagrees that it would be obstructed over a curved surface. I just disagree that you could easily measure. If you're saying 180 feet is being blocked of those buildings or however much you're saying, then you could actually, establish a horizontal line and measure that. We've never seen that. We've just seen long distance, low level observations through optics like B-Ball did with his crosshair, which they taught us long ago that you can't do that because of refraction and other reasons. You get this highly distorted image if you do it low level, especially over turbulent water like he's showing Whitecaps. Jesse Kowalski said Sanley's picture over Lake Pontchartrain, 24 miles, could easily be 80 feet plus or minus off due to the refraction. That's 160 feet. So you do the math. I don't care to. But Zanuck had to go back on his thing about things not being compressed very quickly when someone posted something, and he actually used it in his proof like 2 or 3 times. It's just the doublespeak is getting old. It's aggravating. It's kind of a waste of time, but you got the same people coming in here and doing it. Even the ballers don't like the way Zanuck doublespeaks because it makes them look bad.
No, it is literally a waste of time. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and no mirage in Hawaii, by the way. Another quote from Zanuck. And then he switched it to very rarely, whatever that means.
Well, you didn't know? Hawaii is a mirage-free zone?
I lived in Hawaii for 6 months. It's definitely not mirage-free. It has huge amounts of moisture in the air, at times, and you get these just crazy phenomena that happen in Hawaii. Now, I do agree that over a lot of parts of Hawaii, you get the same water temperature and same temperature during the day. But, to say there's no mirage in is making yourself look silly.
Yeah, the stuff that they have to say, man. I believe Soundly told you with a 2020 vision, at the age of Lake Pontchartrain, you can see a drop. And he told me in the same conversation that either if I'm one side of the lake, he's on the other. In between us, there's a 90-foot hump. So, I mean, they got to say the craziest stuff.
Don't forget you can see left or right curvature at Lake Pontchartrain also.
Yeah. That's another one. Yeah. Add that one in.
Earth curve with 20/20 vision from ground level. 90-foot hump if each person is standing on the beach. The water at 12 miles is 90 feet higher than their feet. And left or right earth curve. Thanks,
Yes,
Sound.
sir. Shout out Soundly and the boys. They measured it themselves with a car with a GPS on top. They did it themselves. And they took a picture with the telescope. How many pane windows, Rakia? 2, 3? Yeah. And they stacked the pictures. So yeah, it all makes sense. It's all legit. It all works out.
I think matches perfectly to the Earth curve model is what they use. But yeah, he used a telescope from the 15th story of the Marriott through double pane glass at dusk, which some of the other Glober experts say that's the worst time for refraction. Used a camera and a telescope through different lenses and double pane glass at dusk to get a perfect representation of Earth curve of the bridge that they then measured and modeled using, well, not a model that existed. They had to create an app to match the bridge because it was compressed perspective. Like it was compressed so heavily. They had to create their own app. And then it doesn't even match perfectly. It goes off into the weeds like in one part. It's weird. But they just explain that away. But the 20/20 vision from ground level should tell you everything you need to know about who you're dealing with when you deal with Soundly. If you want to see Earth curve and you have 20/20 vision, he'll take you there. All you got to do is fly into the airport, which, oh, by the way, creates a little bit of some particles in the air by itself. Not to mention the salt and freshwater mix and the cold and hot water mix in the shallow lake. The 3 interstates, double 2-lane interstates that run through the area, the train track, all the chemical plants that are on the river, all the ships going up and down the river, not even a couple miles away, including the airport. You think you got a little bit of problem with the atmosphere around there over that lake? I do.
Yeah, that's a good one. What I liked when we got Arma to follow that curve that exactly matches Soundly said the Earth curve, right? And he got I think he got a 22-mile circumference. 22-mile globe if you follow that. Now that was too funny. Just goes to show you how ridiculous their stuff is. Imagine you follow that curve, it makes a 22-mile circumference if you follow that bridge curve. That Soundly did. That said exactly matches the Earth curve. You get a 22-mile globe circumference. I believe that's what you got, Arma, right? If you're listening, 22 miles, somewhere around there. Yeah. Yep, there's the curve, Rakia. Nice picture. I see it.
So instead of railroad tracks over land, you have tracks of bridge that are parallel to each other over water that appear to be going to the vanishing point and merging together left and right into a point also. Now just turn that sideways and imagine that point, right, being the same. And then anything beyond that you can't make out. It's impossible. It's the way our eyes see over distance.
Yep, just imagine them train tracks and just turn them over. That's what happens. Bottom goes first. I mean, this is like child's play. This is like 2016. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, buddy. It's as simple as that. And guess what? The bottom disappears first. Yeah. Every time. Yes, sir.
Well, I would kind of disagree with every time because sometimes you get different conditions where it changes it up. But for the most part, it's going to go to that point and disappear where it's not disappearing. You just can't, you're not getting the information. So it appears to be disappearing. The apparent, right, position and the apparent view that you're getting is the obstruction bottom up. If you take away the top part, you turn the railroad tracks or that bridge sideways, take that top portion away, and that's just sky going to that point, and the bridge is the bottom of your boat where it meets the water. You go beyond that point, and the bottom of the boat is going to start to appear obstructed. It's not obstructed; it's just visually obstructed.
Yeah, I'm sure there's conditions. There could be smog, whatever that could change. But yeah, for the most part, it would be bottom up. But yeah, I can foresee situations where that's not always the case. That's right. This is not rocket science. Exactly.
There's a lot of discussion in chat about that table and the camera lens being below the table. It doesn't matter. You can raise the camera up where the bottom of the lens is the top of the table. You would just need more distance to get the same effect.
Yep.
I don't know why they try and deceive people on that point.
To me, it's weird because it seems like it. I mean, I can tell you for sure that's part of why I started looking into flat Earth a lot more when like a year ago, is because of all the dishonest arguments I would hear about optics.
Yeah, honestly, that's when I saw the picture that Soundly posted of the power line that I've fished under all my life. Me and my son went out there, and the first time we videoed it, it looked like a bulge of water blocking the distant shore. And that's when I started studying optics, because I came back and said, man, y'all are crazy. Flat Earth is stupid. You know, look at this video. And they're like, yeah, go back on a different day. Like, this was like 7 years ago. Like, go back on a different day and see what you filmed. So we did. And lo and behold, it was it was not a bulge of water in our way anymore, which means either Earth curve fluctuates or it's just an optical way that we see over distance. So that's when I started studying that.
I mean, it's simple logic, right? Like, you look out over the horizon. I don't understand how else it would converge into the distance. It would have to converge into the horizon, because that's where the nearest thing that you're seeing is converging from the bottom into the top. Like, if someone could explain to me any other mechanism by which these things would disappear over the horizon, then maybe it would make sense. But or by any how it would converge, how would you possibly see something disappear over distance otherwise? It's just like train tracks converging.
Yeah, that's a simple way of thinking about it. But you
They
would be shocked
don't
at how many people
disappear. They don't just disappear parallel to each other. They converge into each other.
You'd be surprised how many people just can't get that, even though they see the train tracks, or you show them how street lights appear to go down, or train tracks appear to merge. They just can't. It took me a while, to be honest. Even though I'd seen train tracks do that all my life and I got the phenomena, I didn't realize that, I didn't put two and two together. It took me a while. So some people, it just takes longer than others. Some people, I think, do get it. Like some people that come here, I think do get the point. They just hold on, like they're that kid on the playground and don't want to let go of that ball. Like, it's just too much pain. They don't want recess to be over. They like living in fantasy or whatever it may be. And a small portion, I think, are put here for a reason, like are paid or, are here for reasons. That's definitely going on. Whether it's going
their
on
their philosophy is being attacked, right? Their philosophy of life, to an extent.
Yeah, it's a big deal, right? I mean, it's a huge deal. People in my family that trusted me on everything, I'm talking about every aspect of life, won't give up this point, right? No matter, I just stop telling them. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to fight. Just, okay, it's no problem. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They just never will, or never, they just don't want to see it, right? It's just for whatever reason.
Some people can't accept that they've been lied to. They just can't accept it. It's like their brain won't allow it, so that's I think that's one of the reasons. They couldn't have fooled me. No way they could have fooled me.
Yeah, pride.
Well, I don't talk about my wife very much, but if we had to do it all over again, she would still deceive our kids about Santa. Like, I don't get it. Like, you've been shown how it's a deception. Why would you say you would do it all over again the same way? I don't, I don't get that part. Like, that's just how some people are. Huh?
I get that part.
Do you? But I mean, it's kind of related to this type of thing. You've been shown, right, the deception and who's deceiving you and why. There's some reasons why, right? And you still don't want to change. Like, that's what I relate it to. It's easy to relate it to the Santa thing because so many people, do that. I did that. But now if I had kids, I wouldn't tell them, I wouldn't lie to them. I'm not saying I wouldn't observe Santa or, have a tree and do Santa Claus and all that. I'm not saying that. I just wouldn't lie to them about it.
Yeah, I get that. I also get how probably your wife thinks it. Like, they probably think of it in a way like, why mess up the kid? Why why alienate the kid from other kids? And they probably think in those terms, like women stuff. Yeah. But I get the overall point. Yeah. Why would you deceive knowingly?
Why why are you worried about alienating your kids away from other kids that have been deceived by their parent? Like, that's kind of where I draw the line. I don't know. I get both sides. There wouldn't be an alienation if we didn't lie to our kids.
Yeah. I'm with you on this. I'm just saying how they would think of this, right? It's like, to them, it's a little white lie.
Yeah, I view it
There
as
is.
years
Yeah.
and years and years of deception. I mean, 12 years. I mean, whatever, from birth to, let's say, 10 years. 2 years old to 12 years old, mostly. For 10 years, you're actively deceiving your kids and playing a part, right? You know what I'm saying? I didn't see anything wrong with it while I was doing it because I was like blinded. I didn't even know it was basically deceiving. I just thought it was playing Santa, It was actually fun.
I was going to say, commenting on what you guys were talking about before with when people are deceived, I was thinking how much that links in with the ego. And I know there's a lot of different ideas of what the ego is, or, psychologically, but just looking at it from an idea where when there's like those formative years when you're forming your worldview and, like who you are, your identity and all those factors, there's the idea that there's like various ego structures that are built around that, where you identify with something and then you may kind of fly that flag, as it were, for whatever that perspective is. And then the ego is kind of bound with that, one's like, even getting into like one's like possibly like self-worth, their self-identity, maybe even social status, financial status. A lot of those factors play into it. So if there is a deception that they're believing, and then their ego is actually in the state of believing it to where they now need to defend it, in just like if they, their favorite baseball team or their favorite football team or whatever, where when you commit to that team, like, oh, I'm this fan of this, the Cubs or whatever. And then now you're going to fight for the Cubs and defend the Cubs. And if somebody else, says something bad about the Cubs, you might even get in a bar fight with someone. Somebody might even get in a fight because, they're defending that thing. So just makes me think about how when there is deception, if somebody is already kind of believing it for whatever reason, like their own discernment or their own process, the ego then becomes attached to that. And so becomes much more difficult to sort of release oneself from that, because in order to potentially start to realize you were deceived, there's the actual process of that, of going through that, but then also having to like humble yourself and kind of accept that part of your ego was tricked, or some part of yourself that you built into your identity was actually incorrect. And so I think perhaps everybody has a different way of working through that, or kind of going through that process. And then in some scenarios, perhaps the ego becomes so attached that it becomes like a major blockage that's built in, to even start to, for someone to really kind of be able to lay down the defenses and actually, humble oneself to be able to transcend that, or to look at it honestly. So I think there's a lot of, and I guess that plays into cognitive dissonance as well, and how that plays into it.
Yeah, that sounds like why they say knowledge is power, right? But then if all that knowledge is deceitful, then what do you really have in the end,
Yeah, it's like false knowledge is actually weakness, in a sense. If someone believes something that's completely false and then committing themselves to it, then what could be said that that's actually like a weak position to be in a sense, versus like, is that what you're saying? Like knowledge is power. Like if you have correct knowledge, then it has strength to it, you mean?
Yeah, it seems like that's kind of how it can be. Like when people say something like that, they're actually attributing the ego, right? Knowledge is power. Your power you feel in your ego, it's kind of like a made up thing,
Yeah, and there's many layers to that, what Gio said. There's the ego, there's the deception, there's the team, like I'm part of this team, right? Then there's the letting go and admitting that you were lied to. Like there's so many aspects of this, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because essentially you have to go through some process of transformation if you're going to change your viewpoint on something, especially if you're going to realize that you have believed a lie for many years. There's some type of transformation that one would have to go through. And so that can be painful. It can be challenging for some. It can be it can take a lot of time. It can be completely blocked for perhaps in some individuals. So sort of like a little bit like you're mentioning the Santa Claus. I was thinking how, when a bunch of kids believe in Santa Claus, if one of the kids says to the other ones, like around that age where they're starting to figure it out, if one of them says, "Hey guys, Santa's not real," and all that, it's like, it's often that the other kids will deny that. They'll say, "No, that's not true. Santa is real. He did leave the cookies on the, eat the cookies and drink the milk or whatever." So it's like the other kids will defend it, even though just from one other kid saying it, like, are those the other kids hearing it for the first time? Are they really like taking it all on board and being like, okay, could it actually, are they actually thinking about all that, or are they just having that instant reaction? And I do think that's a thing. I'm sure you guys have maybe seen that as well, even in your own lives, or, where one of the kids tells the other kids, and then you see all the reactions of the other kids being like, "No, that's not true. It's real," so it's like, that just shows an example of it there, where sort of the irrational defense of the position rather than the clear logical assessment of it is often an initial reaction. And sometimes that reaction can last for much longer in some individuals than others, it seems.
Yeah, group reinforcement. Absolutely. That plays a big role. Like the experiments where you see people in the elevator, like one guy walks in and they're all facing the wall. And then see the guy looking around and he says, "Oh, what the hell?" So he starts facing the wall, right? Or a room when people stand up or sit down. We all know these things, right? That's like group influence. Yeah, that's a big thing as well.
That kid's going to grow up to be a flat earther. I know, because I was that kid. By global logic, though, Santa Claus is real by their standard of evidence.
Yeah, don't forget that they're in the matrix, so to speak, right? They're still plugged in, right? So when you try to unplug them, they want that stake, right? It's kind of like that. They fight for it because it's more than just an idea, right? It's like it's your whole life. You gotta admit to yourself that you've been lied to and you've been conned all your life. So that's pretty tough for a lot of people, especially, you know what the worst is? The ones that have paid thousands and thousands of dollars for schooling. Those are the worst. They're the least to let go.
They have money and time invested into their ego, their identity they've built up.
Yeah, and those formative years too. The whole thing with this globe thing is that we were all told at such a young age, and I think these controllers, deceivers, they know about the formative years of the ego and the ego's forming and all of that. I think they're very aware of that. So they know that if you start, implanting things in children when they're very young, then they're going to tend to attach to it. I think a lot of us have, seen that in different ways, like just with all kinds of things. Like often we're into the same politics that our parents are. We're into the same football teams or the same hobbies. Kids tend to emulate. And then also during those formative years, when a belief system is like implanted in your mind in a sense, then becomes even stronger because like those ego patterns are being formed, especially if somebody does have like, outstanding childhood trauma and things like that as well. Then it's like the ego's being formed around similar years where there may have been trauma involved. If there was like physical abuse or anything like that might have been going on in the family and so on. So then there in some individuals, there can be that factor as well. It's like the ego is formed, and then it's like a lot of those structures that are being formed together. It's sort of like almost like ice crystals that are like freezing or something. Meaning it's sort of like it's solidifying the structure of the personality and so on. And so when we're told these things when we're young, then kids will tend to stick with that when they grow older, and it's even harder to break out of it. So it's like, what is that old kind of thing that, it's like get them when they're young, which is so like evil, but it's like, yeah, if they can deceive you when you're young, then they can create, it seems, a whole almost army of people that are going to believe it and defend it if you do it when they're young. Whereas if you try to convince them when they're an adult, like if this whole globe thing, if they never told anyone the earth was a globe until they were 18, let's say, I bet it'd be near impossible to convince them it's a globe if you waited until 18. But if you do it at age 2, 3, 4, it's a different story. And if you do it to a whole society at those ages, it's essentially what they've done through the education acts that happened after World War II. And there's a lot of factors, but getting it into that education. And then it's crazy what if you just implant an idea into a whole new generation, how you can completely change people's, it's sort of like, babies are coming out of the womb swiping on their phones now. It's like amazing how when you give them when there's some new thing happening like that, they can adapt to it and appropriate it, pretty quickly. It seems within a generation, maybe one or two, a few generations, but yeah.
Yeah, bro, get them when they're young. That's the trick. Get them when they're young. Like, I'm sure every child, when shown a globe, in their head, they're saying, well, how does the water stay on there? Right? I'm sure every child, their brain goes through that, right? But then their teacher just wipes it out and says, oh, gravity, gravity. So it's gravity.
Yeah, if you removed all peer pressure and just showed kids the globe model versus like a flat Earth model, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what people would tend to. If a child was actually presented with explanations for a flat Earth, it's gonna click pretty easily for them.
You'd have to remove all the cartoons, all the commercials, all the Star Trek, all the Star Wars, everything like that, right? Don't propaganda them at all. No moguls above their beds showing orbiting moons and suns. None of the authority figures telling them where you live. Just show them both models and let them choose.
Well, for sure, and especially mom and dad. I mean, you got to think about their mom, their parents. Like, if their parents have a certain belief, they're probably going to naturally tend towards that. But yeah, if you remove all the peer pressures and societal pressures, then yeah, I mean, you can even, I've seen children presented with the information before, and they their eyes light up. It's different, It's not. It's much easier for them to get it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I've got this. Yeah, I'm gonna post it right here. This is this article. I posted it. It's got the link on the bottom to the whole newspaper as well. But this is actually from it's in this thing it's in the Library of Congress. It's in a newspaper called the Evening Star from 1921, chronicling historic American newspapers from the Library of Congress. So it's like a database. Anyway, so it's from the Evening Star from 1921. And this article, if you go to that link, it'll give the full article. I think this is just a screenshot I grabbed from it because I think there's more writing on a second page of it. But so this is apparently this school district and like I said, I think this is a real article. I mean, it's in the Library of Congress, the Evening Star. So I mean, it seems pretty well documented. And basically, this is this school district in I believe it's in Illinois or Indiana. And it's in Zion. It's called Zion is the name of the school district apparently. And in a nutshell, they're essentially if I were just to summarize it very briefly, apparently the head of this school, Wilbur Glenn Voliva, it says the overseer of the colony and is the president of this particular school district. So they say there's 1,000 grade and high school pupils, and essentially what it's saying is essentially saying that they taught all the kids a flat Earth type cosmology. So I mean, it says in this whole article that that they taught them that the Earth has no motion, the sun's not 93 million miles away, gravity, etc. So I mean, if you read that article, it goes through and it basically explains. So they're basically teaching them a flat Earth. And what's interesting about it is that basically it says that all of the children just implicitly believe that it's a flat Earth. Meaning when they were taught that it's a flat Earth, that you have the North Pole at the center, and then it's sort of everything's coming out in a sort of circular fashion, coming out from the center, etc. And it's just interesting that they're basically saying that all these children just completely believe it. So it just sort of shows now. Well, it just sort of shows that whatever you kind of tell children, they'll basically go with. Now, I mean, could you tell children a complete lie? Like tell them there's purple elephants in the sky and they're going to believe that? Probably not. I would imagine maybe that would be a little too far. But yeah, it's just interesting that it's just like if you raise kids and teach them, you know, like an azimuthal equidistant, you know, type layout, etc., and the way the sun and the moon and all that, they will believe it. They'll just grow up believing that, you know. And if you then tried to convince that person when he's 25 years old that it's a globe, it would probably be as impossible as convincing some of these globe believers that it's flat when they were taught that it was a globe when they were a child. So it is pretty interesting that it's like kids, you know, it says that they implicitly believe it, basically, is like the word they use. So it's like they all believe it, all the kids do. So, and it just sort of shows that like whatever you teach children, you know, to some extent they'll go with. And
do you think that it's important to teach these children at a young age, like their origin story beyond just coming from their parents? Like, wouldn't we wait for the child to ask questions about that rather than trying to teach them one model or another model? It's like, you know, I don't know. Like to me, you know, their origin story is, you know, they came from their parents, they love them, that's what we do, we're family, we love each other, and now, of course, the curiosity of that child is eventually going to be like, what is this, what is that? Like, I feel like it'd be better for the child to initiate that conversation than you just to input all your ideas into them.
yeah, well, that's a whole topic in and of itself. Like, yeah, are we supposed to be like indoctrinating children with anything at all? Yeah, it's a larger question, which goes into like, I mean, I often just think like if you just have your child around you, the child will learn a lot. They'll ask questions and you can share information. Like this whole idea that you have to sit children down and like drill them in like an indoctrinated way of all this information that they have to memorize, I think is unnatural. I think kids will just, they're very inquisitive. They'll ask questions and they'll learn as they go. And so, yeah, it's a whole nother question, but it's just interesting that like, if you were to raise an entire group of school children with like an azimuthal equidistant, with all of the, you know, ideas about it being a planar surface, they would all just completely believe that. And you would have a very hard time convincing them it is a globe. But if you raise them telling them it's a globe, then once they grow to an adult, you have a very hard time convincing them it's flat. So it's like, just depends on what you indoctrinate them with. I mean, the truth is still the truth. So it's not like, you know, in my viewpoint, but nonetheless, you can still teach kids a false thing and then they'll cling to it, it seems, in those early years.
I got you. That's a very good point. Yeah, point taken.
And yeah, I mean, I think like when teaching like with history and stuff, like if you have like knowledge and wisdom in your, that's what like the elders in the tribe essentially or in the family are to do, is to kind of maintain that knowledge and wisdom and then to share that with the children so then they can maintain it, you know, through oral traditions and other types of traditions. So,
and we do kind of blindly pass on these traditions, right? Like the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus. They're all that kind of like traditional. It's like we just keep passing it on. And obviously the stories change here and there, but it's just one of those.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a collective mythology of sorts, or like a symbolic structure. Yeah.
Like I'm sure the early people who knew where they came from probably passed on some kind of story or something where they came from, like, oh, the gods came down or whatever the fuck the story was. And then it just gets warped over time, I think.
It's almost as if we condition our children to accept lies with the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus. Every single one of them is a lie.
Oh, and the Sandman, you know, all these other, like,
Yeah,
that's a religious kind of thing too. So, the doctrine.
It's true. I never thought of it like that. Like, it's not just Santa Claus. There's a whole bunch of lies that we tell our children. But why? It's got to be part of the scam, part of the controlling.
Because it's a modern thing, right? Because Easter Bunny, I don't know, like, it is linked with like fertility and that, but it's not like yeah, I don't know. There's some origin story of it. Tooth fairies, like I don't know about that one. I don't know how
The
recent that one
stork.
is.
Then we got the stork bringing the children. It's like, do we tell the children any truth? Now that I think
Oh,
about it.
yeah, right. Because they can't handle the truth. They was like, your mum and dad work really hard so we can buy you loads of presents on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's a
What?
tough one. Yeah.
Right. But we have to pass on all that effort to somebody else. Yeah, it's this fantasy, like mythological being. Yeah, it's a crazy one.
Even in school, we lie to them, even to the older people. Like they tell them certain things when they're in physics, like example, gravity. All through school, apparently, they tell them that mass attracts mass. And then when they
Well,
get to a
this was a
certain,
clue. Sorry, mate.
yeah,
Sorry.
no, it's
I went
cool.
to
Then when they get to a
my
certain
little
thing, they
brother's
tell them about.
opening evening. Sorry. Sorry, go ahead, mate. Go.
No, I think you know what I want to say. You go on.
Yeah, so I went to my little brother's school for like an opening evening thing, and they had like these presentations on the wall, like the first thing the nursery or kindergarten people see. And guess what the 3 lessons are? The 3 subjects. It was space and the solar system, it was Egypt and the pyramids, and it was dinosaurs.
Look
That's
at
saying
that,
something.
bro. Evolution.
Yeah.
They covered all bases: evolution, space, and history.
But they left the
Bam.
mystery of the mystery of the Egypt there. That's a cool thing. At least they didn't say they know how they did it exactly, you know. They still kind of
Yeah.
say it's
Not
a
only
mystery,
that.
but they claim they know what went on.
Yeah, I just noticed another thing. The first 3 letters they lied to the children, right? A, B, and C, right? That's a lie. Because then they tell you that C makes cat, right? So they mess you up from the beginning, man. Right? Isn't there a C? Isn't there an S? Isn't there a K for cat? You know, it's all a lie, bro. It's all a lie.
Phoenician stuff, yeah, that's it, the phonetics.
Even the letters, they lie to you. Yeah.
Well,
Catherine,
that's
right?
the
You could
story of
spell it with a C or with a K. What's up with that? Yeah.
so they got a silent K, a silent G, a silent no, I don't know. It's pretty much
Yeah.
it.
Xerox. Yeah, and all this stuff, man. It's like brainwashing. It's like forced acceptance of non-reality. And when you tell somebody, "Hey, dude, I spell cat with a C," they'll fight you tooth and nail and tell you how crazy stupid you are. But meanwhile, you're right. As a matter of
Yeah,
fact, from now
I
on, I'm
think
going to
the
spell
purpose
cat
is
with a K from now on. I'm never going to spell it with a C again, ever.
like Kit Kat. See, they had it right.
Yeah, there you go, Kit Kat. Yep.
Knowledge, yes.
Knowledge starts with a K. Yeah, yeah. It's
And also
insane.
Gnostic is the silent as well, so it's mystery.
Yep.
It's all to do with like, well, the story is we was all unified and divided with language after the Tower of Babel, right? So
Yeah, it's shocking when you look at all these things and put them together. It's like it's one big lie. Everything they teach you in school, just about everything, besides 1 and 1 equals 2, it mostly all lies and exaggerations.
So I think what it is like children when they're born, they wake up awake, and I think that the trick is just try and get them to sleep like as soon as possible. Or to like
Absolutely, bro.
confuse the like very, they've got senses and that are not that are like untampered with or not unbiased. So
Yeah,
or get them when they're young, kind of thing, as you were saying before.
yeah. I'm convinced that we're born with wonder, excitement, knowledge. We yearn, for the unknown, and the school system is designed to take that away from us. I truly believe that. To make a child a robot, we're gonna give you the information. It's A, B, C, or D, and that's it. You got one of those choices. Even though you know that the right choice may be E, right? They don't give you the E. You just get
Yeah.
4 choices. Yeah.
Not even just that. If you just look at what they're doing now, they're purposely sterilizing children in parts of the West. It's very. If you had said this to people like 20 years ago, they would have like called you crazy. You know?
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It's really sad. Yeah.
Like I feel like if you had told someone they're like cutting off little girls' breasts and removing them, and you said that in like the early 2000s, let alone like the 90s or 80s, people would be reporting you for like mental
Yeah.
evaluation. And now
Absolutely.
it's a scary reality.
Now they can take your children away if you refuse such things. Yeah. It's.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, that's amazing. Yeah. Now, when we get to a point where we think that strangers, meaning teachers, can hide life-changing information from the children, from like what the children tell them to the parents, like that's just amazing to me, man. Like that's just a bridge too far. That's civilization gone. Yeah, that's where we're at now.
Yeah, and we're just trying to recover it at this rate before the downfall is permanent.
Well, I'm seeing good signs because I've been following this. I'm seeing good signs. People are starting to rise up.
That's
With
true.
the Bud Light thing, like totally demolished their brand. A woman, a man being a woman, like doing a sports thing. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is getting uncovered now, and they're fighting back. So hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. By the way, what does it take to get streaming perms?
Guess you're gonna have to ask Geo for that.
Excuse
I
me,
think in the
Geo?
live stream, I think it'll be like a mod or something because it'll be like live.
Only the mods can live stream?
I'm guessing so. If this is being streamed on YouTube or something, yeah.
No, it's not just the mods that can stream. Certain people are allowed, but I guess we have to have some sort of
Yeah,
trust.
no, I was
Yeah.
talking about the stream into the channel thing where you can like screen share YouTube. They call it streaming, but what I really mean is, how do I get screen share permissions?
Yeah, like I said, like maybe Gio is gonna have to give it to you or Jeremy, but like the thing is, like you're new here, right? So they don't give that just to anybody, and just in the beginning, because we had some people that they'll put some crazy stuff, they'll put sex things on, and all kinds of.
That is true. That is true. Yeah,
Yeah.
there are people who do absolutely wild stuff with it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Sweden and Norway And multiple other countries now are actually banning these surgeries for children, banning children being on these puberty blockers, because they have now come to the realization that the science just has never backed what they've been doing.
Yeah, thank God. It's music to my ears to hear that. Yeah, you're hearing a lot of that in the States as well. There's a lot of states that are saying, "Whoa, hold on here. Well, what do you mean you want to mutilate a child at age 6 or 7 or 8? Like, that's child abuse." So they're starting to come around. But the problem is the teachers, these woke teachers, they think they know better than the parents for their child. It's like, it's maddening. Yeah. Like, you guys must have heard about that teacher who thought she was a cat. She identifies as a cat. And she made the school bring a cat litter and put it into the bathroom. Like, you hear crazy stuff like that, and you say, "What? What's going on here? You're a cat? Stay home. You're not going to teach my child." Yeah.
That's hilarious. The school actually put cat litter in there for her. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Yeah, it's a real story. It's unfortunately real.
Oh my god.
Well, the only thing slightly funny about that story is people started sending the principal of the school death threats, I believe.
I didn't hear that. Really?
Yeah, like I
think it
heard
was
some
a-
people saying like, "Fucking, we something about like hanging him or some shit for fucking doing shit like that." Which, I mean, I'm not advocating for violence. I will say there is a certain I'm not opposed to people like that getting what I would consider karmic justice, but I don't believe in the karma system. I just believe every now and then fate, God, whatever, throws a little curveball in there and people get what they deserve.
Yeah, I'd say wishing death upon the principal's probably a little bit too much, but maybe having them removed from their position and have that teacher removed from their position would be fair enough.
I think that story
That's at the very least
a bit different. I think it's a student that wanted to like identify as a cat, and the teacher was like conforming with it.
That's what I mean.
around.
Like that's the reason why I'm like, dude, you're enabling a minor's severe mental disorder. You are a horrible person for that. And because most of these are fetishes, when it comes to like the being an animal thing and shit like that, you are technically enabling a sexual fetish of a minor, which essentially makes you no better than the pedos, and like I said, death. Simple as. If we had stricter rules in society like we did when we were more religious societies, things would be a lot different. And that's a fact.
That's exactly true. I mean, this whole movement is technically about sexuality. I mean, becoming a man to a woman is about sexuality. You know, saying that you're gay is about sexuality. And why are we promoting this to an 8-year-old or a 5-year-old?
Exactly.
That's insanity, you know, like any other time in history apart from, maybe, thousands of years ago where they were marrying 10-year-old kids. But, any recent time in history, we would find this absolutely disgusting, and now we're just promoting it.
Yeah, and it's not about transsexuals or whatever, right? It's any sexual. Like, put it this way: would you bring a local stripper from a strip club to do a pole dance to a bunch of 8-year-olds? No,
I mean,
right?
if you're a liberal, you would.
Yeah.
Well, there was that one where one of the trannies went to a school to read, literally in a miniskirt and stuff, and had no knickers on, had no pants on.
Yeah,
so was sitting there on the
that's what I
chair.
mean. It's literally like fetish stuff for them. Like that person probably has an exhibitionism fetish or something like that, or what I like to call an indecent exposure fetish, in which they like the risk of someone seeing their genitalia.
Yeah, there was
And
another
the
one
fact that
I
it's
saw.
kids makes them even more like aroused, and that's what I mean. Where these people are like As far as I'm concerned, I assume that most of these people, given their actions, are actually sexual predators targeting children.
Yeah, it seems that way. There was one that I
It
saw in
really
Canada
does. It's
where a
hard to
guy
like.
had where a guy had gone into was trying to go into an area where there was a transvestite or trans woman, not that there's any such because you can't transition to another gender. But anyway, they were reading to children and school thing, and then some father or someone was there showing the police because there were police actually there, showing the police like all of this person's Twitter and Instagram, and it was all weird photos of children in weird positions and stuff like that, and going, "This is the person reading to children right now. This is borderline pedophile material, and I'm showing you here right now that you have this person reading to children inside, and you're protecting them." Like, how
Yeah.
disgusting is that?
I'm one of the I can't remember if it was a drag queen like model, or if they were like a drag queen story hour participator. Either way, this one trans drag whatever, they actually had a past conviction of child porn possession.
Yeah, this is a
And it's
big
just like,
problem.
why
I
would you
think
let
this
them
is
near kids?
absolutely, bro.
They were reading to kids?
Yeah, I believe they were
Well,
one of the drag queen story hour people. If not, then it was a what do you call
that
it?
technically illegal if you've been caught with child pornography of some sort? Isn't it now part of your release and stuff, or your thing to not be around children?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I mean, that's generally why they're not allowed to, be now put into homes that are anywhere near schools. Wow, that's bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing when someone's actually been caught with that compared to someone who just, has questionable things. But if you've been actually caught with child pornography and now you're reading to children, that's really messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, all we got to realize is that, like, technically, in a way, that's what you would call counterculture at the moment. And we all know that no matter what, so that's counterculture at the moment. And eventually the other side will become counterculture. It always does that swing. So it will swing back. We're just going through a really shitty time right now.
Honestly, yeah, that about sums it up.
Because otherwise that's what counterculture is. If that becomes the dominant culture, then the counterculture will be the opposite of that. And then the counterculture will then eventually take over. We just have to try to ride this out in some way and keep going and fighting against it. We can't have people like that reading to children and children thinking that that's acceptable because the children don't know. They just see some funny dude in a wig, So we got the guys in the chat. Let's see other people's opinion on this. So these are these observations that people do where they put a coin on a table and drag it back. So we got people in the chat trying to say that the camera should be above the table. But in my view, if the camera's above the table, that would be like having, say an observer height of like 100 or even probably 1,000 feet, because we're talking only a short distance over a table. Shouldn't the center of the camera be at the level of the table? Is that what everyone else would assume?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if necessarily all of these small scale things exactly represent what takes place on a much larger scale, right? And that is their contention, right? They say that half of the lens is below the table, therefore that's why it's being obscured. But in order to do something on a small scale, so setting a camera lens, even a camera lens the size of what's on your cell phone, right, which is smaller than a dime. Say it's maybe the size of a little bit bigger than a pencil eraser. That would be, equivalent. You have to take the equivalence of that lens over the distance as to what you would be seeing in reality. So that's like, what is the largest telescope on Earth? What is the diameter of the lens that's gathering light on the largest telescope on Earth? 15 feet? 20 feet?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I mean, it's just a demonstration of that it's possible. People aren't saying that it's completely, they're not saying that one is definitely a comparison to the other, but you are doing a demonstration, just showing like, well, look, this is possible. It can happen over a flat surface.
Yeah, I mean, you can show it with the camera above the surface. You can show it with the camera above the surface of water, and you can send little RC boats out that disappear, and there should not be that amount of curvature in that distance. If that's the case, if that's what we're measuring, if we're taking what we see optically as a representation of the surface in which we're residing, then the surface of a lake bending towards the curvature of the Earth would put us on an Earth that's very, 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 very tiny and would not comport with any mapping that we have. So, there's a million different things that you can do. The problem is they just want to take one specific thing and they'll dodge away from other things that represent something very similar that can be done. If you look at,
but the lake ones have been done by Sky Free.
Yeah, I mean, what's their rebuttal to that?
Their rebuttal to that is that it is inferior miraging and that it doesn't represent reality. That's all they can say.
Okay, so inferior miraging, cool. So a sunset's inferior miraging. That's all I have to say.
Well, I mean, inferior miraging is a very, very, very common thing to see. Looking at over distance, like it's extremely common. Inferior miraging is probably the most common effect you get.
Yeah.
So I would say that out of all the days that I've been filming, probably half of that time I get an inferior mirage, maybe more. I don't know. Like an inferior mirage is really common.
Yeah, I would agree.
So, when someone like Sky Free sees an inferior mirage and shows that over a distance of only a few hundred feet, a boat completely disappearing, well, that's representing a reality. And obviously, over only a few hundred feet, there's definitely no curvature.
I would agree.
So you're not a glober then? Or you are?
No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah. Well, the globers don't tend to agree with that. For some reason, they tend to think that that's wrong. But when it comes to the camera over the table, you know, I mean, yeah, sure, it's way too short a distance. If you put the camera even just slightly above the table, it's way too short a distance.
Yeah, I think of it this way, right? Because it has to deal with the size of the aperture, right? The size of your lens, how far you're seeing an object. Most people are going to talk about what they visually see with their eye or what they see with their camera, whether it be like a cell phone or just a normal digital camera, which, you know, you're talking lenses that may have at most a diameter of 3 inches total, at most, probably. And most people probably aren't even dealing with lenses that large. If you think about it this way, right? So you take your cell phone and you place it above the surface of a floor in a building, like a large home improvement center, like an IKEA or something. So you have a straight shot all the way across an IKEA warehouse, and you set your cell phone camera on like an iPhone on the floor, and you move something away in the distance, and you get the effect of something appearing to disappear from the bottom up on a surface that is fairly flat over that distance, right? What would be the rebuttal to that? Because you have the whole entire camera above the surface, and something would be disappearing bottom up as it moves further away, whether that be a human being, or if you take bricks and stack them on top of each other, or boxes or something like that, you will always notice that things become unresolvable first from the bottom, because that's the angle that gets to the becomes the smallest, the fastest as you get further away. There's no denying that. But most of the time, Globers want to flip-flop back and forth between unresolvability due to an angle is a whole entire object becoming unresolvable, where they don't understand that foreshortening takes place. You have this bottom portion or the ground that's almost 50% of your field of view that is taken up by a very short height, and then you have the roughly other 50% of your field of view being taken up by almost an infinite height above you. So you've got a very quickly setting horizon due to the angle becoming so acute at the bottom, and then you have a lack of anything that interfering with that object as it gets further away on the top or above the surface. I'm not really explaining that very well, but hold on a second.
Have you seen Good Times for All have done that? Have you seen his video on
that? Maybe a while ago. Funny.
Yeah, because he used to work in something like an IKEA. It was like a hardware store, I think. So he had about 400 feet. And he did some observations where he put a light and stuff down, or he put some lids down, sorry, and then just kept backing the camera away, and you see the same effects that we get. But once again, it all just gets denied. It's a nut situation. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we can show these anti-flat earthers. The ones that we would call anti-flat earthers, there's not a thing that you could ever show them that will convince them. They're not going to be convinced until everyone comes out and says that it is, you know.
Yeah, no, I've stopped even trying to give them any response most of the time to most of these things, because it is just a nuh-uh and then a deflection away to something else, right?
Yeah.
So it's a deflection away from that. So here's some visuals as to what can take place. Here's the representation, and then they'll be like, "What do you think? Do you think perspective is something other than just a drawing technique?" Oh, okay. and then they'll want to have a conversation about perspective for 15 minutes and then find something else that comes into the conversation to continue to divert away from that so that it gets even further away from the point that you're trying to make. It's just tactics.
Yeah, it's like you'll see in the chat, and they've used it a few times even just today. There's a classic one that they keep using, which is either a GIF or a just like a meme of a container ship that's part under the water. And I actually went to the original video and looked at the information that the person gave. They don't pan the camera around to show where they are. They don't show actual proof of where the ship is. They just give 2 different lat long coordinates. So I went and I put those lat long coordinates into Google Earth, and it takes you to a point which is 5 meters above sea level for the observation point. But if you read the guy's description, he says that he was 10 meters above sea level. And then the lat long point for the ship is 16.1 miles away from that position. But there's no proof that the ship was there. He doesn't show a screenshot of like a marine app, a marine radar type app. He doesn't show any proof that that's where the ship is. And he says that he uses a P900. And I have 1 P900 and 3 P1000s, and I film every day. And the amount of zoom that you would have used to see that ship 16 miles away, it would not be as clear as it is. It's just impossible.
Yeah, it would be almost maxed out.
It wouldn't be as big as it is. I use that camera literally every day, focusing on land and ships. So I know that that can't be right. And even if you take in the coordinates that he gave, then it's actually more like about 50 feet of that ship that's hidden, right? But the coordinates that he gave shows that only about 30 feet should be hidden. So it's not matching the globe anyway.
Yeah, exactly. All they want to show is a representation of something being obscured from the bottom up, and then claim Earth curve. They typically don't want to do the math on the objects, right? Because that doesn't necessarily match up. You can have things that are above and below. I mean, I have an observation point where I'm at where I view a bridge that cruise ships can go underneath, right? So it's built in order for cruise ships and tankers to be able to come underneath the bridge, and I view it from a vantage point. It's like just over 17 miles, and you're saying this is 16-mile observation. Well, guess what? I don't see anything like that at that distance ever, and I see wide-ranging things that take place. I see sometimes I can see the very bottom of the pillars of the bridge, and then sometimes the lower sections of the bridge are almost not even visible. They're being obscured. So it's like and the lower sections of that bridge, you can still get, a boat that's 30 feet tall underneath it. So you're talking a fluctuation of like 30 to 40 feet at that distance, depending on atmospheric conditions, on what's being obscured day to day.
Yeah.
Hour to hour.
Definitely. Yeah, I've shown observations of mine in here where from a 6-inch camera height at 14.3 miles away, I can see a shore break, which is at most 4 meters high, but you can see a good chunk of the shore break. So on average, it's about 2 meters high. You can see that. And then I also have from the same position, looking at the same thing, 6-inch camera height, where about 150 feet is now obscured. So that's about almost 150 feet difference from one day to another on what you can or can't see. That's how much of a difference we can have.
Yeah. And just cherry pick whichever picture you want to try to prove whatever you want to prove. This is why I feel that observations, especially long distance observations, they can give you a clue as to what's going on, right? But certainly should not be held up as proof of any evidence for the surface shape. There's way too many things that go on optically. There's still things that even professionals in the field don't have a full grasp of how we visually see reality, especially as we're starting to get more and more advanced AI and robotics that are dealing with real world situations, and the way that they have to have these robots sense everything that's going on around them visually or through optical devices, they're starting to realize that it's not just this clear cut trigonometric formula that can show these robots visually where they are in reality and what they're poking and prodding.
Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, so it's like, also I have this thing which I call the Buddha, because there's this 18-meter tall Buddha statue that's 30 miles away from me, which is 50 kilometers. And, it's at 136 meters above sea level. And I filmed that from 6-inch camera height as well. And I've gone on particular days where there is good vision, and I filmed it from 6 inches, from 3 feet, from 6 feet, and from 20 feet. And it stays in the same position the whole time. Like, there's a piece of land in front of it, and it's above that land, and it stays in the same position relatively the entire time, moving no matter where I go. Like, and that doesn't really conform to what the globe should show us. It should be changing position, but it's right there.
Yeah,
I think
no, I agree. And these people use deceptive images as well. I mean, I don't know why they do that unless they're just trying to either convince themselves or run damage control so that others don't understand what's going on. But they'll use pictures of mountains that are from multiple different locations as if they're the same perspective, the same location, just a different height, and it's completely different locations. I don't know. It's just dishonest tactics.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Doofus in the chat right now saying, "Oh, why wouldn't a P900 be able to do this?" Well, Doofus, a P900 won't get that zoomed in on a ship at 16 miles away. It just won't. Like, I do it almost every day. It doesn't get that deep in on things. Not at 16 miles away. Like, if he wants to prove that it does, then go get a P900, find something 16 miles away, and then film it. Zoom in as far as you can and film it. It does do good, but it won't get that. Like, you won't see it covering like that much of the camera, or like sorry, the words aren't coming out right. It just won't be. It won't look like that. If he thinks that it will, then go do it.
Maybe he'll come into chat, into
Oh,
voice,
no,
and discuss that with.
Oh no, he never comes into chat. No, all of these ones we've got Doofus, the Stark Otter, Quiet Riot. What's the other one? Sea Foam. Like, none of those guys ever come into chat. They will never come in and back themselves. They just want to sit there and just go on text, because on text they can just divert and not answer the question or move on to the next. It's much easier.
Yeah. See if they'll answer this question, right? Because I always pose it to them, and then they want to bring it back to the alleged Earth rotation. So I always try to ask them how they've measured Earth's orbital movement, because they always want to talk about Earth's rotation around its axis, but they never want to talk about Earth's orbital movement and how that's been measured. They just want to talk about the alleged movement of the Earth on its axis. Because there's devices that would be able to measure Earth's orbital movement if it had one. So why has nobody been able to measure it? If they understand the nature of light, how light works, and how the Sagnac effect and interferometry is working, and they understand that all completely, why can't we measure Earth's orbital movement around the sun? They just run from that. They'll try to divert it back to Earth's revolving on its axis. And this is what they do, right? You can't pin them down to one specific thing for them to answer. But anyways, I do like talking optics. I think it's an interesting topic.
Yeah, it definitely is. Looks like Doofus is saying that there have been times that he has come into the chat. So maybe he has.
Well, I don't know. He's had a busy Monday at work, in chat all day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they do. They prefer to sit there.
So about that Earth's orbital rotation, just go ahead and put the citation for measuring its movement, Doofus, since I know you're listening on YouTube all day, typing in the text chat all day. I mean, I don't know how you get your job done if you're able to listen and text all day in here, but more power to you.
Yeah, Witsit has completely destroyed the whole orbital motion thing. Do you listen to him very much, and Alan, Space Audits?
Why would I listen to Witsit? Oh, he dipped. Fuck. Damn it. He just left. Witsit just left the VC. Where's he at? Where you at? Come back.
No, yeah. Witsit's taken that apart, you know. So, and it's not just him. Like, you know, Alan has shown multiple things from multiple different people, showing that there's no orbital rotation or like orbital movement around the sun.
Yeah, Alan's been all over that. I try to hang out with Alan and Toby. I think Toby's in here. Yeah, when they do some ether roundtables and stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty into that shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
cool.
I've talked with Witsit about it too, quite a bit for sure.
Yeah, they've been doing some really good ones on the ether cosmology. I better
Yeah, it's
bail, man.
undeniable. I mean, I think mainstream science is going to come back to that understanding. They just might not use the word ether. They're going to probably just try to either come up with some other word to describe what has classically been called ether, to avoid the embarrassment of, you know, relatively falling flat on its face, not being able to actually represent anything in reality when it comes to, you know, a dynamic model. It just completely falls on its face unless you just want to take the Lorentz transformations and claim that that's somehow, you know, some sort of physical mechanism that's taking place, some physical contraction of a physical object, even though the Lorentz contraction wasn't actually, you know, a measurement of any physical contraction at all whatsoever. So yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to bail, man. I've got stuff to do. I'm not like deep as I can't. I will listen in, but I can't continue. I got to go on silent. Take it easy. See you.
Yeah, no worries, man. Take care.
Congrats, Rakia, for your son, bro. Happy birthday. I'm freaking damn jealous. That's all I can say. I never got those.
Me too. Yeah, we're out here. Actually, he's trying to move into where community I live, but he's looking at a 4-acre tract with a metal building. Him and the guy are hashing out some stuff now, standing out in the rain. I'm sitting in the truck. He's been looking for a while. He's turned down a couple of deals and whatever. This one seems pretty good to him, so we'll see. We'll know in 72 hours anyway.
It's amazing, man. It gives me hope, right? Like I see your son at 22, got all his shit together and all, and then you see these freakaloids with, oh, I'm a woman today, right? So it's good to see some normal people, man. Yeah.
Yeah, this dude, crazy, hard worker. Drove all night, picked up some carts in the state, delivered 2 and brought 4 home, worked till like 3:30 in the, like 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours in the rain today, getting some stuff done. He don't care. Works. But he deserves everything he gets.
Hell yeah. Good stuff, bro.
My sister-in-law is actually the realtor, but she's closed. She has a closing, so she's not here. But we'll see what they come up with. Exciting times. Yeah, there's still hope out there. We deal with a lot of good families and good kids. It gives me hope. Then you hop on the internet and it's just all negative. But there's still communities and people out there. You just have to get out. Tell those guys, get out more. That was cool what Geo posted that paper 1921 Zion. I looked them up. They had an article in 2021 or 22 about them too, how they're a school system in a Catholic school or something like that basically teaches what they believe to be true. Zion.
Yeah, what a name, huh? Yeah, that's pretty something, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird to have that name.
Yeah, I have one of those too. I'm trying to find it now. They wanted to like press charges or put him in prison. Forget exactly what it is. I'm gonna find it.